Chapter 504. A thin mist lingered in the air, and the spiritual energy was vast. It was as if a pure land had appeared in the dusky mountain. The aura of life rippled, and the sound of a divine spring flowed. Within a radius of several li, there were actually lush flowers and trees. Moreover, those flowers and trees were not ordinary. Growing in a place with such dense life energy, even the most common weeds would become spirits after a long time. Some of the immortal grasses and trees were adorned with colorful spirit fruits, making people salivate. Even from a distance, one could smell the faint fragrance of flowers and fruits. After Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton He Tian laid down the ancient formation, they left the Netherworld River and entered the Yin Mountain. This mountain was the place with the densest Yin Qi in the outer region. There seemed to be a Yin vein suppressed under the mountain. According to He Tian, the bottomless devil's den in the depths of the mountain was a vent for the earth's Yin vein. It continuously spewed out nethermist and death qi day and night. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already arrived near the bottomless devil's den. The whole devil's den was a large piece of land. Everything within a radius of several dozen li had collapsed. The entrance of the hole, which was emitting pitch-black Yin Qi and nethermist, was actually not very big. It was only a few dozen zhang in radius. However, the terrifying aura coming out of the devil's den made people's hearts palpitate. Gu Fei and He Tian had no choice but to be cautious. The devil's den had yet to erupt. It was just that Yin energy and underworld fog were emitting from the buds. According to He Tian, if this devil's den erupted, the entire mountain would be completely enveloped by Yin energy and underworld fog. It would be a scene as if doomsday had arrived. Adjacent to the devil's den was the divine spring of life. The place where the divine spring of life was located was also a plate. The plate where the divine spring of life was located was much smaller than the devil's den. It was only a few li in radius. Compared to the devil's den, the place where the divine spring of life was located could be considered a pure land or a fairyland. It was really hard for Gu Fei to believe that there was such a magical place in this terrifying and evil world of death. The extremity of death was life and death were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The boundless profundities and uncanny workmanship between the heavens and the earth were truly breathtaking. The Devil's Cave was the outlet of the earth's Yin vein, and it would erupt like a volcano from time to time. It was the place with the heaviest Yin Qi and death Qi in the outer regions of the world of death. The divine spring of life that was adjacent to the devil's den was full of life energy. It was full of vitality and spiritual energy. It was a rare spiritual land. This divine spring of life and the Nether Devil Cave were one righteous and one evil, one Yin and one Yang. The righteous energy of heaven and earth and the evil energy of heaven and earth reinforced and restrained each other. It was like embracing Tai Chi. This kind of landscape was absolutely rare in the world. Whether it was natural or man-made, no one knew. Gu Fei and He Tian were hiding on a mountain peak not far away from the divine spring. They were closely watching the divine spring in front of them. They did not act rashly. There was a bone palace between the spring and the devil's denver. It was an ancient palace made of pitch-black demon bones, emitting a demonic black light. What's going on? Didn't you say that this spring is yours? Gu Fei stood behind a boulder and looked outside. He then unhappily asked He Tian. This. Boss, I never said that this divine spring of life was mine. He Tian said with some embarrassment. Gu Fei couldn't help but get angry. What? Didn't you say that you would give me a divine spring of life? It's not yours, why are you giving it to me? This guy was too hateful. He wanted to use someone else's item to trick him. Gu Fei wished he could shatter this ruffian skeleton with a single punch. Only then would he be able to vent his hatred. Boss, you can't blame me for this. I have my own troubles as well. 3,000 years ago, this Saint Fountain was mine. But now, it's no longer mine. Erebus said helplessly. That's right. Only a ghost would believe you. Gu Fei's expression darkened. This guy was always talking about mountains. Who knew if he was telling the truth or lying? It's true, boss. I'm not lying to you. 3,000 years ago, a guy that was neither a corpse nor a skeleton suddenly appeared on Een Mountain and fought with me for 10 days and 10 nights. After that divine spring became that monster's. He Tian very seriously said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked He Tian up and down until He Tian felt his hair stand on end. He then asked He Tian, "Do I look like an idiot?" He Tian didn't know why Gu Fei said that. He couldn't help but be startled and then said, "You don't look like one. Even an idiot wouldn't believe your nonsense." "Do you think I would believe you?" Gu Fei said again. "Looks like you don't believe me." He Tian couldn't help but panic. He couldn't guess what Gu Fei wanted to do. He had a bad premonition. Boss getting angry was no small matter. "Humph. I'm not that easy to trick," Gu Fei coldly said. After a pause, Gu Fei then said, "You go lure that guy out." "What?" He Tian heard this and immediately jumped up from the ground. He cried, "Boss, please spare me. Aren't you asking me to die? I, old He, haven't lived long enough. Old He still wants to go out and pick up girls. Didn't you say that 3,000 years ago, you fought with that monster in the Bone Palace for 10 days and 10 nights? Now, I'm just asking you to lure that guy out. Why are you so afraid?" Gu Fei stared at He Tian and said. This. Boss, there's a problem with my body. I'm not that monster's opponent right now. He Tian hurriedly said. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said, "What's wrong with your body? Don't tell me that you went into chi deviation and couldn't die. Then, your cultivation dropped or something. Boss, you're really a god. You can actually predict the future. Could it be that you cultivated the legendary great divination technique?" He Tian said with a tone of disbelief. "Divination technique, my ass." Gu Fei really had the urge to beat this ruffian skeleton up. He stretched out his hand and the power of the inner world surged out from his hand. In an instant, it imprisoned He Tian. Boss, what are you doing?" He Tian was shocked. The soul fire in his skull violently throbbed. He thought that Gu Fei would suddenly attack him. So, he was imprisoned in an instant. He Tian wasn't a match for Gu Fei. So, he was caught off guard. He didn't even have the opportunity to dodge. Gu Fei directly imprisoned him with the power of the inner world. "Boss, don't take me into your inner world." This ruffian seemed to be very afraid of being a gardener. He hastily begged Gu Fei. He. Gu Fei chuckled and said, "Who said I was going to take you into my inner world?" A strange smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. "Boss. You can't be, you guessed right this time." Gu Fei nodded. "Boss, don't, go ahead." Gu Fei raised his hand and directly threw the imprisoned ruffian skeleton He Tian towards the evil and terrifying black bone demonic palace in the distance. "Wah! Boss, you're trying to murder me." He Tian was scared out of his wits. The soul fire in his skull violently throbbed. Chapter 505. In the depths of the mountain, dark clouds and nether mist were rising. The nether devil cave spewed out Yin Qi and nether mist that shrouded the entire heaven and earth. It was so dark that it almost pressed down on the ground. The divine spring of life, which was next to the nether devil cave, emitted rays of spiritual light that illuminated half the sky. The aura of life spread out, causing the surrounding area to be filled with vitality. Spiritual grasses and immortal trees were lush and verdant, and there were bright and juicy spiritual fruits hanging on the trees. In between the nether devil cave and the divine spring of life, several pitch-black bone mountains stood side by side. A palace made entirely of pitch-black demonic bones stood in the center of these black bone mountains. Demonic chi lingered around, causing the black bone demonic palace to look eerie and terrifying. In the black bone demonic palace, there was a powerful and terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if a ferocious demon was sleeping in the bone palace. Perhaps because of the existence of this aura, the depths of the Yin mountain were very peaceful. There was no trace of any undead creature. This place was definitely a treasure land in the world of death. However, no other undead creatures dared to enter this region. One could imagine that the terrifying existence in the Blackbone demonic palace was definitely incomparably powerful, enough to intimidate all the undead creatures. The silence in the mountain was very oppressive. However, on a mountain peak outside the Nether Devil Cave and the Divine Spring of Life, a thing suddenly flew out and broke the silence in the depths of the mountain. Wah! Boss, you're trying to murder me. A mournful cry that sounded like the wails of ghosts and gods completely broke the silence of the mountain. That thing had a skeleton that was half black and half white. Its skull flickered with resplendent black and white light, emitting a terrifying soul fluctuation. This thing was none other than the ruffian skull Erebus that Gu Fei had suddenly used the power of the heavens and the earth to imprison him and smash him into the Blackbone Demon Palace. Brat, this is the price for tricking me. Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak and looked at He Tian, who was flying towards the Blackbone demonic palace with a complacent smile on his face. He Tian shouted. Waves of powerful soul power rippled out from his skull. His entire body lit up. He wanted to break free from Gu Fei's imprisonment. However, it all seemed to be in vain. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the ruffian skeleton He Tian smashed into the Blackbone Devil Palace like a meteor. In an instant, the Devil Palace was smashed into smithereens, sending broken bones flying everywhere. Not only did it shatter the Blackbone Demonic Hall, but it also caused a short bone mountain nearby to collapse from the shockwave. Roar! A shrill and ear-piercing roar rushed out from beneath the shattered Blackbone Devil Palace, causing the entire world to shake violently. Blackbone Mountain suddenly collapsed, and a wave of devil chi soared into the sky, causing the entire sky to darken. A terrifying figure was faintly discernible within the devil chi. It emitted a frightening energy wave, and a sinister and frightening aura engulfed the entire world. It was as though a supreme devil lord had descended with a monstrous demonic might. Countless pitch-black devil bones floated in midair, and the aura of death spread throughout the entire space. Gu Fei felt his scalp go numb. This monster, entrenched in the depths of the Yin mountain, was truly frightening. It seemed to be no weaker than the Bone Emperor, one of the three big shots of the outer domain. Swoosh! Amidst the pitch-black devil bones that filled the sky, a black and white figure rushed out like a bolt of lightning. The ruffian skeleton He Tian was fleeing for his life because he knew how powerful this monster was. Roar! He Tian, it's actually you, you bastard. The devil chi shrouded the heavens and earth. Two blood-colored beams pierced through the layers of devil chi and swept towards He Tian. That demon seemed to be extremely furious. Following that, boundless devil chi condensed into an earth-shattering devil hand that grabbed at He Tian, who was fleeing for his life below. A frightening energy wave spread out beneath the devil hand, and a powerful force sealed the void. The void that was enveloped by the devil hand was collapsing, and a destructive aura filled the world. Hee, Nine Nether Corpse King, long time no see. At this moment, He Tian still couldn't change his ruffian ways. You bastard, die for me. An angry roar came from within the surging devil chi. Boom! The devil chi condensed into a huge black hand and smashed into the ground. Ah, boss, save me. He Tian shouted and displayed an astonishing speed that even surprised Gu Fei. He actually rushed out of the pitch-black hand, and a powerful wave of air directly sent him flying. The entire earth was shaking, and the soil on the ground undulated like waves. A huge palm print was deeply imprinted into the ground. The terrifying figure in the devil chi seemed to be apprehensive and didn't dare to use its full strength. Otherwise, the entire earth would be smashed into pieces. However, the Nether Devil Cave and the Divine Spring of Life appeared at the same time, so the demon had to be careful. If the Nether Devil Cave erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. The ruffian skeleton He Tian stumbled and rolled as he tried to escape to the mountain peak where Gu Fei was. This shocked Gu Fei so much that he almost broke into a run. The demon entrenched near the Nether Devil Cave and the divine spring of life was extremely powerful. It was like a ferocious demon had been born, and it had the power to destroy the world. Hey Tian, quickly lead the demon to another place. Gu Fei hurriedly transmitted his voice to Hey Tian. Boss, save me. Hey Tian had already regarded Gu Fei as a life-saving grass. How could he listen to Gu Fei's words? He still rushed towards Gu Fei. The mountain peak was not far from the Nether Devil Cave and the divine spring of life. In a flash, Hey Tian had already rushed over. Hey Tian, no one can save you today. The devil Qi came in a majestic manner, and the terrifying devil might shook the whole world. A gloomy and terrifying voice echoed in the world. This is a real voice. After hearing this voice, Gu Fei's heart turned cold. If the other party wasn't an undead creature, could it be an almighty that had reversed life and death? Swish! Gu Fei didn't hesitate and directly rushed out from the mountain peak. He sensed great danger. This demon was too terrifying, and he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Boss, don't go. Hide in your inner world and you might have a chance to survive. Hey Tian saw Gu Fei escape and immediately chased after Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei was scared out of his wits. How could he have the time to pay attention to the ruffian Hey Tian? However, Hey Tian was still following him, and the demon was relentlessly chasing after Hey Tian. The devil cloud surged over violently, and blood-colored demonic lights continuously shot out from it, sweeping towards Hey Tian. Hey Tian screamed in fear again and again. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He rushed forward like a 5-colored divine rainbow, and in just a flash, he had already rushed more than 10 li away. Hey Tian, on the other hand, was like a tail that could not be shaken off, following closely behind Gu Fei. Hey Tian's ability to escape was quite unique. The power of yin and yang surged out of his skull and circulated around his bones. With every step he took, there seemed to be a vague Daoist rhyme beneath his feet. His speed was not slower than Gu Fei's. This guy had hidden his strength very well. If he wasn't escaping, he wouldn't have used this ability. His agility didn't seem to be inferior to Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps. Gu Fei was secretly startled. This Hey Tian seemed to have a lot of secrets, but now wasn't the time to think about it. He loudly shouted, Hey Tian, you bastard, don't follow me. Boss, hurry up and open your inner world. Hey Tian shouted anxiously. The blood-colored demonic light tore through the void, constantly sweeping past him. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed and everything was destroyed. Ha! Hey Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Where's your prestige from back then? A burst of laughter came from the black cloud of devil Qi. When a tiger falls to the plains, he will be bullied by a dog. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come here to provoke this guy. At this time, Hey Tian already regretted bringing Gu Fei to the Yin Mountain. The Yin Mountain demon rode the demonic cloud and chased after him. The demon's target was Hey Tian, and it seemed that it wouldn't stop until it killed him. On the other hand, Gu Fei almost didn't suffer any attacks. However, Gu Fei was still shocked, because this demon would immediately attack him after taking care of Hey Tian. 9 Nether Corpse King, don't go too far. Hey Tian also seemed to be angry. As he dodged the blood-colored demonic light that swept down, he said coldly. At this time, Gu Fei and Hey Tian's speed had reached the limit. They were like a 5-colored divine rainbow and a black and white rainbow traversing through the pitch-black heaven and earth. Although the demon was incomparably powerful, it couldn't catch up to Gu Fei and Hey Tian in a short time. Roar! An evil spirit with disheveled hair appeared from the devil Qi. It stepped on the demonic cloud, and its tall figure emitted a nauseating rotten smell. Its empty blood-colored eyes made one's heart palpitate. Its body was very strange. Half of its body emitted waves of cold aura, and there was yellow corpse fluid flowing out. It was disgusting and terrifying. However, the other half of its body was surging with a strong vitality, and its blood and chi were as vigorous as a flood dragon. Half of the 9 Nether Corpse King's body had actually recovered its vitality. The boundless aura of death had been washed away, and its flesh and blood had been reborn. It was truly shocking to the extreme. He Tian seemed to have sensed the state of the 9 Nether Corpse King and was extremely shocked. He muttered, "This guy really succeeded in reversing life and death? It's too terrifying." The 9 Nether Corpse King's half-alive and half-dead state was truly too strange. It caused He Tian to be both envious and shocked. If this guy really reversed life and death, then only death awaited them. It wasn't hard to imagine that this 9 Nether Corpse King was using the power of the Nether Devil Cave and the divine spring of life to regenerate its flesh and become a supreme expert. Gu Fei kept changing directions, wanting to shake off He Tian behind him. However, he realized that it was almost impossible. How preposterous. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. A resplendent purple divine light shot out from between his brows and struck the space in front of him. After that, a spatial passageway appeared in front of Gu Fei. He had no choice but to open his inner world. Chapter 506. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly charged into his inner world. When the ruffian skeleton, He Tian, saw that Gu Fei had opened his inner world, he was instantly overjoyed, and he closely followed Gu Fei and charged in. "Ha! 9 Nether Corpse King, come and chase after me. If you have the ability, then chase after me." He Tian shouted loudly, and he actually turned around and raised his middle finger at the terrifying figure that was chasing after him on the demonic cloud. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the heavens and the earth shook, and the 9 Nether Corpse King displayed a terrifying demonic might. Surging demonic energy covered the heavens and the earth as it surged over, and it emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble. Roar! "He Tian, you bastard, I'll definitely kill you this time." The 9 Nether Corpse King's black hair danced wildly, and the bloody light that shot out from its blood-red eyes was several meters long, and it looked extremely ferocious. The 9 Nether Corpse King repeatedly shot out 9 balls of terrifying black light that were like black suns, and they bombarded He Tian in the spatial passageway. Every ball of black light emitted extremely powerful energy fluctuations, shaking the entire world and shattering the void. The spatial passageway was quickly disappearing, and by the time the 9 balls of terrifying black light bombarded him, Gu Fei's inner world had already completely closed, and it had disappeared into the void. Damn it! What kind of divine ability is that? The 9 Nether Corpse King roared furiously as it watched that bastard He Tian enter a strange space. The void at the end of the spatial passageway seemed to be another world, causing the 9 Nether Corpse King to feel uneasy. It had some misgivings, and it didn't dare to chase in. Just who is that fellow with He Tian? The 9 Nether Corpse King stood high in the sky on a demonic cloud of corpse energy, and it was like a peerless demon king patrolling the sky. Its eyes emitted an evil blood-red demonic light as it swept in all directions. He Tian and that person had entered a place called Inner World. Could it be that there was really someone in this world who could open up a world with supreme magical power? The 9 Nether Corpse King was secretly shocked. He and He Tian were figures of the same generation, but he seemed to be a creature that was born from this world of death, a creature that grew up in this world, and not an expert that had fallen in this world. Thus, no matter how strong this 9 Hell Corpse King was or how high its cultivation was, it wouldn't be like He Tian who was able to gradually awaken the memories of his previous life, because he didn't have a previous life at all. Wow! The 9 U Corpse King roared towards the sky. He could no longer feel the auras of He Tian and that person. It was as if they had really jumped out of this world and entered another world. No matter how strong the 9 Hell Corpse King's divine sense was, it was difficult for it to break through the barrier of the world. He Tian had actually escaped just like that, and this caused the 9 Hell Corpse King to go berserk with rage. Boundless corpse energy surged out from his terrifying figure, and it surged out in all directions, forming a terrifying demonic cloud that covered the entire heavens and the earth. All the undead creatures within a radius of a few hundred kilometers were trembling with fear and were extremely terrified, as if a great calamity was about to befall them. Right at this moment, the space a few dozen miles away from the 9 Nether Corpse Kings suddenly trembled. With a rustle, a silhouette fell out of the space. Wah! Boss, you can't play tricks like this. The fellow that fell out of the space started wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, and his voice was filled with panic and terror. This fellow was precisely the ruffian skeleton He Tian who had followed closely behind Gu Fei and charged into Gu Fei's inner world. He Tian, die. In the instant that He Tian fell out of the space, the 9 Hell Corpse King had sensed He Tian's aura, and it charged towards He Tian without any hesitation. Oh my god. Oh my god. Erebus immediately jumped up and ran away. This fellow's ability to escape could be considered to be top-notch. He seemed to be in a panic, but with every step he took, there would be Daoist rhymes flowing under his feet. It was as if he was teleporting, and he was extremely fast. Boundless devil chi and corpse mist surged forward like a raging river. Blood-colored devilish light constantly shot out from the devilish cloud, bombarding my Tian who was fleeing in front of him. F***CK. Old 9 Hell Corpse, follow me if you have the guts. He Tian screamed and yelled in a flurry. He barely dodged the incoming bloody demonic light, and performed a mysterious footwork in the void. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to quench the hatred in my heart. The 9 Hell Corpse King seemed to have a great grudge against He Tian. He set up the demonic cloud and chased after him. Both of them were extremely fast. One after the other, they were far away in the blink of an eye. The terrifying demonic cloud was like a tide, and it quickly disappeared into the dark world. The terrifying aura that filled the world also disappeared, and the undead creatures within a few hundred miles gradually walked out from the darkness. Whoosh! The void shook, and a figure directly passed through the undulating void that was like water waves and walked out. That old corpse of the Een Mountain is really terrifying. I hope that He Tian can stall him. Gu Fei looked in the direction where the 9 Hell Corpse King and He Tian disappeared, then turned around and flew into the depths of the Een Mountain. Gu Fei didn't want to waste time. He wanted to move the heavenly spring into his inner world before the old corpse of the Een Mountain and the 9 Hell Corpse King returned. If there was such a heavenly spring of life in his inner world, Gu Fei's inner world would be full of vitality and great benefits. He Tian's cultivation and strength were incalculable compared to the 9 Hell Corpse King. It was hard to imagine why this guy would have such a great grudge with such a powerful old corpse. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with the grudge between He Tian and the 9 Hell Corpse King. His goal was the heavenly spring of life. Now, everything else had to be put aside. With this heavenly spring of life, Gu Fei's life was guaranteed. As long as he wasn't killed on the spot and his soul was destroyed, he could use the life essence contained in the heavenly spring of life to come back to life. This old corpse of the Een Mountain used the life force of the heavenly spring of life to wash away the death aura in his body, allowing half of his body to regain vitality and grow flesh. Gu Fei directly rushed into the depths of the Een Mountain and landed at the edge of the heavenly spring of life. The vast life aura in front of him caused all the pores on his body to open up, as if traces of spiritual energy were entering his body. It was extremely comfortable. However, just as Gu Fei was about to enter the lively area in front of him, a figure shrouded in black chi walked over from the direction of the collapsed Black Bone Mountain. The figure was completely shrouded in black chi, and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. However, the terrifying and evil aura that spread out was extremely powerful. This was a terrifying undead creature. 2 dark green lights shot out from the black chi, flickering like 2 will-o-wisps in the black chi. Swoosh! 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 The figure left a series of afterimages in the void and quickly rushed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was very surprised. He didn't expect that apart from the Corpse King of the 9 Serenities, there would also be a powerful undead creature nearby. Obviously, this undead creature was definitely not a good one. Get lost! Gu Fei let out a low roar and threw his right fist at the undead creature shrouded in black gas. A glaring light surged out from his fist like a raging fire, blasting towards the figure that was charging at him in an earth-shattering manner. He directly used the fire fist of the five elements fist. The fist aura was like fire, and it shook the void. An invisible wave of air swept out in all directions with Gu Fei as the center, causing smoke and dust to billow. The figure shrouded in black qi instantly collided with Gu Fei's fist aura. The thick black corpse aura was shattered by the fist aura, revealing a terrifying rotten corpse. Bang! The rotten corpse was directly blasted away, sprinkling a yellow corpse liquid in the air, and a disgusting rancid smell immediately filled the air. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This was the most disgusting evil corpse he had seen since he entered the Hell Realm. This rotten corpse was even more terrifying and ferocious than the 9 Serenities Corpse King. However, this rotten corpse obviously didn't have the terrifying strength of the 9 Serenities Corpse King, but it was similar to an ordinary undead king. Gu Fei didn't want to be entangled with this rotten corpse. He used the 8 desolate steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps, and directly caught up with it. He pointed out a finger. Chi! A resplendent golden divine light shot out, and pierced the rotten corpse's head. A liquid of an unknown color splashed out from the back of the rotten corpse that was pierced through. The rotten corpse that was shrouded in black gas fell straight to the ground. What's going on? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He didn't think that he would succeed so easily. This rotten corpse was too weak. And just as Gu Fei killed the rotten corpse, the ground near the Nether Devil Lair began to move, as if something was about to rush out from the ground. Bang! An arm shrouded in corpse aura suddenly broke out from the ground. Following that, a few more arms stretched out from the ground. Then, a scene that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate appeared. The soil surged, and a corpse with disheveled hair and a rotten corpse smell crawled out from the soil, and stood up shakily. One by one, rotten corpses continuously crawled out from the soil. Very soon, there was a group of figures standing near the Nether Devil Lair, and every figure was shrouded in black qi corpse mist. This. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked to the extreme. He immediately thought that the 9 Serenities Corpse King was actually using the Nether Devil Lair's Yin Qi and Death Qi to refine corpses. There were at least thousands of rotten corpses crawling out from the soil, and their figures could be seen throughout the entire land. The vicinity of the Nether Devil Lair was immediately filled with ghostly aura. Countless pairs of dark green evil lights flickered like ghost flames. That was the gaze of the rotten corpses, a gaze that caused one's heart to palpitate. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This was simply an army made up of rotting corpses. Every rotting corpse exuded a powerful death aura. Not a single one of them was weaker than the one he had just killed. Roar. Chapter 507. In the face of so many corpses, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The aura of death emitted by these thousands of corpses was powerful to the extreme, forming a pitch-black storm of death that surged towards him, causing the entire world to darken. The aura of death was so powerful that even the area where the divine spring of life was located was affected. Some of the flowers and grasses in the periphery rapidly withered. Where the divine spring of life was located, the aura of life rippled, and there were rays of colorful light flickering. In this dusky world, it was like a pearl embedded in the depths of the Yin Mountain. This was the only place that Gu Fei had seen light ever since he entered the Hell Realm. It was a spiritual light condensed from boundless spiritual energy. It was hard to imagine how much life essence this heavenly spring contained. It was enough to open up a pure land in the world of death. Chi. When the dense aura of death from the thousands of terrifying zombies surged into the area of life, it immediately made a strange sound when it was hit by the surging life essence. White smoke immediately rose from the boundary between the area where the divine spring of life was located and the Nether Devil Lair. At the same time, a foul stench spread out. Life and death were originally two extreme forces. At this moment, the two forces collided and mutually cancelled each other out. Seeing this, Gu Fei immediately pushed into the area that was full of life. Only now did he know why the Bone Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor, who controlled thousands of miles of territory, didn't come to fight for this divine spring of life. The 9 Nether Corpse King occupied the Yin Mountain not because of luck, but because he definitely had the strength to do so. Otherwise, the Bone Emperor and the other two big shots of the outer region of the world of death would have killed their way into the depths of the Een Mountain. Every one of these thousands of zombies had the strength of a quasi-corpse king. In the outer region of the world of death, this was definitely a terrifying force. It should be known that even the Corpse Emperor, who dominated an area, didn't have thousands of Corpse King experts under him. After Gu Fei retreated into the area enveloped by the aura of life, the zombies that rushed out from the Nether Devil Lair also rushed close. When the first zombie rushed into the area enveloped by the aura of life, its body immediately emitted yellow-white smoke with a chi-chi sound. Roar! 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 Mournful roars resounded continuously as more than a dozen zombies rushed into the area enveloped by the aura of life. However, thick yellow and white smoke was emitted from each of the zombies' bodies. The smoke enveloped the zombies from head to toe as if it was gushing out from their bodies. Gu Fei retreated again and again as more and more rotting corpses rushed in from the outside. However, the first corpse that rushed into the vital zone fell to the ground after rushing in for a few hundred feet. It rolled around and started to struggle. On the ground, where the corpses touched, the flowers and trees quickly withered and even melted. It was as if the ground had been scorched by flames. The life essence chi obliterated the thick death chi on the corpses. Soon, the corpses that had fallen to the ground stopped moving. After the smoke dispersed, there was a pitch-black skeleton lying on the ground. The surroundings were a mess. Roar! The zombies roared. They seemed to know that they were in danger and stopped outside the area enveloped by the aura of life. Even so, there were still a few dozen zombies that rushed into the area enveloped by the aura of life. The aura of death on their bodies had been obliterated by the aura of life, turning them into skeletons. Gu Fei had already retreated to the vicinity of the divine spring of life. The aura of life was extremely dense, almost to the point of liquefaction. Seeing that the zombies did not rush into the area enveloped by the aura of life, Gu Fei immediately felt relieved. There were thousands of zombies. Even if they lined up for Gu Fei to kill, it would still take a long time. The area enveloped by the aura of life was densely packed with zombies. The stench of corpses was simply nauseating. Gu Fei realized that these corpses seemed to have lost their ability to act on their own. They seemed to be acting on instinct. The 9 Nether Corpse King's methods were extremely ruthless. It actually erased the consciousness of these quasi-corpse king corpses and turned them into its tools of battle. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling even more fearful of the 9 Nether Corpse King. The 9 Nether Corpse King was a ruthless character. He hoped that He Tian hadn't been caught by that old corpse. At this time, He Tian could only pray for his own good. Gu Fei walked towards the divine spring. Breathing in the pure life essence, Gu Fei felt that his flesh, blood, bones, and even his soul were extremely comfortable. His entire body was brimming with vitality. To undead creatures, life essence chi could be said to be fatal. This was because the power of undead creatures came from death energy. Once death energy met life energy, it would be consumed. Of course, when life essence chi consumed death energy, life essence chi would also be consumed. However, this divine spring of life, which was born next to the Nether Devil Lair, possessed a vast amount of life essence chi. Even the Een Mountain, which had the densest Een chi and death energy in the outer region of the world of death, was unable to be completely consumed by the death energy. However, the life essence chi that spread out from the divine spring of life could only cover a radius of a few kilometers. The aura of life was completely confined within this radius. The divine spring of life in the Een Mountain was probably the only place in the outer region of the world of death that truly nurtured life. The flowers here were flourishing, and the climate was mild. There were Lingji immortal grass, golden fruit, scarlet blood ginseng, dragon snake grass. Gu Fei saw a few familiar spirit herbs. However, most of the spirit herbs were unheard of. However, Gu Fei could also sense a powerful spiritual energy from those spirit herbs. This was simply a natural medicinal field, where countless spirit herbs grew. If Yen saw so many spirit herbs, how would she react? Along the way, When Gu Fei saw the spirit herbs growing everywhere near the divine spring of life, he couldn't help but think of Yen, from the Danding school. In the northern region, if it weren't for Yen, he would have died long ago. He didn't know how to use these spirit herbs. If he simply ate them raw, the medicinal efficacy of the spirit herbs would be greatly reduced. If he let someone who knew how to use the Danding technique refine them into pills, the medicinal efficacy of the spirit herbs would be better displayed. He didn't know how that girl was doing now. If her cultivation broke through to the void-controlling realm, she would be able to leave the Danding paradise and walk in the cultivation world. Once that girl Yen, left the Danding paradise, I'm afraid the first thing she would do would be to settle the score with me. Hee. The best book. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but stop and smile bitterly. Thinking of Yen, Gu Fei couldn't help but think of his enemies. Dongfang Chen, Beitang Ao, these people seem to be alive and well. And when I get out of the hell realm, I'll settle the score with them. So what if I offend the Dongfang family and the Beitang family? Only by settling the scores could one move forward bravely. Too many concerns and restrictions would often cause one's cultivation to stagnate. Gu Fei's expression became incomparably cold, and his body was faintly emitting a murderous aura. He had already made up his mind. After leaving the hell realm, as long as he met those enemies, he would directly kill them. He would no longer have any scruples. Even if Dongfang Chen was from the same sect, or how powerful the Beitang family was, he would do as he pleased and settle the scores as he pleased. Gu Fei looked at the heavenly spring in front of him, and the life essence rushed towards him. His mind was suddenly shaken. How could he absorb this heavenly spring into his inner world? This heavenly spring of life wasn't big, only 3 zhang in radius. The legendary heavenly liquid of life formed a small pool, and in the center of the pool, there were bubbles bubbling up. The heavenly liquid of life was a transparent liquid with a hint of green. Every drop contained a huge amount of life essence. Just one drop could bring a person back from the dead. Next to the heavenly spring, there was an unknown short tree. The roots of the tree were like dragons winding across the jade-like rocks, and then into the heavenly spring. There were more than a dozen very magical fruits growing on the tree. They were black and white fruits, only the size of a fist, but there was a black and white aura lingering around them. Gu Fei was very surprised because he sensed an incomparably pure yin and yang aura from the fruit of this short tree. He muttered to himself, is this the legendary yin-yang fruit? The Taishan sect was a large Taoist sect with a long history. There were many ancient books in the sect, even ancient books. Gu Fei had once seen records of the yin-yang fruit in an ancient book. According to legend, it was a kind of holy fruit that was born at the beginning of the world, when yin and yang were born. It was a kind of holy fruit that was condensed from the essence of yin and yang. This kind of holy fruit could be used by mortals to change their physique and live forever. It was much more precious than the longevity grass, and was a kind of divine fruit between heaven and earth. If a cultivator used it, they could even ascend and become an immortal. Therefore, the yin-yang fruit was called the divine immortal fruit. Of course, the immortal god fruit could not turn one into an immortal right away. However, it also proved that the immortal god fruit had an unimaginable effect on a cultivator's cultivation base. Even if it could not allow a cultivator to ascend to the heavens, it was probably close to it. Roar! Gu Fei let out a low roar. His eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light, and a powerful aura surged from his body. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. The heavenly spring of life, the divine immortal fruit, and even this area, I want it all. Gu Fei said in a low voice. Then, his body slowly rose from the ground, and his body began to emit rays of 5-colored light. By the time Gu Fei reached a height of around 300 meters, his figure had already been completely submerged by the 5-colored divine light that was radiating from his body. The terrifying energy of the 5 elements surged between heaven and earth, as if a 5-colored sun had appeared in the sky. The 5-colored sun was fixed in the sky. Then, the whole world began to shake. The void around Gu Fei began to break, and the cracks spread in all directions. A black hole seemed to have appeared above the heavenly spring of life. The black hole was gradually expanding, and the light from the five-colored sun was completely blocked by the black hole. A ray of light came from behind the black hole. The vast five elements Yuan Qi seemed to have opened a spacetime door, and a strange aura began to spread from behind the black hole. The light behind the black hole gradually became brighter, as if a world was gradually emerging. The black hole was connected to another part of the void. Rumble. Chapter 508. Rumble. As if a part of the world was sinking, Gu Fei's inner world appeared above the divine spring of life. Endless power of the world poured down from the opened inner world, shrouding the whole area. Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the sky like a five-colored sun, manipulating his inner world and shrouding the divine spring of life below. The whole world was shaking. Gu Fei's figure was completely shrouded by the devastating five-colored divine light. Vast waves of Yuan Qi were surging in the hazy void like stormy waves. Gu Fei's inner world gradually solidified. A part of his inner world was about to appear in this world of death. Bang! With a violent tremor, the void within a radius of a few miles collapsed. Gu Fei's inner world emerged from the collapsed void and eventually shrouded the pure land within a radius of a few miles. At this time, Gu Fei was exhausted. His clothes were soaked with sweat. The soul mark between his eyebrows was sparkling with a dazzling purple divine light. He was trying his best to guide the power of the heaven and earth of his inner world. His entire mud pill palace seemed to be about to rush out of his head, making Gu Fei feel like his body was expanding rapidly. The mud pill palace was the mysterious sea of consciousness. It was connected to the inner world. It could be said that it was the bridge between the inner world and the outside world. Manipulating the power of the heaven and earth consumed a lot of spiritual force. After a short while, Gu Fei's head began to feel heavy. His vision began to darken, and he actually began to show signs of exhaustion. Gu Fei didn't want to fail at the last moment. He clenched his teeth and tried his best. This was the first time he had opened his inner world with all his strength. This was already Gu Fei's limit. The inner world covered a radius of a few miles and sank down. Endless power of the heaven and earth flowed down and seeped into the soil. Gu Fei's powerful divine will merged with the world energy. At this moment, Gu Fei and his inner world became one. Wherever the inner world energy went, images would appear in his mind. Gu Fei's body slowly descended to the divine spring of life together with his inner world. The power of heaven and earth filled every inch of the void, gradually isolating him from the outside world. Gu Fei displayed a terrifying divine ability. His inner world was gradually stripping a pure land from the world of death. The power of heaven and earth in his inner world isolated all auras from the outside world and gradually cut off the connection between the divine spring of life and this world of death. Only in this way could the divine spring of life, as well as the several miles around it, be absorbed into his inner world. He was going to dig out a large piece of the ground along with the source of life beneath it. However, it was not easy to completely cut off the connection between a piece of land and the original world. The power of heaven and earth in Gu Fei's inner world had completely enveloped the entire area where the divine spring of life was located. Gu Fei's inner world was like an incomparably huge bag with its mouth wide open, waiting for something to be placed inside. However, this thing was too difficult to move. Gu Fei's inner world energy had already penetrated hundreds of feet into the soil, but he still couldn't sense the source of the divine spring of life, the source of life. It was not difficult to absorb a divine spring of life into his inner world. However, without the source of life essence, the divine spring of life's essence of life would gradually dissipate. There was a source under the divine spring of life, which was the place where the essence of life was born. It was because of the existence of the source that the divine spring of life could continuously release the essence of life. Time elapsed. The essence of life and the power of heaven and earth surged in the area where the divine spring of life was located. Outside the area covered by the essence of life and Gu Fei's inner world, thousands of rotting corpses shrouded in black smoke were howling. The putrid smell even spread into the area enveloped by the life essence Qi. Gu Fei seemed to have smelled that disgusting odor as well. Roar! 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 Like ghosts howling, those thousands of rotting corpses waved their hands. Their green eyes were like willow, the wisp staring at Gu Fei, who was in the area covered by the essence of life. The scene was extremely terrifying. The rotting corpses' bodies were dripping with dark yellow liquid. White bones could be seen in some parts of their bodies. Death energy fluctuations that made people's hearts palpitate. Logically speaking, these corpses, whose strength was comparable to the Corpse King, should have already developed intelligence. However, these corpses didn't seem to have much intelligence. All they had was their formidable strength. These corpses usually slept under the soil of the Netherworld Demon Cave, absorbing the Netherworld's yin and death energy day and night. After hundreds of thousands of years, even an ordinary corpse would have become a Corpse King. The Netherworld Demon Cave was definitely an excellent place to raise corpses. These thousands of horrifying and disgusting corpses were the corpse soldiers refined by the Corpse King of the Netherworld. The corpse liquid dripping from those corpses made sizzling sounds as it dripped on the ground. Black smoke rose. That corpse liquid seemed to be very corrosive. The corpses outside were afraid of the essence of life, so they didn't dare to come in. This saved Gu Fei a lot of trouble, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. The power of heaven and earth in his inner world kept pouring down, reaching a level visible to the naked eye. Beams of seven-colored divine light constantly rushed out of Gu Fei's inner world and entered the ground. 200 zhang, 300 zhang. He still hadn't found the source of the divine spring of life. How could it be so deep? Gu Fei was secretly anxious. The 9 Nether Corpse King that had been lured away by He Tian could return at any time. With the ruffian skeleton He Tian's strength, he couldn't stop the return of the 9 Nether Corpse King. If the 9 Nether Corpse King gave up on chasing after He Tian and returned to the Yin Mountain, Gu Fei would be in danger. A powerful undead creature like the 9 Nether Corpse King wouldn't be afraid of the corrosion of the essence of life. Under the ground, the essence of life was even denser than on the surface. The essence of life was almost liquefied. At around 500 zhang, drops of liquid essence of life had already condensed in the soil. Those drops of liquid essence of life were like night pearls, flickering with a light green divine light of life. The underground was not dark. On the contrary, it was even brighter than the dusky world on the surface. When Gu Fei sensed all this, he was shocked to the extreme. The essence of life had actually condensed into pearls. One could imagine how exuberant the essence of life was here. Without a doubt, this was a treasure trove of life. The place where the divine spring of life was located would definitely become a pure land full of vitality. It was even better than those heavenly caves. It wasn't hard to imagine that as long as this divine spring of life was moved into his inner world would definitely be different. Gu Fei seemed to have already imagined the scene of his inner world becoming a pure land full of vitality. It was really exciting. The endless essence of life could also be used by him. In the future, no matter what degree of injury he suffered, as long as he lay in the divine spring of life, he would be completely healed. The spring water of the divine spring of life was the liquid of life. One drop could prolong one's life, and one drop could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It was incomparably precious, comparable to the longevity grass. When the heaven and earth energy penetrated thousands of zhang into the ground, Gu Fei finally felt a trace of the pulse of life. This fluctuation was like the beating of a heart, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The source of life? Gu Fei suddenly became spirited. His fatigue seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. A thunderous explosion erupted from his body, and a vast amount of yuan qi surged out of his body. A 5-color divine light illuminated the entire world. Rumble, as the heavens and earth shook, the inner world that descended from the sky completely came into contact with the pure land where the divine spring was located. At this moment, the divine spring of life, as well as the several miles around it, had completely disappeared from the void and had disappeared. Roar! 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 The earth was sinking, the soil was disappearing, and the corpses were roaring. The disappearance of the divine spring of life made these thousands of corpses very nervous. They kept roaring and running, but the divine spring of life never appeared again. It was as if someone had used a great power and magical power to erase the area where the divine spring of life was located. Gu Fei's inner world had completely isolated everything on the ground. However, he didn't really take the divine spring of life and the pure land around it into his inner world. However, everything on the ground had already entered his inner world. There was still a part of the underground that hadn't been completely taken into his inner world. The earth continued to sink. Soon, a giant pit that was hundreds of zhang deep appeared in the mountain, replacing the area where the divine spring of life was. The divine spring of life was being taken into Gu Fei's inner world. The ground and soil that had disappeared had already entered Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei's soul consciousness and the inner world energy were still going deeper into the ground. Gradually, some divine jades with a strong life aura began to appear in the deep soil, emitting a soft glow. The water droplets condensed from the original life liquid began to turn from light green to green, and then from green to dark green. The deeper they went, the stronger the life aura became. Unexpectedly, the earth was like a boundless sea of life aura, containing an endless amount of life aura. When Gu Fei's soul consciousness and the heaven and earth energy reached 3,000 zhang underground, Gu Fei suddenly felt that his soul consciousness seemed to have entered an empty place. His soul consciousness was surrounded by an endless dark green liquid. The underground was empty, and the dark green original life liquid filled every inch of the void in this underground space. Bang, 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 a sound like a heartbeat came up from the depths of the original life liquid. Gu Fei felt a strange aura, as if a life was being nurtured in the original life liquid. Gu Fei's divine sense probed into the depths of the life source fluid. Suddenly, a huge meandering silhouette appeared in his mind. Then, he saw a dragon, a faint and illusory green divine dragon in slumber. The thunder-like heartbeat came from the sleeping divine dragon. The thick dark green original life liquid around was rippling with the frequency of the heartbeat. Chapter 509. A jade-like divine dragon was sleeping at the source of the divine spring of life, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. His mind was shaken, and his divine sense, which he had sent into the source of life, almost collapsed. His divine sense felt like he had seen it with his own eyes. It was even clearer and clearer than looking with the naked eye. It was a jade-like divine dragon. The scales on the divine dragon were like divine jade, and they seemed to be enveloped in a layer of dark green, almost purple brilliance. It gave people an illusory feeling, as if it was separated by a layer of gauze. Was it a real dragon with flesh and blood? Or? Gu Fei felt uneasy. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Did someone suppress a theurgy under the Yin mountain? However, this divine dragon seemed a little too small. Although the divine dragon coiled and looked huge, if one took a closer look, this divine dragon was only a few 100 feet long. However, if it was a real divine dragon, the size of its body didn't mean anything, because divine beasts like divine dragons had all kinds of theurgy and transformations. Gu Fei didn't feel the sacred and powerful aura of a divine beast. On the mountain and river cauldron, there were the divine souls of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The aura of divine beasts wasn't unfamiliar to Gu Fei. However, the divine dragon in the depths of the source of life didn't seem to have the suffocating, terrifying aura of divine beasts, which made Gu Fei feel very strange. He sat cross-legged in his inner world and calmed himself down. Then, he continued to observe the divine dragon in the depths of the source of life. Soon, he made a new discovery. The divine dragon, which was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, didn't seem to be a real divine dragon with flesh and blood. Could it be a dragon soul? This state seemed to be very similar to the state of the divine beast on the mountain and river cauldron. When Gu Fei's divine sense reached out to the dragon, it was blocked by something before it could even touch the dragon, causing it to be unable to advance any further. This shocked Gu Fei again. Could it be that someone really sealed the divine dragon's soul in the source of life? At the bottom of the divine spring of life, in the depths of the source of life, the essence of life had become unimaginably thick. The dark green divine liquid of life had almost solidified. This was a dark green world, an ocean of life. When Gu Fei's spiritual force entered, it felt like he was trapped in a vast ocean. The pressure from all directions was extremely strong. Gu Fei's divine sense could only reach about 1,000 feet into the depths of the source of life. The closer he got to the dragon's shadow, the stronger the resistance he encountered. If Gu Fei's cultivation had not increased greatly recently and his mental strength had also risen to another level, his spiritual force would not have been able to enter the depths of the source of life under the ground. In that case, it would be difficult for him to discover the secrets of the source of life. After several hours, Gu Fei's divine sense carefully probed the dragon's silhouette in front of him. He grew more and more alarmed, because the dragon's silhouette was actually sealed in a crystal ball that was several dozen feet wide. Endless essence of life had formed an aquamarine crystal ball that was several dozen feet wide, and the dragon's silhouette was in the crystal ball. There were only two possibilities for this to be possible without the unique aura of a divine beast. The first possibility was that the dragon's silhouette in the crystal ball wasn't a divine beast. The second possibility was that the dragon's silhouette in the crystal ball was a dragon's soul essence nurtured by heaven and earth. This crystal ball was a dragon pearl. This should be the legendary dragon pearl, but how is this possible? Gu Fei was completely shocked. The source of the divine spring of life was actually a dragon pearl condensed from endless essence of life. The reason why Gu Fei came to this conclusion was that only living beings nurtured by heaven and earth didn't have the aura of a divine beast. This was because living beings at this time hadn't developed their own intelligence and consciousness yet. They couldn't transform death into life and rush out of the dragon pearl to become a real true dragon. If it was a dragon's soul that had been sealed by someone, Gu Fei would definitely be able to sense the existence of the true dragon qi. However, although the dragon pearl had already nurtured the dragon's soul essence, it hadn't become a real true dragon. Therefore, the dragon pearl didn't have the true dragon qi. As far as Gu Fei knew, only the source of the dragon vein could condense a dragon pearl. Moreover, the probability was extremely small. It probably wouldn't appear even once in billions of years. It was no wonder that the divine spring of life could create a pure land of life in the depths of the Yin mountain where the netherworld's Yin qi and death qi were the densest. The endless essence of life condensed into a huge, dragon pearl, that was hundreds of meters in diameter. The essence of life emitted from the dragon pearl was almost tangible. It instinctively rejected all other energy auras except for the essence of life. Humans were limited, but the world was boundless. Over billions of years, the Earth's crust would inevitably change. The sea could also become a mulberry field. The dragon vein would also move and change its route, causing the world to change. Therefore, the conditions to form a dragon pearl were very strict. The dragon vein could only condense and flow endlessly day and night, gathering the endless essence of the mountains and rivers. Without moving or changing its route, the source of the dragon vein remained in the same place for billions of years. Only then could a dragon's soul be formed and a dragon pearl formed. When the dragon's soul was strong enough to gain intelligence, it could break out of the pearl and transform into a true dragon. It would soar into the sky and roam above the 9 heavens, never to die. This was a godly beast nurtured by the world. Once it was born, it would have terrifying strength comparable to that of an immortal. Unfortunately, although the creatures nurtured by the world were extremely strong, the conditions for the essence of heaven and earth to finally be born were too harsh. Therefore, the godly beasts nurtured by the world only appeared in legends. There were probably no real godly beasts in the world today. Gu Fei had never expected that there would be a dragon pearl in the Yin mountain that was filled with Yin qi and death qi. Moreover, it was a dragon pearl formed by endless essence of life. Under the Yin mountain, there was only one Yin vein. If it was considered a dragon vein, it would be a demon dragon. A fierce dragon would definitely not be able to nurture a divine dragon. The divine dragon pearl in front of him was obviously not ordinary. After a long time, it had condensed endless essence of life to form a dragon soul. It had become a spiritual object of the world. Of course, in the natural world, creation was a divine thing. If one wanted to give birth to a living creature, it would take hundreds of millions of years. The embryonic form of the dragon's soul essence had only appeared within this dragon ball. It was still a long way from the time when it truly matured. Even so, It was not easy for the Dragon Ball to be stored into Gu Fei's inner world with the life essence that had been accumulated for countless years and had condensed into a size of 100 feet. Moreover, Gu Fei faintly felt uneasy. The landscape in the depths of the Yin Mountain was really strange. There was probably no other similar place in the world. Since the source of life could form a divine dragon pearl and nurture a dragon soul, wouldn't it be possible for a demon dragon to be nurtured under the nether devil cave that was adjacent to the divine spring of life? Life and death were mutually reinforcing and restraining. If there was life, there would be death, and in death, there would be life. No one knew if the source of the nether devil cave would nurture a demon dragon pearl, which was the opposite of the divine dragon pearl. If the divine dragon pearl was taken away, the balance of life and death in this area would be broken. What would happen? Gu Fei did not know, and he did not dare to think about it. However, even if the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, so what? This world was only one of the 6 paths of reincarnation refined by the ancient Buddhist master. Even if it was destroyed, it had nothing to do with him. Even if taking away the source of life would cause the yin and yang to lose balance and cause the yin vein to explode, Gu Fei had to continue. Of course, if he did not have an inner world, he would definitely not do such a stupid thing that was equivalent to self-destruction. This was because after taking away the source of life, no matter how powerful one was, if one could not escape 1,000 miles away in time, once the yin vein of earth under the yin mountain exploded, even if Gu Fei had 10 lives, it would not be enough to survive. However, Gu Fei controlled an inner world, so the situation was different. He could hide in his inner world in an instant, or directly use the power of his inner world to take away the source of life. As long as he closed his inner world, even if the outside world collapsed and the world ended, it would be difficult to affect Gu Fei, who had entered his inner world. The divine dragon pearl was a spiritual object that was born from the essence of life. It was something that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Not to mention that the divine dragon pearl that was born from the essence of life contained an endless amount of essence of life. The essence of life contained within it was vast and boundless. It was unbelievable. Moreover, the essence of life could give birth to all living beings. Even if Gu Fei did nothing, as long as he placed this divine dragon pearl on the ground, even if it was in a barren land, even if it was thrown into the 9 serenities hell, an evil land would still become a paradise. Cultivating within it would have the effect of traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Gu Fei's ancient martial path was originally an ancient supreme cultivation method. It was difficult and obscure. Although he had cultivated it day in and day out, he had only just stepped onto the path of an expert. He had only managed to condense the 5 elements martial body. He was still very far away from the great accomplishment realm, and he needed a huge amount of spiritual qi to continue cultivating. Now that he had seen this divine dragon pearl that was formed from the endless essence of life, there was no reason for him to let it go. After making up his mind, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in his inner world. He used all his strength to control his inner world and devoured the underground. The ground quickly sank thousands of feet, forming a bottomless pit. Just like that, a huge pit with a radius of several miles was formed. At the edge of the pit, thousands of rotting corpses were roaring, and the aura of death was vast and mighty. From time to time, the rotting corpses of experts would rush into the pit with boundless yin qi and corpse fog. At this time, Gu Fei's inner world had already sunk near the source of life. The inner world was like the opening of a bag, gradually shrinking towards the source of life. He wanted to take away the source of life underground, as well as the divine dragon pearl in the depths of the source of life. Chapter 5:10. In the depths of Yin Mountain, the Yin energy and nether mist surged. After the divine spring of life was isolated by Gu Fei's inner world, this place became the world of death energy. The depths of the mountain were completely plunged into darkness. Death energy surged, and terrifying roars came from the depths of Yin Mountain from time to time, as if there were evil spirits howling. The Yin energy and nether mist shrouded the world. Looking from afar, there was a demonic cloud that covered a radius of 100 miles in the sky above Yin Mountain. Blood-colored lightning swam in the demonic cloud from time to time. The thousands of corpses refined by the 9 Nether Corpse King appeared from time to time in the depths of Een Mountain like a group of demons dancing. The life energy in the depths of Een Mountain was gradually disappearing. The balance between life and death was being broken. The Nether Devil lair was also abnormal. The Een energy and death energy that spewed out from the lair became even more intense. A rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. It was like muffled thunder. Moreover, after this strange sound appeared, it never stopped. Time passed, and no one knew what was happening in the depths of Een Mountain. However, the strange movements of Een Mountain still alerted the creatures of death around it. Some powerful creatures of death began to appear near Een Mountain. However, no creature of death dared to enter Een Mountain to see what was going on. The 9 Nether Corpse King dominated Een Mountain. This was not a secret. The 3 magnates of the outer regions of the world of death knew about it. Some powerful creatures of death also knew about it. However, even the 3 great leaders weren't willing to offend the 9 Nether Corpse King. Apart from the 9 Nether Corpse King possessing strength comparable to an emperor, it was also because the 9 Nether Corpse King had a group of puppets formed from Quasi-Corpse Kings. Thousands of Quasi-Corpse King puppets were a powerful force that gave the 3 magnates a headache. No one dared to underestimate them. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. The 9 Nether Corpse King did not return to Een Mountain. It seemed that Hei Tian had really stalled the 9 Nether Corpse King. Otherwise, the 9 Nether Corpse King would not have left its lair for so long. This gave Gu Fei enough time to slowly collect the divine spring of life. The God Spring of Life and the Nether Devil Cave were both things that those powerful undead creatures wanted to obtain. They had once provoked a terrifying undead creature to directly charge into the Een Mountain and fight with the 9 Nether Corpse King for 3 days and 3 nights before it was unwilling to be defeated. The Netherworld Devil Den possessed boundless death chi and Netherworld Een chi. To undead creatures, it was a treasured land, and cultivating there would yield twice the results with half the effort. As for the divine spring of life, it was a death trap for the undead creatures that hadn't reached the Emperor realm. The life energy here would wear out the death chi and scatter their souls. However, the essence life chi wasn't fatal to the Emperor-level creatures. On the contrary, these Emperor-level creatures could use the essence life chi of the divine spring of life to wash away the aura of death on their bodies, reversing the cycle of life and death. The 9 Hell Corpse King was the best proof. It had already successfully regenerated half of its body and stepped onto the path of resurrection. All the undead creatures believed that only by successfully reversing the cycle of life and death could they transform to their strongest state, and the strongest state was to become a living being with flesh and blood. This was because the holy tribe that came from the depths of the death world was a living being with flesh and blood. They were incomparably powerful. Legend had it that they had once killed an emperor in the outer regions of the death world. In these 3 days, more and more undead creatures were attracted over, and the terrifying aura coming from the depths of the Een Mountain became stronger and stronger. All the undead creatures were watching, but the 3 magnates from the outer regions of the death world did not appear. Without an emperor, all the undead creatures were very worried. Could it be that those emperors had really entered the depths of the death world? The absence of the Bone Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor made all the undead creatures feel uneasy, and they didn't dare to act rashly. It should be known that the 3 magnates had been eyeing the Nether Devil lair and the divine spring of life in the Een Mountain for a long time. Everyone wanted to take another step forward and break through the Emperor realm. They wanted to become comparable to the legendary expert who unified the outer regions and led countless creatures of death into the depths of the world of death. On the 5th day, some powerful undead creatures could not wait any longer and entered the Een Mountain. Very quickly, the sounds of fighting could be heard from the Een Mountain. Obviously, they had encountered the terrifying zombies in the mountain. The battle was very short. Only a few undead creatures rushed out of the Een Mountain, but they were all severely injured. One of the undead creatures had half of its body shattered, and a large hole had been pierced through the chest of an evil corpse. Dark black liquid flowed out of the wound, and a battle soul had become faint and illusory. It was actually in danger of dispersing at any time. All the undead creatures outside the mountain turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. There seemed to be great danger in the Een Mountain. No one dared to step into the Een Mountain again, and they all watched from the outside. On the 6th day, the entire Een Mountain was completely shrouded in a pitch-black death chi. It was so dark that one could not even see their fingers in front of them. A large number of undead creatures had gathered outside the mountain. These undead creatures were all watching. Some powerful undead creatures that did not believe in the dark entered the terrifying Een Mountain one after another. They were either trapped in the Een Mountain and never came out again, or they were severely injured and narrowly escaped. At this moment, the heavens and the earth were covered in darkness. Endless demon clouds and death chi shrouded the mountains. It was a terrifying scene, as though the end of the world was coming. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the Een Mountain. The entire heavens and the earth shook violently. Then, the earth surged like waves, and a few peaks in the depths of the Een Mountain instantly collapsed. With the depths of the Een Mountain as the center, an extremely terrifying power spread out. Countless peaks collapsed. With the Nether Devil Lair as the center, the earth collapsed and spread in all directions. Boom! 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 The mountains were collapsing, and endless evil chi and demon chi surged out from the collapsed earth. A demon howl shook the heavens and the earth. All the undead creatures outside the mountains panicked. They felt a terrifying aura surging out from the depths of the mountains. On the spot, many undead creatures turned around and fled. Only some powerful undead creatures were still watching from outside the mountains. Then, many figures surging with death chi rushed out from the mountains. The stench of rotting corpses immediately filled the air. Those were the corpses refined by the Netherworld Corpse King. The Een vein of the earth erupted, and the vast and terrifying power destroyed everything. The thousands of corpses were not spared. Although the thousands of terrifying corpses were only battle tools and did not have much intelligence, when they encountered a destructive attack, they would instinctively escape. However, there were not many corpses that managed to escape. There were only a few dozen of them. Dazzling soul divine light bloomed. Some powerful undead creatures attacked the corpses that rushed out. Then, rays of black light pierced through the void and attacked the corpses like divine swords. Powerful undead creatures attacked one after another. In an instant, corpse water splashed everywhere, and roars were heard. The dozens of corpses that rushed out from the mountains were instantly killed by the experts outside the mountains. Boom! At this moment, a huge tremor came from the mountains. The entire Een Mountain seemed to be collapsing. Terrifying cracks spread out from the depths of the mountains, and endless death chi surged out from the cracked ground. The whole world seemed to be collapsing, and it shook violently. More than a dozen mountains collapsed. Roar! A demonic roar resounded throughout the world. Endless death chi rushed up to the sky like a volcanic eruption, and it shrouded the entire area. In the pitch-black death chi, a huge dragon shadow was swimming. That is, the undead creatures outside the mountains were all experts. They had already rushed into the sky and swept their eyes over the surging death chi in front of them. There is an earth Een vein under the Een Mountain. It turns out to be true. That is the soul of the Een vein. Someone said excitedly. Swoosh! 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 Without any hesitation, the undead creatures immediately rushed towards the faintly discernible dragon shadow in the distance. That was the soul of the Een vein. If they could refine it, they might have a chance to reach that emperor realm, or even become a supreme expert that surpassed the emperor realm. At this moment, all the undead creatures went crazy. An evil corpse rushed to the front. Someone recognized that it was a capable general of the Corpse King. Evil corpses were different from corpses. Corpses were battle tools refined by the Nine Serenities Corpse King using the power of the Nether Devil Cave. Although they had great power, they had almost no consciousness. Evil corpses were undead creatures that walked the corpse Dao. Not only did they have great power, but they also had their own consciousness. They could cultivate, and through cultivation, they could become even stronger. The evil corpse turned into a gray evasive light and directly rushed into the demonic clouds. It attacked the illusory dragon's shadow, wanting to subdue it. Bang! The dragon's shadow directly swung its tail and swept the evil corpse out of the death chi cloud. It was sent flying thousands of meters away. The corpse king's body, which was harder than divine weapons, was bombarded by a great force. Black liquid seeped out, and it almost collapsed. The other undead creatures were shocked. That evil corpse was incomparably powerful. It was the #1 expert under the corpse king. It had the terrifying strength of a king. How could they not be shocked when it was hit by the soul of the Yin vein? The undead creatures that rushed towards the soul of the spirit vein couldn't help but stop for a moment. Roar! That evil corpse roared, and its corpse chi surged out. The corpse king's cracked body quickly healed, and then it rushed forward again. More than 100 undead creatures rushed towards the soul of the Yin vein in the death chi cloud. They became cautious when they saw that the soul of the Yin vein was so powerful. They immediately spread out and surrounded the soul of the Yin vein. Chapter 5:11. The death creatures that dared to stay and watch were all powerful. Some of them were even king-level experts. Even the weakest death creature had the cultivation of a king-level expert. Over 100 king-level experts and quasi-king-level experts attacked at the same time. The terrifying power almost shattered the space. The sky and earth shook violently. The demonic clouds that covered a radius of 100 li in the sky were almost scattered. The Yin vein dragon soul and the demonic clouds roared again and again. Under the joint attack of over 100 king-level undead creatures, even the Yin vein dragon soul couldn't bear it. The Yin vein dragon soul suffered a great impact and sensed danger. It let out a roar and spewed out destructive demonic light that swept in all directions. It forcibly broke through the encirclement of the undead creatures and rushed out. It then fled into the depths of the world of death. The evil demon dragon's soul born from the Yin vein of the earth was different from the divine dragon's soul born from the source of life. It was still slowly growing in the dragon ball. This evil demon dragon's soul already had spirituality and was not an inanimate object. It could sense danger and immediately fled. Go after it. Over 100 powerful death creatures immediately chased after it. The Yin vein soul was too tempting to them. They were willing to risk their lives for the Yin vein dragon soul. Terrifying deathly energy spread out, and baleful chi rushed into the sky. The hundreds of undead creatures gave off energy ripples, forming a massive storm. The deathly chi covered the heavens and earth as it flooded towards the depths of the world of death, giving off the aura of a massive army. Soon, the Yin vein dragon soul and over 100 powerful death creatures disappeared from the world. The earth was still collapsing. Under the Yin mountain, endless death aura gushed out. The Yin vein of the earth exploded and affected the surrounding area for hundreds of li. If this happened on the Tinglong continent, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, it happened in the Hell Path. The Hell Path was a world of death. Even if this world was destroyed, the billions of creatures on the Tinglong continent wouldn't be affected. Gu Fei's guess was right. The Nether Demon Cave and the Heavenly Spring of Life were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. They grew together in the depths of the Yin mountain. If the source of the Heavenly Spring of Life could give birth to a dragon ball, then the source of the Nether Demon Cave could also give birth to a terrifying demon. Moreover, the Yin vein under the Yin mountain contained too much death energy, and the Yin vein dragon's soul that was nurtured was also incomparably powerful. Once it was born, it would be able to compete with the king realm undead creatures. The balance between life and death had been completely broken by Gu Fei, which meant that he had already successfully collected the divine spring of life and the source of life. Because of this, he also caused the Yin vein of the earth under the Yin mountain to explode. The entire Yin mountain was collapsing and spreading outwards. The vast and terrifying ripples spread out, affecting the entire outer region of the world of death. All the undead creatures looked in the direction of Yin mountain in fear. Some of the undead creatures that had been cultivating in seclusion also walked out. The outer regions of the world of death were in chaos. The regions ruled by the three tycoons were also in chaos. All the undead creatures were terrified and felt that a great catastrophe was about to befall them. Roar! A furious roar came from a valley next to the underworld river. Death Chi surged out from the valley, and 9 balls of light that looked like black suns froze in the sky above the valley. They emitted terrifying energy ripples and sealed off this part of the world. Bam! 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 Violent crashing sounds came from the valley. As the sounds rang out, the entire valley started to shake. From time to time, huge rocks in the surroundings of the valley would fall and roll into the valley. There seemed to be a wild beast in the valley that was trying to break out of the seal. Roar! Hey Tian, you damned bastard! You despicable ruffian! What have you done? A furious roar came from the valley. At this moment, on a mountain peak outside the valley, a skeleton that was half black and half white was looking in the direction of Yin Mountain. Oh my god! Boss really took that divine spring? The yin-yang soul fire in He Tian's skull was pulsing violently. It was obvious that it was very excited. Hey Tian, I'm going to kill you and that fellow who was with you. Furious roars came from the valley one after another. He Tian, who was on the mountain peak, could clearly see a terrifying figure shrouded in death chi and life chi dashing left and right in the dark valley. Haha. 9 nether old corpse, your lair is finished. How delightful. He Tian was incomparably happy. He was truly happy. This 9 nether corpse king had chased him to the ends of the earth. He had finally lured this old corpse into the ancient secret formation with great difficulty, allowing He Tian to vent his anger. It turned out that He Tian had been chased by the 9 nether corpse king all the way from Yin Mountain to the Bone Emperor's territory, and then from the Bone Emperor's territory to the Nether Emperor's territory. Following that, He Tian had brought the 9 nether corpse king to the corpse emperor's lair. Along the way, countless unlucky fellows had died in the hands of the enraged 9 nether corpse king. This He Tian was truly someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. He had originally wanted to lure the 9 nether corpse king to the lair of the 3 great leaders and let them deal with this old corpse. However, none of the 3 great leaders were in their lair. As a result, the subordinates of the 3 great leaders suffered a calamity. The 9 nether corpse king was also a ruthless character. He was merciless, and those who dared to resist were directly killed by him. This 9 nether corpse king was quite impressive. Its strength was comparable to a monarch realm expert. In the outer regions of the Death Continent, this old corpse was probably the #1 expert below the monarch realm. In the end, He Tian had no other choice but to take the risk and lure the old corpse into the valley by the river Styx. He used the power of the heavens and earth condensed by the ancient secret formation to trap it. The ancient secret formation that He Tian had set up in the valley had already been operating for 3 days and 3 nights when the 9 nether corpse king had charged in, gathering endless death energy. After the 9 nether corpse king was trapped by the ancient formation, it was actually unable to break out of it. This caused him to go mad with rage, and he ceaselessly bombarded the ancient formation with the intention of forcefully breaking it open. However, the power of the heavens and earth condensed by the ancient formation had already taken form, and it had become one with the heavens and earth. It possessed unfathomable might, and no matter how hard the 9 nether corpse king tried, it was unable to escape. Damn it. Who exactly is that fellow? Could he be a sacred race expert from the other side of the river Styx? The 9 nether corpse king roared furiously. He had already sensed that his lair was finished. The thousands of corpse puppets were finished as well because the 9 nether corpse king had planted a vicious curse on them. No matter where the 9 nether corpse king was, he would be able to sense the existence of those corpse puppets. But now, he actually noticed that he couldn't even sense a single corpse puppet. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the corpse puppets he had painstakingly refined had been completely annihilated. Ha! That's my new big brother. How is it? Do you know how powerful I am? He Tian was very pleased with himself. He had even forgotten that Gu Fei had kicked him out of his inner world. Bastard, aren't you supposed to be a loner? The 9 nether corpse king, who was trapped in the formation, suddenly calmed down. This ancient formation was impregnable and could not be broken with brute force. What? I don't want to be alone anymore, that won't do. He Tian said in an extremely displeased manner. Do you think I want to be like this? If I had the strength I had in the past, how could I have fallen to such a state? He Tian thought. Oh, so there seems to be a problem with your cultivation. You need to find a backer to protect your life. The 9 Nether Corpse King seemed to be deliberately trying to expose He Tian's scars, and deliberately pretended to be enlightened as he spoke. When Erebus heard this, he was immediately enraged. The soul fire in his skull flickered with black and white colors, and it pulsed continuously. Very good, I originally didn't want to kill you so quickly, but since you want to die early, then I'll fulfill your wish. With that, He Tian sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. Ha! How funny, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. You, a skeleton that isn't even at the king, want to kill me? The 9 Nether Corpse King laughed out loud, his words filled with disdain. He was mocking He Tian for overestimating himself. If He Tian had a face made of flesh and blood, his face would probably have turned green by now. The 9 Nether Corpse King's words were too ear-piercing. One had to know that back then, He Tian was also an expert of the generation in the outer region of the world of death. Due to some reason, his cultivation and strength had plummeted. Right now, he wasn't even at the king, amongst the undead creatures. It could be said that he was in an extremely miserable state. He Tian didn't say anything else. He directly used his actions to prove his words. His yin-yang bone body started to emit yin and yang qi. It wasn't the power of death, but the power of yin and yang between heaven and earth. How is this possible? Although the 9 Nether Corpse King was trapped in the ancient secret formation in the valley, he still knew every single move of He Tian, who was standing on the mountain peak beside the valley, like the back of his hand. The 9 Nether Corpse King had successfully purified half of the endless deathly aura on his body with his life essence, giving birth to flesh and blood. His cultivation was incomparably powerful, and he was only a step away from the Emperor realm. His powerful divine sense enveloped the surroundings, and everything around the valley was within the range of the 9 Nether Corpse King's senses. Although the ancient secret formation laid down by the ruffian skeleton He Tian could trap the 9 Nether Corpse King within it, it couldn't isolate his incomparably powerful divine sense. Moreover, this ancient formation wasn't actually used to trap people or kill enemies, but to condense supreme soul energy and summon the samsara bridge. However, this He Tian did have some tricks up his sleeve. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, and his bone body emitted yin and yang qi. The soul flame in his skull even emitted a resplendent divine light. Afterwards, the vast yin and yang qi formed a black and white taiji yin-yang diagram above He Tian's head. This taiji yin-yang diagram was exactly the same as the taiji yin-yang diagram that had rushed out from the yin-yang jade pendant that Gu Fei had obtained. You. The 9 Nether Corpse King was incomparably shocked, as if he had seen something unimaginable. Even his voice started to tremble. Impossible, you're an undead creature without flesh and blood. How can there not be a trace of deathly aura on your bone body? How is this possible? Could it be that you've already cleansed all the deathly aura on your bone body and completely purified your soul? At this time, the 9 Nether Corpse King vaguely understood why this ruffian He Tian's cultivation had fallen to the point where he wasn't even a king anymore. It seemed that this fellow had completely shed his bone body and even the power of death in the depths of his soul. He Tian had abandoned the power of death. How did he do it? The 9 Nether Corpse King could never have imagined how an undead creature could reach this stage. In a sense, He Tian, this despicable and shameless ruffian, had already walked far ahead of the 9 Nether Corpse King. This was because the deathly aura on He Tian's body had already faded away, and the 9 Nether Corpse King only had half of its body regenerated, while the other half of its body still contained an endless deathly aura. I'm going to sacrifice you alive. It was rare for He Tian to put away his ruffian appearance and become incomparably serious. His hands moved, and the yin and yang qi of the world continuously gathered from all directions. The Taiji yin-yang diagram above his head began to slowly revolve. Chaos gave birth to yin and yang gave birth to the 5 elements, and the 5 elements gave birth to all things in the world. With the world, there would be yin and yang and the 5 elements. Yin and yang and the 5 elements were the source of the world. Even in the world of death, it was inseparable from the 5 elements of yin and yang. He Tian was gathering the power of yin and yang. The Taiji yin-yang diagram above He Tian's head gathered more and more yin and yang energy, and gradually grew larger. In the end, it even enveloped the space of several hundred meters. Within He Tian's skull, the soul fire emitted a resplendent divine splendor, like a ball of yin and yang divine fire burning. His bones also seemed to be burning, with yin and yang flames jumping about. Go! He Tian shouted in a low voice, and the Taiji yin-yang diagram floating above his head flew towards the valley below the mountain peak. After flying above the valley, it stopped in the air. What are you trying to do? Do you think you can kill me just like that? So what if you wash away the death chi? With your strength, you definitely won't be able to kill me. Don't waste your time. The 9 Nether Corpse King was fearless. His words were not wrong. He Tian's strength was not even at the king realm, so how could he kill a corpse king at the peak of the king realm? Humph. He Tian sneered, then stood up from the mountain peak and took a step forward. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the sky above the valley. He Tian sat cross-legged on the Taiji yin-yang diagram condensed from the vast yin and yang energy. His bones emitted a resplendent yin and yang divine light, as if he had fused with the diagram. The diagram slowly revolved, and began to pour down endless yin and yang energy. Boom! The entire formation shook violently under the infusion of the yin and yang energy. The 9 balls of black light that were fixed in the sky above the ancient formation descended towards the 9 Nether Corpse King, who was trapped in the formation. It was as if 9 black suns were suppressing the 9 Nether Corpse King. Rumble, a terrifying power spread out. The 9 balls of black light contained an enormous amount of terrifying power, and under He Tian's guidance, they emitted endless black light. When the 9 Nether Corpse King was illuminated by the black light, its entire body seemed to be burning. Whether it was the death energy or the life energy in its body, they all seemed to be ignited, and actually flowed out bit by bit. The 9 Nether Corpse King's shock was no small matter. Its power seemed to be evaporating, or more accurately, it was being forcefully extracted from its body, and then fused into the formation. He Tian's words were not false. He actually wanted to use the power of this ancient formation to sacrifice the 9 Nether Corpse King. Chapter 5:12. The 9 Nether Corpse King, who was trapped in the ancient secret formation, was truly panicking. Although He Tian had used the formation to trap him, he had never thought that He Tian would really have the power to kill him. The Taiji yin and yang diagram hovered above the formation, releasing a vast amount of yin and yang energy, causing the formation below to undergo a change. 9 balls of black light descended from the sky, and then settled around the 9 Nether Corpse King, emitting endless black light that shone towards the 9 Nether Corpse King. It was as if there were 9 black suns surrounding the 9 Nether Corpse King from all directions. With a burst of scorching heat, even the void was distorted by the strange power emitted by the 9 balls of black light. The 9 Nether Corpse King roared again and again, but he quickly discovered that the surrounding space seemed to have solidified, gradually becoming as hard as divine metal. It was already difficult for him to move, as he was completely imprisoned in the formation by a great power. The formation beneath his feet seemed to have come to life, emitting rays of light that firmly bound him to the ground. This ancient formation was very extraordinary. It condensed the power of the world and laid down an inescapable net. Not only could it summon the remnant souls that wandered in the world, it could also seal everything, completely imprisoning a terrifying Corpse King. Roar! The 9 Nether Corpse King was roaring angrily. He felt as if all the energy in his body was boiling and surging. The half of his body that contained an endless aura of death rushed out with streams of pitch-black death energy, while the other half of his body that was as vigorous as a flood dragon rushed out with streams of dark green life essence. His power was being forcefully extracted from his body by the mighty power condensed by the formation. The 9 Nether Corpse King's power was quickly being lost, and then being refined into the formation. With the infusion of yin and yang energy and the replenishment of the 9 Nether Corpse King's power, the formation's power was gradually increasing, and the vast energy fluctuations it emitted were extremely powerful. 9 Nether Old Corpse, just accept your fate. Ha! He Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the Taiji yin and yang diagram, saw the 9 Nether Corpse King in an incomparably sorry state in the ancient formation and felt incomparably delighted. Roar! 9 Nether Heavens! The 9 Nether Corpse King suddenly let out a furious roar. His long hair wildly danced, and he looked as sinister as a malicious spirit. Following his loud roar, 9 black vortexes suddenly surged out from his body. Rumble! An extremely terrifying power surged out from the 9 Corpse King's body, shaking the entire formation. Even the Taiji yin and yang diagram beneath He Tian trembled. The 9 black vortexes seemed to be connected to heaven and earth, connecting to hell. They exuded an endless evil and terrifying aura, and actually swallowed the 9 balls of black light in the formation. Rather than waiting for death and having his strength obliterated, it was better to fight with his life on the line. This way, there might still be a chance of survival. Thus, the 9 Nether Corpse King was really going all out. Roar! This old corpse, I knew he wouldn't be sacrificed so easily. He Tian was also shocked when he saw how ferocious the 9 Nether Corpse King was. The soul flame in his skull seemed to be burning, emitting a mighty power of yin and yang, stabilizing the shaking Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. Yin and yang qi surged down from the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram, and continued to pour into the ancient formation below. The entire true earth engraved on the ground lit up, and the 9 flags that were inserted into the 9 formation cores danced violently, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations that caused one's heart to palpitate. The 9 balls of black light above the formation released endless black light, enveloping the entire world in darkness. The 9 eerie and terrifying black vortexes that were trying to devour them were all blocked. However, with the 9 black vortexes revolving around his body, blocking the black light from the 9 balls of black light, the 9 Nether Corpse King had already temporarily cut off the strange power of the formation, preventing the power in his body from being forcefully sucked out. Damn it! He Tian was very unwilling. This old corpse was truly difficult to kill and had unfathomable methods, but so what? It was just a deathbed struggle. He Tian roused the power of yin and yang, causing the Taiji yin and yang diagram to tremble repeatedly. Endless yin and yang energy surged down from the divine diagram, raising the power of the entire ancient formation to its peak. Rumble! The void trembled, and the 9 eerie and terrifying black vortexes that spewed out endless death aura were actually suppressed by the 9 balls of black light to the point of gradually retreating. He Tian and the 9 Nether Corpse King were both fighting with their lives on the line. He Tian's yin-yang bone body seemed to be burning, and the power of yin and yang surged on the bone body. He was using the yin-yang technique with all his might. However, it was probably impossible for him to kill the 9 Nether Corpse King in one go. After all, the 9 Nether Corpse King's strength was there, and even with the help of the ancient secret formation, it would be difficult to kill a Corpse King at the peak of the King realm in a short period of time. Just as the battle between He Tian and the 9 Nether Corpse King fell into a stalemate, the Yin mountain that was 1,000 miles away had completely turned into ruins. The explosion of the Yin vein of the earth had expanded the netherworld devil lair by 100 miles, turning it into an incomparably huge devil pit that seemed to be connected to the 9 nether hell. Endless death aura was still spewing out from the huge devil pit, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The nearby mountains had completely disappeared from the horizon. The ground split open into bottomless cracks that were like bottomless abysses, sinister and terrifying. These abyss-like cracks were also leaking pitch-black nether fog and death aura. The ground was still shaking, and soil was constantly collapsing from the cracks. The Yin mountain had disappeared, and so had the divine spring of life. The Yin vein of the earth did not completely collapse, but the tremors caused by it could be felt by the entire outer region of the world of death. At the last moment of collecting the source of life, Gu Fei hid in his inner world. The moment he successfully collected the source of life, he closed his inner world and cut off all connections with the outside world. When the yin vein of the earth erupted, it did not affect Gu Fei. At this moment, he was splitting open the ground and burying the source of life under the ground of his inner world. Very soon, a divine spring of life gushed out of the ground, and a divine spring of life that was filled with life aura appeared in Gu Fei's inner world. With this divine spring of life, Gu Fei's inner world immediately became full of vitality. The source of life started to nourish Gu Fei's inner world. The spiritual aura within a 5-mile radius of his inner world had reached an unbelievable level, and it was definitely not inferior to the blessed lands. The turbulence in the outside world lasted for 2 days before it gradually calmed down. When the death aura that was wreaking havoc in the outside world could no longer threaten him, Gu Fei opened his inner world and walked out. When Gu Fei walked out of his inner world, he was immediately shocked by what he saw in front of him. The Yin mountain had actually collapsed, and in its place was a huge pit that was spewing endless death aura. The bottomless pit was like a gaping mouth. It was gloomy and terrifying, as if a ferocious demon would rush out of it at any time. The terrifying aura made people's hearts palpitate. Once the earth's spirit veins moved, it would inevitably lead to changes in the mountains and rivers, resulting in great turmoil and disasters. Fortunately, this was the world of death. Even if heaven and earth collapsed, it would not affect the outside world. All of this was his doing. However, Gu Fei did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, because this was a world of the dead. There were no real living beings here, only endless dead souls. Gu Fei stood high in the sky and looked around. He could see the figures of some dead creatures shrouded in death aura walking around. Gu Fei suddenly frowned. He sensed a few powerful consciousness probing towards him. There were powerful dead creatures spying on him nearby. Gu Fei sneered. He did not pay attention to these dead creatures. Instead, he took a step forward and used the 8 steps extreme speed to rush towards the underworld river. When Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the dusky sky and earth, several figures shrouded in the underworld fog and death aura rushed out from the darkness. Who is that person? I don't know. He is a living being with flesh and blood. His life aura is extremely vigorous. Could he be one of the sacred clan that came from the depths of the earth? The legendary sacred clan? It can't be. The few dead creatures shrouded in the underworld fog and death aura communicated with their soul power. They did not chase after Gu Fei. Even if they wanted to, they would not be able to catch up with him. After exchanging a few words, the undead creatures dispersed and disappeared into the darkness. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and strolled in the void as if he was teleporting. Along the way, he did not see a single dead creature. The world was strangely quiet. This made Gu Fei feel a little pressured. It was as if something was about to happen. It made him feel a little uneasy. Without the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword in hand, he was even more cautious. Swish! Like a 5-colored meteor streaking across the dark sky and earth, Gu Fei used the 8 steps extreme speed to the extreme. Very soon, he was hundreds of miles away. Rumble! There was a faint rumbling sound in front of him. It was the roar of the underworld river. When Gu Fei was about to reach the place where He Tian had set up the array, he felt a black aura in front of him. The wind and clouds changed color and a terrifying energy wave was surging towards him. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked. He quickly flew towards the valley by the underworld river. When he got close, he was shocked to discover that a divine diagram that he could not be more familiar with was actually floating in the sky above the valley. A skeleton that emitted endless yin and yang divine light was sitting in the middle of the divine diagram. He Tian. Could it be that he really has some kind of relationship with the supreme expert that walked out from the yin-yang jade pendant? Seeing the Taiji yin-yang diagram, Gu Fei immediately thought of the supreme expert that had successfully reversed life and death in the yin-yang jade pendant and was reborn from flesh and blood. Both of them cultivated the yin and yang energy of heaven and earth. Both of them could condense the Taiji yin-yang diagram with endless yin and yang energy. This was definitely not a coincidence. Gu Fei then sensed another powerful aura. The Nine Nether Corpse King is trapped in the array? Gu Fei was shocked again. No wonder the Nine Nether Corpse King did not return to the Yin Mountain. It seemed that it had been lured into the ancient formation by the ruffian He Tian and was sealed. There was an ancient formation below, a divine diagram above, and in the middle, there were 9 balls of black light that were like black suns that were fixed in the air, releasing a jet black light. The 9 balls of black light were gradually moving towards the 9 Nether Corpse King in the middle of the formation. Another 9 pitch-black vortexes that were like bottomless abysses blocked the path of the black light. Chapter 5:13. He Tian sat cross-legged on the yin-yang divine diagram, activating the power of the ancient formation with all his might, wanting to refine the 9 Nether Corpse King that was trapped in the ancient formation to death. 9 balls of black light emitted endless black light, like black suns, plunging the surrounding space into darkness. Every ball of black light was a few hundred meters in size and emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. The 9 black holes that spewed out boundless corpse chi condensed by the 9 Hell Corpse King's 9 Hell Heaven divine ability were gradually pushed back by the 9 balls of black light. The 9 Nether Corpse King roared again and again. Powerful death energy and life energy surged out, and the 9 black holes crazily spewed out death energy in an attempt to block the 9 balls of black light. However, no matter how hard the 9 Nether Corpse King tried to activate the life and death energy in its body, it seemed to be unable to contend against the power of the heavens and earth condensed by the ancient formation. The 9 Nether Corpse King's defeat was already a foregone conclusion, and it was only a matter of time. He Tian, I'm here. Gu Fei landed on the mountain peak outside the valley, and then sent a sound transmission to He Tian. He Tian, who was concentrating on controlling the ancient secret formation, suddenly received Gu Fei's sound transmission, and immediately trembled, almost falling off the divine diagram. Rumble, the formation was shaking, and He Tian's mind was distracted, immediately affecting the power of the formation. The 9 balls of black light in the formation were actually blocked by the 9 black holes. Wah, wah. Boss, don't be so scary. The soul fire in He Tian's skull was violently pulsing, and he was on the verge of going berserk. At this critical moment, after being frightened by Gu Fei, the 9 Nether Corpse King could linger on for a while longer. Hee. When did you, He Tian, become so timid? Gu Fei couldn't help but be amused when he saw that He Tian was truly frightened. Boss, old He, only have a set of bones, I don't have the guts. He Tian snappily said. He calmed himself down and continued to operate the ancient secret formation. Endless power of yin and yang gathered from all directions, and then merged into the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Then, it descended from the divine diagram, turning into countless energy rays that entered every part of the formation. The entire formation was undulating like water. 9 large flags were inserted into the 9 formation eyes, fluttering without any wind. Death chi rushed out from the flags, and there seemed to be evil spirits and ghosts vaguely appearing on the flags, screaming. The formation gathered an endless amount of death chi and yin chi, and the remnant souls that were drifting in this world were constantly being summoned and thrown into the formation. The formation's power was still increasing. As for the yin-yang divine diagram above the formation that enveloped the entire void, it radiated the power of yin and yang without a trace of evil chi. Under He Tian's control, the 2 powers had actually reached a miraculous state of balance. The power of good and evil complemented each other, pushing the power of the ancient formation to an unbelievable level. I really didn't expect that even someone as powerful as the 9 Nether Corpse King would be trapped in your formation. Gu Fei said. If this He Tian used this ancient formation to deal with him. Thinking of this, Gu Fei felt a chill down his spine. Without the mountain and river cauldron and the violet gold divine sword in his hands, if he was trapped in this mysterious formation, the result would probably not be any better than the 9 Nether Corpse King. Of course, if it was him, at the very least, he would be able to escape into the inner world, and his life would not be in danger. Roar. He Tian, you bastard, despicable and shameless old scoundrel, if you have the guts, let me out and fight you one-on-one. The 9 Nether Corpse King was enraged. He was unwilling to be refined to death by a formation like this. This kind of death was too aggrieving. F***ck. Are you an idiot, you old corpse? Fight you one-on-one? Do you think I'm an idiot too? He Tian said disdainfully. Now that the situation was so good, how could he do such a stupid thing? Moreover, he was not one of those righteous people who cared about face. He was a ruffian. In order to win, he could do anything, and would definitely not care about the gazes of others. A shameless person is invincible under the heavens. If a skeleton is shameless, wouldn't it be invincible in the three realms? Gu Fei really admired this He Tian. This guy was a little to his liking. He could do whatever he wanted, without a single shackle, without any scruples, free and unfettered, advancing bravely. This was the state of mind that Gu Fei had always maintained. The entire valley was shaking. The great formation continued to gather endless death aura and Yin mist, summoning many remnant souls. A wave of soul energy that was so powerful that it caused one's heart to palpitate was being formed. He Tian. The 9 Nether Corpse King continued to roar, but He Tian no longer paid any attention to him, and was completely focused on controlling the formation. The countless Yin and Yang energy rays that fell from the hair of the Wu Tsong divine diagram were like countless tentacles, allowing He Tian to sense every minute change that was happening in the formation. Do you need help? Gu Fei said to He Tian via sound transmission. He could sense that his soul power was condensing, and might be able to reach the level of summoning the Samsara bridge very soon. No need. He Tian rejected very directly. Right now, he had the upper hand. If he still couldn't kill the 9 Nether Corpse King like this, he would lose too much face. Then you can slowly grind. Gu Fei said via sound transmission. He was not in a hurry, and directly sat down on the mountain peak, but his mind was immersed in his inner world. After the divine spring of life was moved into his inner world, Gu Fei's inner world was filled with dense spiritual energy, and it was filled with vitality. The valley where the divine spring was located was simply a spiritual land. Not only did Gu Fei move the divine spring into his inner world, but he also moved all the spiritual essence of heaven and earth in the vicinity of the divine spring into his inner world. The small valley in his inner world could be said to be a real spiritual valley, filled with countless spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Among them, the most precious was the immortal divine fruit tree that grew next to the divine spring. It was a spiritual root, and there were many immortal divine fruits that were surrounded by Yin and Yang Qi hanging on it. Could it be that He Tian really has some kind of relationship with that supreme expert that walked out of the Yin Yang Jade pendant? Otherwise, how could he know how to cultivate Yin and Yang Qi? He Tian's background was too mysterious, and he seemed to have many secrets. A purple divine light flashed between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a purple flame emerged. It looked like a closed vertical eye, sparkling with rays of light. Then, Gu Fei opened his inner world, and a fist-sized fruit fell from the void in front of him. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch it. The Yin and Yang Qi curled around Gu Fei's hand, and the black and white essence Qi faintly appeared in the shape of Tai Qi Yin and Yang. This Yin and Yang Qi did not come from He Tian's Yin-Yang diagram, but from a fruit. A faintly discernible but strange fragrance immediately spread out from Gu Fei's hand. Divine Yin-Yang fruit? You really moved the divine spring of life into your inner world? He Tian's soul fluctuation came from above the valley. He sat on the Yin-Yang diagram with his legs crossed. His eyes were shining brightly, staring at the fruit in Gu Fei's hand. He Tian was so excited that he almost made a mistake again. He said hurriedly, "Boss, give me this divine Yin-Yang fruit." He really wanted this kind of fruit that had condensed Yin and Yang Qi. "Why should I give it to you?" Gu Fei said with a smile. Then, he bit off a piece of the immortal god fruit and started eating it. Gu Fei's words made He Tian speechless. Ouch! What a waste. When He Tian saw Gu Fei eat the immortal god fruit just like that, he almost jumped off the god diagram. You, hee. What, you? You'd better get rid of that old corpse first. Gu Fei said with a smile. Soon, he finished eating the immortal god fruit and a warm feeling rose from his abdomen. The fruit turned into a bejeweled nectar as soon as it entered his mouth and flowed into his abdomen. Gu Fei felt hot all over his body. He knew that this was the effect of the fruit. Endless yin and yang essence began to melt in his body. He hurriedly operated his mysterious art to guide the yin and yang essence into his dantian sea of qi. The multicolored light in his dantian sea of qi began to operate. Like a bottomless pit, it sucked in the yin and yang essence. Not everyone can enjoy the divine yin-yang fruit. Be careful that you don't explode. He Tian laughed when he saw the yin and yang essence surging around Gu Fei's body. At this moment, the 9 black holes that were spewing out death qi had been suppressed by the 9 black lights. The power of the formation was constantly gathering towards the 9 black lights. Needless to say, the King of Corpses was extremely powerful. It was able to hold on despite being trapped in the formation. He Tian no longer paid attention to Gu Fei. He focused on guiding the yin and yang essence and operated the formation with all his might. He did not dare to be careless. This was an opportunity to kill the King of Corpses. He did not want to miss it. Meanwhile, Gu Fei sat on the mountain with his legs crossed. A vast yin and yang essence surged out of his body. Black and white lights danced on his body like divine fire. Careless. Careless. Gu Fei groaned inwardly. The yin and yang essence qi from the immortal god fruit was simply too great. It caused all the meridians in his body to feel swollen and painful. Even his body seemed to swell up. Moreover, the yin and yang essence continued to flow out of his body. There was no sign of it stopping. And divine yin-yang fruit the size of a fist contained such a huge amount of yin and yang essence. Gu Fei did not expect this. Even with his 5 elements martial body, he could not bear it. Gu Fei's dantian was like a vast ocean that could contain endless yin and yang essence. However, at this moment, it was difficult for him to refine such a vast amount of yin and yang essence. The yin and yang essence that had not been refined yet rushed to his limbs and bones, nourishing his flesh and bones. His skin shone with black and white lights, rippling with divine light. Black and white energy overflowed from his body, and the vigorous breath of life filled the air. Gu Fei's bones were exploding. The yin and yang essence filled every inch of his body. There was only one place for it to be released, and that was his dantian. The 5 elemental origin light in his dantian continuously refined the yin and yang essence. Gradually, Gu Fei's jet-black dantian was illuminated by a 5-colored glow. Chapter 5:14. After taking an immortal divine fruit, Gu Fei had to use his Xian Qi to refine the vast yin-yang essence Qi that had been generated in his body. He did not want to enter the state of cultivation at this time because it was absolutely dangerous to cultivate by the underworld river. Who knew when a powerful death creature would jump out? To prevent himself from being disturbed by the outside world, Gu Fei directly entered the inner world. He sat cross-legged on a hill in the inner world. As he breathed, the vast yin-yang essence qi in his body also spread out according to the frequency of his breathing. The origin essence qi of the 5 elements in his dantian was quickly devouring and refining the yin-yang essence qi that had gathered from all directions. After the yin-yang essence qi was refined, it turned into pure 5 elements essence qi and then spread to every part of his dantian. Soon, Gu Fei's body was completely enveloped by a black and white light. He could no longer see the figure inside. The yin-yang essence qi was vast and mighty. In the black and white light, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Not only was his dantian refining the yin-yang essence qi, but his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were also absorbing the extremely pure and enormous yin-yang essence qi. As the yin-yang essence qi was gradually refined by Gu Fei, the new 5 elements essence qi was absorbed by his body and changed Gu Fei's physique. On the path of martial arts, one did not cultivate the primordial spirit or the nascent soul. One only focused on cultivating the body, using the body to nourish the spirit and the origin of life. It was not inferior to those cultivation methods. Gu Fei felt a great power. His life essence was boiling and rolling like waves. The 5 elemental energies were surging in his dantian. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shining with a divine brilliance. His bones were even more dazzling. At this time, Gu Fei's body did not seem to be made of flesh and blood at all. It was more like a god cast from divine iron. The yin-yang essence qi washed Gu Fei's flesh and internal organs over and over again. It was constantly refined by his flesh and internal organs, making his flesh, internal organs, and bones incredibly tough. Time passed slowly. Gu Fei could no longer care about anything else. The only thing he needed to do now was to use the power of the immortal divine fruit to improve his strength and cultivation as much as possible. The yin-yang essence qi was refining the yin-yang essence qi in his dantian. Black and white energy was flowing. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being baptized and nourished. His physique was constantly improving and transforming. This made Gu Fei's body stronger and stronger. The yin and yang essence qi gradually disappeared into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei discovered that his dantian, which was as vast as an ocean, was almost filled to the brim with the 5 elemental yuan qi derived from the yin and yang essence qi. In the end, his body could no longer absorb any more yin and yang essence qi. The yin and yang essence qi that was scattered throughout his body began to gather in his dantian. The moment all the yin-yang essence qi was refined, Gu Fei felt his body shake. His dantian was completely filled with the 5 elements essence qi. He felt like his dantian was expanding. Then, his dantian began to vibrate. The 5 elemental yuan qi inside his dantian began to surge out. Streams of extremely powerful 5 elemental yuan qi, like a surging river, flowed through his meridians and rushed into every part of his body. Gu Fei's bones creaked under the impact of the 5 elements essence qi. His flesh and blood trembled and his internal organs trembled. His body was in excruciating pain. Am I going to transform? He clenched his teeth and endured this hellish torment. In an instant, he understood that the 5 elements essence qi in his body had reached its limit. His body needed to transform in order to absorb more power. The treasury of energy in his body was about to be opened again. Breaking the shackles of the body and releasing the power of the physical body, this was the transformation of being reborn. Even if one cultivated to the 9th heavenly layer of the royal void realm, it could only be regarded as an increase and accumulation of power. The increase in cultivation and power was not a rebirth in essence. It was not until he consumed the immortal divine fruit and refined the endless yin-yang essence qi in it that Gu Fei's body truly began to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. Gu Fei could feel that his flesh, blood, organs, and bones were all being reconstructed. This was a different kind of regeneration. Just like when he broke through from the transcending mortality realm to the imperial void realm, this was a transformation of the same level. It was a true rebirth. It must be said that the immortal divine fruit was indeed comparable to a divine medicine. Before he consumed the immortal divine fruit, Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the 6th heavenly layer of the imperial void realm. If he wanted to fill up his dantian and let his body reach the level of transformation, he did not know how much 5 elements essence qi he would need to cultivate. However, after the yin-yang essence qi transformed from the immortal divine fruit was completely refined, Gu Fei's ocean-like dantian was actually filled up with 5 elements essence qi. Only Gu Fei, who had an abnormally strong body, would have this opportunity to refine and absorb the huge amount of spirit qi contained in the immortal divine fruit. If it was an ordinary imperial void realm cultivator, or even a cultivator at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the imperial void realm, if he consumed the immortal divine fruit like Gu Fei did, his body would probably explode from the vast qi transformed from the immortal divine fruit. Gu Fei no longer needed to accumulate power. His strength and cultivation were suddenly raised to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the imperial void realm. After an unknown period of time, the mighty energy fluctuations in his inner world began to calm down. After his bones had been reconstructed, they were as white and translucent as 5-color divine jade. His bones were incredibly hard, comparable to divine weapons and spirit treasures. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were flawless, without a trace of impurities. They were like divine treasures without a single flaw. The skin on the surface of his body was crystal clear and lustrous. There were tiny rays of light flowing on it, shining like a treasure. Gu Fei stood up from the ground, and the bones in his body immediately made a series of explosive sounds. Roar! He roared into the sky, his voice shaking the entire inner world. An invisible airwave immediately spread out from his body. The soil on the ground was rolled up, forming a circle of dust and sand. With Gu Fei as the center, it swept out in all directions. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from Gu Fei's body. The void produced transparent ripples, and the entire inner world shook. The terrifying energy fluctuation was vast and mighty in the inner world, and it did not subside for a long time. The heaven and earth echoed with the earth-shattering roar of Gu Fei. Demigod, has my cultivation broken through to the demigod realm? Gu Fei was a little in disbelief. He felt the infinite divine power after the transformation of his body. It was as if he could shatter a piece of heaven and earth with just a lift of his hand, or collapse the earth with just a stomp of his foot. The divine power surged in his body, and his dantian became empty again. This was because all the yuan qi had been melted into his flesh and bones, causing his body to undergo a transformation. However, when Gu Fei looked inside, he found that all 365 acupoints in his body had lit up. Each 5-colored dot was not even the size of a rice, but each dot contained the vast power of the 5 elements. The 365 5-colored dots were distributed all over his body. There was a connection between these dots. Countless 5-colored filaments were faintly discernible between the dots. Those were the meridians that had been energized. As his physical body transformed, his meridians and acupoints were transformed by the vast energy of the 5 elements. They appeared in his flesh and blood, and there was an endless amount of divine power contained in his acupoints that had been transformed by energy. At this moment, Gu Fei did not know why his body had undergone such a transformation. However, when Gu Fei's divine will probed the 5-colored dots in his body, he found that those dots were just insignificant dots in the void. Every acupoint was like the dantian, and it had become incomparably vast. In order to fill these acupoints, one would need hundreds or even thousands of times more yuan qi than before. The acupoints had become the void, and they could contain endless yuan qi. After the transformation of Gu Fei's body, another door to a higher level of transformation had opened for him. If he continued to advance in this direction, Gu Fei would usher in the next transformation. The human body was like a treasure. Only by continuously excavating it could one become stronger and control greater power. If the dantian was compared to the sea, then the 365 energized acupoints were 365 lakes. Moreover, there was only one drop of water in each of these lakes. The amount of water needed to fill the lakes made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It was no wonder that those who walked the path of martial arts found it difficult to become almighty and break through the void to ascend to the heavenly realm. It was really too difficult to walk the righteous path of strength. Gu Fei thought that after this breakthrough, he did not know when he would be able to break through again. It was easier said than done to fill those bottomless pits in his body. Moreover, those bottomless pits were not 1 or 2, but 365. If the dantian was added, it would be 366. Thinking of this, the joy brought about by the breakthrough quickly disappeared from Gu Fei's face. If he did not become an immortal, it would all be empty. Gu Fei did not know how long he had stayed in the inner world. After he calmed down, he immediately thought of Hei Tian and the netherworld old corpse. Gu Fei hurriedly opened the inner world. Bang! The moment when Gu Fei walked out of the inner world, there was a violent tremor, and the whole world trembled. A terrifying energy wave immediately came in front of him, and he heard a sorrowful roar. Gu Fei was shocked. He looked carefully and saw that the valley in front of him had disappeared. The black fog was surging, and a yin-yang divine pattern was fixed in the air, emitting a heart-palpitating energy wave. The void shook. Below the divine diagram, 9 balls of black light descended. A black vortex suddenly exploded. Endless death qi swept out in all directions. One of the balls of black light was shaken away. However, the black light quickly flew back. Under the illumination of the black light, endless death aura actually gathered towards the black light, and was quickly swallowed by the black light. It turned out that He Tian had not refined the Netherworld Corpse King to death. The valley next to the Netherworld River had been destroyed, and all the mountains near the valley had collapsed. The surrounding area was filled with rubble. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the pitch-black formation. The whole world was shaken by this terrifying sound wave. Endless black gas and netherworld fog enveloped the whole world. Vaguely, one could see a few terrifying figures that were thousands of feet tall in the black gas and netherworld fog, roaring towards the sky. Chapter 5:15. Gu Fei could sense a terrifying soul power fluctuation from those faintly discernible figures that caused even his soul to tremble. Such a powerful soul power fluctuation was comparable to those supreme experts of the mortal world. Damn! Boss, you're finally out. This old corpse is very difficult to kill. I've refined him for 7 days and 7 nights, but I still haven't completely refined him. He Tian sensed Gu Fei's aura and hurriedly shouted to Gu Fei. So I've been in the inner world for 7 days and 7 nights. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion sounded out from within the formation, causing the entire region to tremble. The black light devoured the deathly aura and descended towards the 9 Nether Corpse King like a black sun. The boundless black light shone towards the 9 Nether Corpse King. The 9 Nether Heavenly Divine ability had finally broken through a gap. Haha! 9 Nether Old Corpse, you're still not dead this time. He Tian stood up from the divine diagram. His entire body was surrounded by yin and yang essence qi. Divine light shot out from his eyes like 2 divine weapons, piercing downwards. His hands danced violently, shooting out streams of incomparably pure yin and yang essence qi. The entire formation was operating at full strength. The several thousand zhang tall figures in the formation roared towards the sky, as if they were summoning something. The entire heaven and earth shook. Although the auras emitted by those figures were incomparably powerful, comparable to supreme experts of the mortal world, they did not attack the 9 Nether Corpse King in the formation, nor did they attack He Tian in the sky. That terrifying figure stood in the formation, facing the surging Nether River in front of him, and let out a terrifying roar. Formless sound waves spread out, and countless transparent ripples appeared in the void. Gu Fei's ears buzzed, as if there were countless bells ringing in his ears. It shook his blood to the point that he almost fell from the sky. Terrifying, a roar could shake down a demigod. What kind of concept was that? Fortunately, these remnant souls did not develop intelligence. Otherwise, they would definitely be terrifying existences like the supreme experts of the mortal world. Demigods and even immortals were like ants in front of them. Gu Fei knew that they were soul shadows formed by the countless remnant souls that floated in this world. They did not have their own consciousness and were merely souls without intelligence. Therefore, he did not feel uneasy because of these extremely powerful remnant souls. The 9 Nether Corpse King, who was illuminated by the black light, roared again and again. The power in his body boiled again and was forcefully extracted from his body by the supreme power of the formation. I can't accept it. The 9 Netherworld Corpse King was in despair. He screamed crazily as a monstrous energy storm surged out from his body, wanting to isolate the evil black light that shone down. Boom! Another huge tremor was heard as the other black hole also collapsed. A mass of black light broke through the layers of death chi and descended. Under the illumination of the black light, the endless death chi dissipated. The other black hole vortexes that were spewing death aura and underworld mist were also collapsing. The 9 hell-reaching heaven divine ability was broken, and the 9 Hell Corpse King was no longer able to contend against the formation. Roar! Even if I die, I will drag a despicable and shameless ruffian like you down with me. The 9 Netherworld Corpse King roared crazily. Following that, rays of bloody light and life essence surged out from his body, and an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation exploded out. Not good. He Tian sat cross-legged on the divine diagram as the soul fire in his skull throbbed violently. He knew that this old corpse was going to self-destruct, endless death energy and life energy surged out from the 9 Netherworld Corpse King, about to burst his body and burst out. Right at this moment, suddenly, shwa! A ray of violet light tore through space like a bolt of violet lightning, tearing through space and shattering the heavens and earth. It shot into the formation with unimaginable speed and directly exploded the 9 Hell Corpse King's head. Seeing this scene, He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the purple light. High up in the sky, there stood an elegant white-clothed youth like an immortal. "Boss, your cultivation." He Tian was incomparably shocked. He couldn't believe that Gu Fei's cultivation had already risen to a level that he couldn't see through. Could it be? He Tian immediately recalled that Gu Fei had eaten a divine yin-yang fruit, but he was still incomparably shocked. The divine effect of the divine yin-yang fruit was too abnormal. In just a short 7 days, it had actually raised Gu Fei's cultivation to such a terrifying level. The 9 Netherworld Corpse King, whose head had been smashed, grabbed wildly in the void, as if it wanted to grab something, but in the end, it fell to the ground with a bang. After Gu Fei's physical transformation, his soul force was incomparably powerful. It was already comparable to those invincible Emperor realm experts among the undead creatures. With just a glance, he already knew where the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's weakness was. The 9 Netherworld Corpse King's head was its weakness, because all the soul fluctuations came from the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's head. Therefore, when Gu Fei directly smashed the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's head, he also smashed the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's divine soul. Once the divine soul was scattered, not to mention the 9 Netherworld Corpse King, even a true immortal would be finished. Boom! 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 The black vortexes around the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's body collapsed one after another. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc in all directions. 9 balls of pitch-black light shot towards the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's headless corpse. Under the illumination of the black light, the exploding energy was quickly absorbed by the formation. Endless death energy and life energy were refined by the black light from the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's body and fused into the formation, becoming nutrients for the formation. Just like that, the 9 Netherworld Corpse King was easily killed by Gu Fei. It couldn't even self-destruct. Of course, this was under a situation where it was caught off guard. Only then would Gu Fei have the chance to kill it in one strike. That old corpse also died a little unjustly, being killed by Gu Fei just like that. Amazing. Gu Fei himself was also incomparably shocked. He never would have thought that his attack, which was a combination of the power of heaven and earth and soul force, would actually explode the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's head. After the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's headless corpse was killed, it still contained a vast amount of life and death essence energy. 9 balls of black light were fixed in the air, sprinkling down endless black light. On the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's corpse, resplendent divine light of life and pitch-black light of death continuously rushed out and entered the formation. He Tian was refining the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's corpse, extracting all the energy contained within the headless corpse. Very quickly, the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's energy was completely refined, and the headless corpse also turned into dust, scattering between heaven and earth. With the replenishment of the 9 Netherworld Corpse King's powerful energy, the soul power of the entire formation reached a level where even Gu Fei, who had already become a demigod, felt his heart palpitate. "Boss. I'm going to start summoning the soul reincarnation bridge." He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Then, he actually controlled the divine diagram and rushed down. The surging black mist instantly drowned He Tian. After He Tian controlled the yin-yang divine diagram and rushed into the formation, the terrifying figure standing in the middle of the formation seemed to have come to life. It was as if the Buddha had come to life, emitting even more powerful and terrifying soul energy fluctuations. The yin thunder between heaven and earth was deafening, and there were even layers of blood-colored waves surging within the ancient secret formation. Blood-colored lightning descended from the sky, tearing apart the dark heaven and earth. The scene was indescribably evil and terrifying. The energy fluctuations emitted by the formation were simply too great. The entire region trembled, startling many of the undead creatures that were watching from afar and causing them to flee into the distance. Even Gu Fei, who had already become a demigod, had no choice but to retreat into the distance. Gu Fei stood in the distant sky and looked in the direction of the formation. In a daze, he seemed to have sensed the scene of the primordial great devil being born that day. The world was filled with yin qi, and the rolling black clouds were violently churning. The Buddha was about to crush the earth, and there was even a blood-colored demonic light that flashed out from time to time. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Hey Tian. Just what kind of person are you? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This He Tian was able to set up such a powerful formation. Gu Fei could not help but feel a little nervous and uneasy. After more than 10 days, the ancient secret formation that He Tian had set up had accumulated enough yin qi and soul energy, and countless remnant souls wandering in the world of death had also been summoned. The requirement to summon the reincarnation bridge had been met. This world of death was the Naraka Tao that the legendary Buddha had refined for thousands of years. In the distant past, who knew how many evil souls had been gathered here, and there were definitely many remnant souls of fallen experts among them. The remnant souls of such people were powerful enough. Finally, 9 balls of black light, like 9 black suns, rose from the formation and fixed around the terrifying soul shadows that were comparable to the Almighty. The black fog in the sky became denser, and the ghostly howls were deafening. The huge soul shadows standing in the sky roared at the sky, their voices shaking the heaven and earth. Then, the 9 balls of black light spun and flew toward the underworld river. The world was instantly plunged into boundless darkness. Each of the 9 balls of black light exuded a vast and terrifying aura. The Buddha traveled through time and space and transmitted some kind of message. The terrible aura permeated the entire world, causing all the dead creatures in the surrounding area to tremble. Here, the Buddha had turned into a real hell. Gu Fei saw layers of ghostly shadows swaying between the heaven and earth. There were soul shadows everywhere, and the terrible ghostly aura made people's hair stand on end and their scalps tingle. Rumble. A roar came from the other side of the underworld river, accompanied by shrill ghostly howls, responding to the terrifying soul shadows in the ancient secret formation. In the depths of the underworld river. Rumble. A huge creature was rushing here quickly. Rumble. It was as if hundreds of thousands of mountains were moving. The entire void above the underworld river trembled. The turbid river water rushed high into the sky, and many skeletons could be vaguely seen in the river water. The shrill ghostly howls became louder and louder, and the entire underworld river was boiling. A black ancient bridge that was as huge as a mountain appeared in the void and descended from the sky, emitting a monstrous evil aura. The boundless underworld river was completely boiling. The dark river water, which was like corpse water, tumbled violently, and countless shadows could be vaguely seen in the river water. Everything was shaking. Reincarnation Bridge? Chapter 5:16. Rumble. It was as if an ancient sacred mountain had descended from the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The reincarnation bridge was completely black and shiny. It was terrifying to look at. The other end of the Buddhist bridge was connected to the real hell. It was connected to the legendary gates of hell. It was truly frightening. Bang! The entire earth trembled. The reincarnation bridge finally landed on the Netherworld River. The other end extended into the depths of the Netherworld River. One could not see the end of it. It was too big. The first impression that the reincarnation bridge gave Gu Fei was that it was huge. It was really like a huge mountain. Perhaps even thousands of soldiers and horses could rush onto this legendary ancient bridge. Swoosh! He Tian rushed out of the array. Then, the ancient secret array that summoned the reincarnation bridge gradually collapsed. Endless soul power gathered towards the reincarnation bridge. Those frightening soul shadows also rushed onto the reincarnation bridge. In an instant, they disappeared at the end of the reincarnation bridge that led to the opposite shore. Countless ethereal soul shadows followed closely behind those frightening soul shadows and rushed onto the reincarnation bridge. Legend had it that the reincarnation bridge was a bridge of guidance. It could lead the souls in the world to the other side of the reincarnation bridge. They could enter the cycle of life and death and be reincarnated. Although the countless remnant souls that were summoned by the ancient secret array had no consciousness, they all rushed onto the reincarnation bridge instinctively. Gu Fei did not know if these remnant souls could really be reincarnated or find a home. However, this was not something that he could control. In the end, the 9 balls of black light also landed on the reincarnation bridge. The endless soul power was swallowed and absorbed by the reincarnation bridge. Should I go or not? Gu Fei's mind spun rapidly. He did not know what kind of world was behind the reincarnation bridge. This made him very uneasy. Boss. What are you hesitating for? If you don't go now, it will be too late. He Tian rushed to Gu Fei's side and said. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram had already turned into Yin-Yang essence Qi and entered his skull. What? Gu Fei was shocked. This reincarnation bridge is very mysterious. It won't appear in a fixed location. The summoning array can only hold this ancient bridge for an hour. He Tian analyzed and said. He seemed to understand this ancient bridge very well. No way. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. If this ancient bridge disappeared, wouldn't he disappear along with it? If the reincarnation bridge suddenly disappeared halfway, wouldn't he fall into the Netherworld River? Thinking of this, Gu Fei felt even more uneasy. He Tian seemed to know what Gu Fei was worried about. He said, Boss, don't worry. As long as you keep walking forward on the reincarnation bridge, you'll be able to reach the other side. Let's go. Gu Fei had to make this trip. He had to take back the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. They were extreme path treasures. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He used the desolate steps and rushed onto the reincarnation bridge. He Tian followed closely behind him. The soul fire in his skull was pulsing violently. He seemed very excited. No one knew where the reincarnation bridge led to. He Tian seemed to know something, but he was unwilling to say it. He seemed to have some misgivings. Swoosh. Swoosh. A 5-colored divine light and a black and white light sped across the wide reincarnation bridge. Under the bridge was the surging water of the Netherworld River. Because the reincarnation bridge was too wide, which was more than 10 miles wide, Gu Fei and He Tian could not see the water of the Netherworld River. However, they could hear the roar of the Netherworld River flowing under the bridge and into the distance. After Gu Fei and He Tian rushed onto the reincarnation bridge, a few undead creatures rushed out from the darkness. These undead creatures stopped in front of the reincarnation bridge. After observing for a while, they also rushed onto the reincarnation bridge. Time passed. In this 1 hour, many powerful undead creatures rushed onto the reincarnation bridge one after another. Then, the reincarnation bridge gradually faded and disappeared into the void. After 1 hour, Gu Fei and He Tian had already rushed hundreds of miles away. However, they still could not see the other side. It was hard to imagine how wide the legendary Netherworld River was. No wonder the legend that the Netherworld River could not be crossed was spread. It was such a wide river filled with the aura of death. Without the reincarnation bridge, even immortals would find it difficult to cross. The reincarnation bridge had a strange power. It blocked the endless aura of death from surging up from the Netherworld River. This allowed Gu Fei and He Tian to avoid the attack of the terrifying aura of death. Gu Fei and He Tian ran quickly on the reincarnation bridge. The reincarnation bridge under their feet did not disappear. They were still rushing toward the other side. Because the reincarnation bridge was not static, no one knew where they would appear in the end. Boom! A dull sound suddenly came from the front. Then, Gu Fei and He Tian felt a wave of energy coming from the front at the same time. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. Something seemed to have happened in front of them. It seemed that they were not the only ones on this ancient bridge. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to rush forward. Bam! Another dull sound came from the front. The wave of energy was even more intense. It seemed that there were experts fighting in front of them. It seemed that there was more than one expert. As the distance between them shortened, Gu Fei felt a few powerful auras. Gu Fei suddenly looked surprised. He felt a few familiar auras coming from the front. The other auras were the unique auras of the experts in the world of death. They were powerful and full of death. Soon, Gu Fei and He Tian saw many figures flashing in front of them. The terrifying wave of energy came from the front, and the entire void was shaking. 3 figures with flesh and blood were fighting with 3 incomparably powerful undead creatures. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed, illuminating the whole world. Gu Fei and He Tian stopped in the distance. Even a demigod like Gu Fei would find it hard to intervene in a battle between experts of this level, let alone He Tian. What's going on? Could it be that the so-called sacred clan in the depths of this world really came out from the depths of this world? He Tian was stunned by the battle in front of him. 3 living beings with flesh and blood and exuberant vitality were actually fighting against 3 extremely powerful undead creatures. The scene was incomparably shocking. A middle-aged man with monstrous aura waved a turtle shell in his hand. He constantly smashed the soul light of an undead creature, forcing the undead creature to retreat. A little monk holding a purple gold alms bowl emitted endless auspicious Buddhist light. He was fighting with a terrifying evil corpse that was shrouded in corpse chi. At the same time, a faint and illusory figure that exuded terrifying soul power undulations clashed repeatedly with an emaciated old monk. The energy undulations that erupted from them even shattered the void, causing spatial cracks to appear. However, the reincarnation bridge beneath their feet did not suffer any damage even when the 6 powerhouses attacked with all their might. The terrifying energy that erupted from the fight between the 6 powerhouses could not even shake the reincarnation bridge in the slightest, nor could they leave any marks on it. This book was first published. Chapter 517. It's them. When Gu Fei saw the 6 super experts fighting on the reincarnation bridge, he was shocked. 3 of them were the old tortoise, the little monk, and the old monk. These 3 guys were super experts who had surpassed the immortal realm. They were fighting against 3 terrifying creatures of death that were no weaker than them. Bone Emperor, Corpse Emperor, and Emperor of the Netherworld? What's going on? At this time, He Tian also saw the appearance of the 3 creatures of death. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The creatures of death fighting with the old tortoise and the little monk were the 3 invincible emperors of the world of death. They were the 3 magnates of the world of death. How did they appear on the reincarnation bridge? Gu Fei was surprised and happy. He never expected to meet the old tortoise on the reincarnation bridge. Impossible. How could they be on the reincarnation bridge? Are they that lucky? They just happened to see the reincarnation bridge appear somewhere and then walked on it? He Tian murmured to himself in disbelief. The reincarnation bridge did not appear in a fixed location. It was hard to imagine when these guys walked on the reincarnation bridge. At this time, the old tortoise also noticed Gu Fei and He Tian. Ha! Brat, come and help me kill this annoying skeleton. The old tortoise laughed. He was also very happy to see Gu Fei. You old tortoise, it's better for me to help you hold the line. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. This level of battle was not something he could intervene in. Of course, if the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword were still in his hands, Gu Fei could use the purple gold divine sword to attack with all his strength. Perhaps he could kill one of the emperors. Hey! How did you raise your cultivation to this level? The old turtle waved its stone turtle shell and smashed the bone emperor's face a few times, sending him flying. Huh? What's up with the guy beside you? Yin and Yang Qi? Something's wrong. The old tortoise also noticed the ruffian skeleton, He Tian, beside Gu Fei. Roar! The bone arch roared as he was sent flying. The soul fire in his skull was as resplendent as the sun, illuminating the entire world. Boom! The void shook violently as the bone arch displayed a terrifying soul attack. The extremely powerful soul undulations surged toward the old turtle like raging waves. Cracks appeared in the void as boundless ripples undulated like transparent water waves. Humph! The old tortoise sneered. This trick again? Have you run out of tricks? A disdainful expression appeared on old tortoise's face. He then quickly retreated, leaving an afterimage on the spot. Bam! The powerful spiritual force was so condensed that it was almost tangible. It directly shattered the void where the old turtle had been standing, creating a hole in the void. A chaotic aura seeped out from the hole. A super expert of this level could shake the heavens and the earth and shatter the void with just a wave of his hand. Gu Fei felt his divine soul trembling, as though it was about to fly out of his body. The surging soul ripples had also impacted him. Although the bone Thearka's attack wasn't aimed at Gu Fei, it still dealt a significant blow to Gu Fei, which secretly shocked Gu Fei. So powerful. He Tian, who was standing beside Gu Fei, was also affected by the powerful spiritual force in front of him. The soul fire in his skull was pulsing violently. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Ha! If this is all you've got, then perish. The old tortoise laughed heartily. As he spoke, a strange undulation surged out of his body. In an instant, no one could sense the old tortoise's aura. It was as though he had suddenly entered another void. A hazy small world appeared around the old tortoise. Inner world, the old tortoise is going to use his inner world. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately stopped retreating. He wanted to see how the old tortoise would use his inner world to fight. Swoosh! When the bone arch saw the hazy small world appear around the old tortoise, he hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow and retreated far away from the old tortoise. The bone arch immediately retreated as soon as the inner world appeared. It seemed that the bone arch was very afraid of the old tortoise's inner world. Inner world. F***ck, are experts who have cultivated inner worlds worthless? He Tian couldn't accept the fact that the old tortoise had opened his inner world. In the small part of his memory that had been awakened, the cultivators who could cultivate an inner world were all extremely talented and extraordinary super powerhouses. The fact that Gu Fei could cultivate inner worlds had already made the old ruffian very depressed. This was because no matter how he looked at it, Gu Fei couldn't be compared to those extremely talented cultivators. Gu Fei's cultivation was too weak. He wasn't even an immortal. Why are you leaving? Come, let us brothers enter my place again to talk about life and reason. Ha! The old tortoise opened his inner world and rushed toward the bone arch. The power of heaven and earth surged out and shrouded the bone arch. Swoosh! As the bone arch retreated, his eyes emitted a terrifying spiritual light that pierced through the void and shot toward the old tortoise in the hazy small world. However, the destructive light formed by the spiritual power did not hit the old tortoise's body. After the spiritual divine light penetrated the old tortoise's inner world, it was immediately eroded by the power of the inner world and disappeared into the void. Roar! Don't push me too far. The bone arch was very afraid of the old tortoise's inner world because he had suffered greatly and was almost trapped inside. TSK. So what if I push you too far? The old tortoise said disdainfully. Then, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind him. A burly man holding a black rod rushed out from behind him. Pung! The void vibrated and let out a deafening sound. The burly man, who was dressed in pitch-black armor, swung his rod directly at the bone Thearka's head. The burly man in ancient armor who had rushed out of the old tortoise's inner world was the external incarnation that the old tortoise had refined. This incarnation's original form was an indestructible martial body. This indestructible martial body contained unbelievable power. Its entire body's yuan qi was vast and surging. Once it appeared, an extremely domineering aura filled the air. The bone arch was shocked. Before the black rod had even smashed down, he could already feel a great pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The seemingly unremarkable black rod was as heavy as an archaic divine mountain. It displayed a tremendous might, shattering the void. The vast and mighty energy that spread out from the black rod spread out in all directions, sealing off this part of the world. The bone arch had nowhere to hide. He roared angrily and a purple bone blade rushed out of his skull. It enlarged rapidly and blocked the descending black rod. His soul power condensed into an unparalleled blade radiance that soared hundreds of feet and tore the void apart. Boom! The black rod and the purple bone blade collided instantly. It was as if two meteorites had collided. Terrifying energy spread out and the void between the corpse general avatar and the bone arch was instantly shattered by the energy that swept out. The corpse general avatar was sent flying into the sky while the bone arch fell from the sky like a meteorite. With a bang, he smashed heavily onto the bridge. It had to be said that the reincarnation bridge was really hard to an unimaginable extent. The reincarnation bridge seemed to be indestructible. The reincarnation bridge did not even shake after such a powerful collision. Swoosh! The bone arch soared up from the bridge again and stood high in the sky. He did not rush forward to fight the old tortoise and the corpse general avatar to the death. The bone blade in the bone thearch's hand, which was shrouded in purple chi, actually started to crack. It had been smashed by the black rod, which shocked the bone arch. It had to be known that this bone blade was refined from a piece of bone left behind by a supreme existence that had surpassed that emperor realm. It was much harder than divine metal. However, it had been smashed by an inconspicuous black rod. How could the bone arch not be shocked? At this moment, the little monk holding the purple gold alms bowl also opened his inner world. It was a Buddhist land that was half real and half illusory. It emitted a brilliant Buddhist light and a peaceful aura spread out, sucking in the corpse emperor who was battling it. Then, the little monk also rushed into his own inner world and closed it. The two supreme experts immediately disappeared. This. Another fellow that has refined his inner world. The Hei Tian was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He stood on the bridge in a daze, as if he could no longer think. It was too shocking. 3 cultivators that had mastered their inner worlds. What kind of concept was this? Could it be that it was really so easy to refine one's inner world? The old tortoise and the little monk had the upper hand in the battle against the bone arch and the corpse emperor. They had steadily suppressed the unrivaled experts of the undying world. However, the situation on the other side of the battlefield was not so optimistic. The skinny old monk was trapped in a cloud of Yin Chi fog by the emperor of the netherworld, and it was difficult for him to rush out. The fog surged and surged violently. From time to time, there would be bright golden Buddhist light piercing through the fog and shooting out. The emperor of the netherworld wanted to use the supreme power of the netherworld to refine the old monk. The figure of the emperor of the netherworld was faintly discernible in the fog. He shot out rays of bloody light that bombarded the trapped old monk. The Yin thunder rolled, and the whole world turned into a ghost domain. Ghost chi soared into the sky. Although this emperor of the netherworld is not as good as the ghost emperor of Fengdu, he is also a giant in the ghost Dao. Gu Fei looked into the distance and saw that the void was filled with ghostly mist and ghostly chi. Ghostly shadows collided with each other as if there were countless ferocious souls howling and howling. The ghostly howls were endless, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 518. Hei Tian didn't know Gu Fei's background, and Gu Fei didn't know what secrets Hei Tian was hiding either. Both of them had reservations and misgivings about the other. Neither of them trusted the other completely. While Hei Tian was bewildered, something happened on the battlefield in the distance. The Bone Emperor suddenly turned around and rushed toward the depths of the reincarnation bridge while he was confronting the old turtle. The Bone Emperor's entire body was emitting a dazzling spiritual divine light. He turned into a divine rainbow and disappeared in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. No one had expected that one of the 3 big shots of the outer region of the world of death would turn around and flee. Even the old turtle hadn't expected this. While he was stunned, the Bone Emperor was already far away. Damn it! The old turtle couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Swoosh! The corpse general wielding the black rod rushed forward from behind the old turtle and chased after the Bone Emperor as if it had teleported. The corpse general that the old turtle had refined into a second clone was also extremely powerful. Coupled with the black rod in its hand, it was enough to compete with the Bone Emperor. Moreover, the old turtle controlled an inner world, so the Bone Emperor had no chance of winning. Very soon, the Bone Emperor and the corpse general disappeared at the end of the reincarnation bridge. The old turtle flew in the air and rushed toward Gu Fei. He then opened his inner world and stored Gu Fei and He Tian in it before chasing after the Bone Emperor. Gu Fei didn't resist and allowed the old turtle to store him in his inner world. He Tian, on the other hand, was scared out of his wits. He thought that the old turtle was going to attack them and wanted to resist, but he realized that he couldn't. Boom! Not long after the old turtle left, there was a sudden loud sound in the void. The sky above the reincarnation bridge shook violently. Then, the entire void shattered like an exquisite porcelain. A figure surging with a strong corpse aura rushed out of the shattered void. "Where are you going?" A loud roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Amidst the voice, a purple gold alms bowl broke through the chaotic energy storm and rushed out from the shattered void. It bloomed with golden Buddha light and swallowed the corpse. Boundless Buddhist energy filled the air. The alms bowl became as large as a mountain. A swastika symbol could be vaguely seen within the alms bowl. It rotated, forming a terrifying golden vortex. It wanted to suck that terrifying corpse into the alms bowl. The terrifying figure that rushed out of the shattered void was the corpse emperor. At this moment, the corpse emperor was in an extremely sorry state. The left half of his body had been shattered, and drops of corpse blood were dripping from his injured body. That wasn't ordinary corpse blood, but blood essence. The blood core in the corpse emperor's body had already melted and turned into a blood essence that contained a powerful energy. The blood essence contained a powerful force. Roar! Blood corpse slaying god. The corpse emperor roared angrily. The blood essence that flowed out from the left half of his body immediately emitted a demonic blood-colored light. A blood-colored figure condensed in the blood-colored light. The figure was blurry, but it set off boundless waves of blood. The entire world seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. It was extremely terrifying. The blood-red figure was not a real corpse emperor, but a terrifying blood fiend's shadow condensed from the endless power of the corpse Tao. Any living creature that was touched by the blood fiend's shadow would have all their yuan qi and power instantly absorbed by the blood fiend's shadow. Even the soul could not escape, and it would be directly destroyed. It could be said to be extremely vicious. Without any hesitation, the corpse emperor directly let the blood demon's shadow rush towards the purple gold alms bowl. Endless waves of blood surged, and the entire world was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Boom! The endless blood-red light and the Buddhist light emitted by the purple gold alms bowl collided in an instant, causing the entire world to shake violently. The center of the collision between the two forces directly turned into chaos, and the void was instantly torn apart and destroyed by the terrifying power that erupted from the collision. This was a direct collision between super experts that surpassed the immortal realm. There were no fancy moves. In the blood-colored light, the blood demon's shadow suddenly grew thousands of feet. Like a blood-colored giant, it directly punched the purple gold alms bowl that was as big as a mountain and sent it flying. The golden Buddha's light melted under the blood-colored light. The terrifying blood-colored light formed by burning the corpse emperor's blood essence seemed to be able to corrode all tangible and intangible things. On the purple gold alms bowl, the place that was hit by the blood demon's shadow emitted wisps of white smoke, and a fist mark was formed from the corrosion. A crack appeared in the void, emitting an endless and auspicious aura. A golden and auspicious world opened up, and vast Buddha's power surged out from the golden world, blocking the evil blood-colored light that swept over. Then, a figure flashed, and a small figure walked out from the golden and auspicious world. He reached out and caught the purple gold alms bowl that was sent flying. The little monk held the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and wiped it with his hand. The fist mark that was emitting white smoke immediately disappeared, and the purple gold alms bowl was restored to its original state. His body was surrounded by auspicious Buddha's light, and his white monk robe fluttered in the wind. There was no sadness or joy on his rosy face, and there was no expression on his face. The little monk sat down cross-legged in the void. A misty Buddhist land circled around his body, blocking out the endless blood-red light that was sweeping in from all directions. He closed his eyes, but a swoosh sound came from between his eyebrows. A phantom rushed out and quickly enlarged. Finally, it turned into a Buddha that was thousands of feet tall and had 1,000 hands on its back. The 1,000-foot-tall Buddha stood on a golden lotus throne, and his whole body emitted a vast and terrifying Buddha's power. The whole world was shaken by this power, and it shook endlessly. It was not a true god that had descended, but the aura emitted from the phantom of the Buddha made the corpse king extremely frightened. Roar! Even so, I will refine you to death. The corpse king went crazy in the blood waves, and the endless blood waves constantly surged towards the little monk. The Buddha's light and the blood-colored light collided and offset each other. The corpse king suffered a great loss in the little monk's inner world, and half of his body was destroyed. He was so angry that he wanted to fight the little monk to the death. The little monk had already used his inner world, so no matter how fierce the corpse king was and how much he urged the blood-colored evil power, it was difficult to truly hurt the little monk. The 1,000-foot-tall blood demon shadow was also roaring, and it constantly attacked the little monk. Its blood-colored fists the size of a small mountain kept bombarding the little monk, but they were all blocked by the little monk's inner world power. Boom! The phantom of the Buddha standing in front of the little monk moved, and endless Buddha's power surged out from the 1,000-foot-tall body like a volcano, and the surrounding void suddenly cracked. The 1,000-foot-tall Buddha's countless arms all held Buddhist weapons, and they danced together, shooting out endless divine light and attacking the blood demon shadow. The blood demon shadow stretched out its hand, and endless blood-colored light gathered in its hand. In an instant, a blood-colored divine spear appeared in its hand. The blood demon shadow waved the divine spear, and endless blood waves surged towards the Buddha with 1,000 hands. Boom! It was as if two gods and demons had collided, and a terrifying energy storm burst out, tearing the void apart. Rays of strong light illuminated the dark world. The two terrifying figures fought fiercely. In an instant, energy raged in the sky above the reincarnation bridge. Sometimes, blood-colored light soared into the sky, and sometimes, golden light shone in the sky. The whole world seemed like it was going to collapse, as if doomsday had arrived. On the other side of the battlefield, the old monk was fighting with the emperor of the netherworld, but he was at a disadvantage. The chilly wind was mighty, and the ghosts were howling. The fog of the netherworld filled the air and shrouded the world. The emperor of the netherworld showed his terrifying power, and he sealed the void, trapping the old monk in the netherworld ghost formation. 81 Xian ghost flags were fixed in the 4 directions. The emperor of the netherworld had refined the endless soul power on the ghost flags. As the big flags waved, the endless ghost power of the netherworld rushed out from the flags. The old monk sat cross-legged in the formation, and his hand formed a Buddhist seal. He was as still as a mountain, and his whole body emitted endless Buddha's light, blocking all the surging netherworld ghost chi outside his body. Hee. Old man, you'd better give up. Be obedient and let me refine you, and you'll suffer less pain. The emperor of the netherworld's voice was gloomy and terrifying. It was far and near, and it was uncertain. It was impossible to see his figure. The emperor of the netherworld seemed to have no physical body, and he kept changing in and out of the Yin Chi fog. The gloomy words were like a demonic voice, and they formed a terrible sound wave, attacking the nameless old monk. One had to admit that the emperor of the netherworld was really powerful. His netherworld power was unparalleled, and it was difficult for the nameless old monk to deal with. Buddha and I are together, deliver all living beings from suffering. The nameless old monk suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden swastika was projected from his eyes. He chanted the name of Buddha, and a dharma wheel of Buddha's light appeared behind his head. Endless swastika rushed out from the light wheel behind the old monk's head, and they shot out in all directions. Every swastika contained unparalleled Buddha's power. Sizzle, the void around them made a tearing sound, and the void that was sealed by the 81 ghost flags was torn apart. Countless golden swastika rushed into the surrounding Yin Chi fog. In just a moment, a large area of Yin Qi fog was evaporated by the mighty Buddha's power. Countless soul shadows roared and disappeared in the void. The old monk's golden wool protected his body, and he turned into a golden divine rainbow that soared into the sky. He broke through the layers of Yin Qi fog, and broke a gap in the ghost formation. He rushed out. When the emperor of the netherworld came to his senses, the old monk had already turned into a divine rainbow, rushing to the end of the reincarnation bridge that led to the depths of the world of death. He was about to disappear at the end of the reincarnation bridge. Damn it, what a cunning baldy! The emperor of the netherworld cursed. The nameless old monk actually pretended to be weak, and he suddenly attacked with all his strength at the critical moment. He broke the seal of the formation and rushed out. The emperor of the netherworld quickly put away the 81 ghost flags, and drove the Yin Qi fog to chase in the direction where the old monk disappeared. Chapter 5:19. The old turtle, the bone emperor, the emperor of the netherworld, the nameless old monk, and the others followed the reincarnation bridge and rushed into the depths of the world of death, quickly disappearing at the end of the reincarnation bridge. The netherworld river was endless, and the reincarnation bridge was like a giant dragon that spanned across both sides, connecting the outer and inner regions of the world of death. Legend had it that there was only one way for the souls of the dead in hell to reach the other side, and that was to cross the reincarnation bridge. Under the reincarnation bridge, the water of the netherworld river surged and roared, producing a deafening sound. On the reincarnation bridge, only the corpse emperor and the little monk were still fighting with all their might. Blood-colored light filled the sky, enveloping the entire world. The little monk's Buddha avatar fought in and out of the sea of blood with extreme ferocity. The blood demon avatar, holding a blood-colored divine spear, set off monstrous waves of blood as it attacked the thousand-armed Buddha avatar. Its murderous aura filled the sky, and the blood-colored divine spear pierced through the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. The thousand-armed Buddha avatar's body emitted boundless Buddhist power, and the Buddhist light illuminated the world. Its thousand hands danced, and countless Buddhist weapons emitted terrifying power, breaking through the layers of blood waves and colliding with the blood-colored divine spear in the blood demon avatar's hand, causing the world to shake. Even though the two super experts, who had surpassed the immortal realm, attacked with all their might, creating an extremely terrifying energy storm. Even the void was torn apart by the frightening power that swept down. However, the reincarnation bridge remained as still as a mountain. It did not move at all. In the end, the corpse emperor was still no match for the little monk who controlled an inner world. The blood demon avatar that he had condensed with his own corpse emperor's blood essence was shattered by the little monk's Buddha avatar, and he had no choice but to follow the reincarnation bridge and escape into the depths of the world of death. The little monk withdrew the Buddha avatar, enveloped himself with his inner world, and chased after the defeated corpse emperor. Soon, the corpse emperor and the little monk disappeared from the reincarnation bridge. Gu Fei and He Tian were withdrawn into the inner world by the old turtle, and the three-clawed azure dragon and the fire Qilin immediately rushed out from the divine palace in the sky. Gu Fei, it's you? The three-clawed azure dragon Shaoqing was very happy to see Gu Fei. After all, Shaoqing and Gu Fei had gone through a lot together. As for the fire Qilin subdued by the old turtle in the virtual sky world, it didn't have a good expression toward Gu Fei. It was very cold and indifferent, far less enthusiastic than Shaoqing. Why are you here again? Every time I see you, nothing good happens. The fire Qilin cast a glance at Gu Fei and said with a displeased tone. In the virtual sky world, it was Gu Fei and the old turtle who turned the demon clan's territory upside down. In the northern territory, when Gu Fei met the old turtle, an earth-shattering event like the birth of a great ancient devil happened. In short, from the Qilin demon king's point of view, as long as Gu Fei and old tortoise were together, nothing good would happen. Just like this trip to the Naraka realm, it was the work of these two. Therefore, the fire Qilin didn't really like Gu Fei. What's wrong? Am I not welcome here? Gu Fei looked at the fire Qilin with a faint smile. The powerful demigod aura emanated from his body. You. The fire Qilin was shocked. He felt a terrifying pressure that almost suffocated him. This pressure came from Gu Fei. His body felt like it was hit by a huge mountain, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. When Gu Fei released the demigod aura, everyone's expression changed. He Tian was sent flying, and Xiaoqing couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei, your cultivation level. Xiaoqing said excitedly. He just realized that he couldn't see through Gu Fei's cultivation level. Demigod. You've actually broken through to the demigod realm? The Fire Qilin was shocked. The way he looked at Gu Fei had completely changed. Demon cultivators of the demon clan valued strength more than human cultivators. This was because the cultivation environment of demon cultivators was far crueler than that of human cultivators. Demon cultivators who could grow up did not experience many fights and hardships. Only a powerful demon could win the respect of other demon cultivators. When Gu Fei was weak, the Fire Qilin even looked down on Gu Fei. However, it was different now. Demigod was a synonym for power. The Fire Qilin no longer looked at Gu Fei with disdain and contempt in his eyes. Everyone was shocked by Gu Fei. In the Tinglong continent, demigods were the most powerful if immortals and gods did not appear. It could be said that as long as one's cultivation reached the demigod realm, he could do whatever he wanted in the Tinglong continent. Gu Fei withdrew his powerful demigod aura. He looked at the Fire Qilin and said coldly, "Now you should welcome my arrival." "Please." The Fire Qilin didn't say anything more. He retreated to the side and became respectful towards Gu Fei. This was the reality of the cultivation world. As long as you had strength and were stronger than others, others would respect you. Of course, if others were stronger than you, the situation would be reversed. No one would put an ant in their eyes. In front of a powerful cultivator, the weak were just ants. The more powerful the cultivator, the more he didn't care about the lives of others. He would destroy and kill as he pleased. The strong could control the life and death of others. They could even control everything. Under the guidance of Xiaoqing and the Fire Qilin, Gu Fei and He Tian entered the divine palace in the sky. After talking with Xiaoqing for a while, Gu Fei arrived at the guest room prepared by Xiaoqing. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed and adjusted his qi. After breaking through to the demigod realm, Gu Fei's realm hadn't completely stabilized. Therefore, he needed to seize the time to control the new strength in his body and familiarize himself with the changes that occurred in his body. He Tian was indeed a person who couldn't sit still. He walked in and out of the divine palace and quickly became familiar with Xiaoqing. This guy was an undead creature. He directly communicated with Xiaoqing through soul fluctuations. In fact, when he saw the floating divine palace in the sky, he had a crooked idea. He wanted to understand the divine palace from Xiaoqing. Before long, this guy sneakily entered Gu Fei's room. "Boss, this divine palace isn't simple." He Tian arrived in front of Gu Fei and used his soul power to send him a message. The soul fire in his skull was rapidly flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei opened his eyes and looked at He Tian with an expressionless face. Then he said, "You don't have to say it. Everyone knows that this divine palace is extraordinary. A divine palace that could float in the sky. Even a blind person could see that this divine palace absolutely had a great origin. Maybe the old turtle snatched it from somewhere." Gu Fei muttered to himself. He knew that this divine palace didn't exist in the old turtle's inner world. He once heard that in the Tinglong continent, some super forces with a long history had built palaces or mountain peaks that could fly. Snatched it? He Tian was shocked. The master of this place was really a daring guy. If it was true, wouldn't he have offended a super force? A divine palace that didn't fall could not be built by just any sect or force. "Boss, I found that some places in this divine palace are still sealed. Treasures are shining inside. There might be many treasures." He Tian said excitedly. It was obvious that this guy was very interested in other people's treasures. "Humph." Gu Fei sneered and said, "You are really unkind. You even dare to covet my friend's things. I advise you to give up on this idea. The master of this place is even more difficult to deal with than you." If you provoke him, the consequences will be very serious. Got it. He Tian shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Gu Fei, he could only turn around and leave Gu Fei's room. How could this guy leave empty-handed after entering a mountain of treasures? Gu Fei didn't expose him. In the old turtle's territory, this He Tian wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Gu Fei closed his eyes and continued to sit cross-legged on the bed. He circulated his Xian Qi and adjusted his breathing. Sure enough, in less than an hour, that ruffian skeleton Erebus triggered a certain restriction in the divine palace. Screaming miserably, he was sent flying out of the divine palace. Then, like a meteor, he fell from the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, he smashed into the forest below the divine palace. The dust from the ground rose more than 10 meters high and the ground shook. Swoosh! A green shadow flashed. The three-clawed green dragon Shaoqing rushed out of the divine palace and instantly appeared in the sky above He Tian. At this time, He Tian climbed out of a big hole in a sorry state. Old Black, are you all right? Shaoqing asked with concern. I'm fine. I'm fine. He Tian shook his skeleton, causing dust to fall. I forgot to tell you. There are some places in the Divine Palace that Master has set up powerful restrictions. Don't wander around, or you'll be in danger. Shaoqing said. Why did you only tell me now? He Tian pretended to be very innocent, but he was secretly shocked. The restriction was too powerful. He was sent flying as soon as he touched it. I'm really sorry. Now you should know that there are some places in the Divine Palace that you can't go. Just be careful. Shaoqing said embarrassedly. Forget it, I'll be careful. He Tian said unhappily. Then, he flew into the sky and returned to the extraordinary Divine Palace with Shaoqing. After returning to the Divine Palace, Shaoqing said goodbye to He Tian and returned to his place of seclusion in the Divine Palace. Shaoqing was shocked that Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the demigod realm. At the same time, he deeply felt that he was not enough. Therefore, he worked hard to break through the current bottleneck of his cultivation. After returning to the Divine Palace, Qilin Demon King did not appear again. No one knew where he went to cultivate. Gu Fei's cultivation had actually surpassed him, which made him feel very uneasy and ashamed. In the huge Divine Palace, there were only Shaoqing and Qilin Demon King. After both of them went to cultivate, there was no one else in the entire Divine Palace. Therefore, He Tian's opportunity came. This fellow, after seeing little Qing leave, didn't return to his residence. Instead, he sneakily walked into the depths of the Divine Palace. This fellow had just suffered, but in the blink of an eye, he had forgotten about it. He Tian cautiously came to the depths of the Divine Palace and stopped in front of a closed door. He could be seen touching the door carefully, as if he was looking for something. After suffering once, this guy became a lot more careful. It was a simple and unadorned door. The patterns on the door were very old, and the color had faded. It was impossible to tell what the door was made of. From the gap of the closed door, there was a faint light of treasures. Behind the door, there were definitely many treasures. Even the seal on the door could not block the bright light of the treasures. Chapter 520. Suddenly, He Tian touched something on the wall. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of light flashed on the wall beside the door, and a powerful force burst out, bouncing his bony hand away. The light disappeared as soon as it appeared. He Tian saw a rune disappear on the wall. Demon Clan Dao pattern? The soul fire in Erebus' skull pulsed violently. He recognized the origin of the runes that had appeared for a moment on the wall. He Tian stopped searching. He felt helpless and stretched out his right hand. A ball of light condensed on his bony finger. Then, it flew forward from his finger and hit the gate in front of him. Bang! The ball of light collided with the ancient gate and exploded. A powerful wave of demonic energy was emitted from the gate and runes appeared on the gate. Damn! When He Tian saw the dense runes, he knew that he had no chance. With his current strength, he couldn't break the seal here. What is the background of that powerful figure of the demon clan? He Tian murmured to himself. He could actually use the demon clan Dao pattern. This was a magical power that only the powerful figures of the demon clan could master. The demon race's Dao pattern was formed by the demon race's almighty through comprehending the heaven and earth. It was a supreme demon pattern that belonged to the demon race. It had unfathomable power and was the embodiment of the Dao. Only the almighty of the demon race could truly master this kind of demon pattern. He Tian stood in front of the gate for a while. The gate in front of him flickered with demonic light. The demon pattern that emerged gradually disappeared on the gate as if nothing had happened. Sigh. What a pity. He Tian sighed. He was about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, He Tian's movement stiffened. It was as if someone had suddenly cast a body-fixing spell on him. He couldn't move at all. It's not that easy to steal something from me, old turtle. A cold voice suddenly came from behind He Tian. A cold aura also spread out at this time. Please don't misunderstand, I just accidentally triggered the restriction here. The soul fire in He Tian's skull flickered as he tried to defend himself. However, even he felt that his explanation was a little weak. Is that so? Hee hee. A low chuckle came from behind He Tian, echoing in the empty space. He Tian slowly turned around. He didn't know when, but he saw that the demon race almighty, who had taken him and Gu Fei into this inner world, was standing quietly behind him, looking at him with a faint smile. There was another person standing next to the demon clan almighty. That person was dressed in white, and his black hair was casually tied behind his head with a ribbon. His eyes flashed brightly as he stared at him expressionlessly. Boss. When He Tian saw the white-clothed youth, he was instantly overjoyed. My savior. Hee hee. Brat, this friend of yours seems to have dirty hands and feet, but I like it. Old Turtle said to Gu Fei with a smile. He Tian listened to the first half of the conversation and was extremely nervous. However, when he heard Old Turtle's words, he was greatly surprised. Did this demon clan almighty admire his dirty hands and feet? What was this all about? Both ruffians. One is a big ruffian, and the other is a small ruffian. Gu Fei said expressionlessly. Birds of a feather flock together. These two guys were really birds of a feather. A skeleton ruffian? The old turtle sized Erebus up from head to toe, and his eyes gradually lit up. Erebus was frightened by the old turtle's stare, and he didn't know what this powerful being of the demon race was going to do. After staring at He Tian for a while, Old Turtle turned to Gu Fei and said, Hey. Brat, can I discuss something with you? What is it? If you have something to say, just say it. When did you, Old Turtle, become so bashful? Gu Fei said with a frown. Ever since he met this undying old turtle, this guy had never been so easy to talk to. Hee hee. How about you give this guy to me? Old Turtle hesitated for a moment and then said with some embarrassment, This guy is greedy and unkind. He suits my temperament very well. He Tian called Gu Fei boss, so Old Turtle thought that He Tian was a little brother that Gu Fei had accepted in the world of death. Moreover, He Tian actually cultivated the power of yin and yang, which was different from those skeletons with a surging death chi. Gu Fei looked at Old Turtle and thought to himself, You know your temperament too. How rare. He looked at He Tian again. He Tian had been completely shocked by Old Turtle's words. He could not speak for a long time and could only stand there blankly. Does the demon clan want to accept me as a little brother? Did I hear it wrong? If it's true, hee hee. It's much more cost-effective than acknowledging Gu Fei as a boss. He Tian had already calculated in his heart. This guy was definitely a very competent fence-sitter. He would lean toward whoever was more beneficial to him. A strange expression appeared on Gu Fei's face, and then he said, He's not my little brother. If you want, take him. Really? Ha. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Old Turtle smiled meaningfully and took a step forward. As he reached out to grab He Tian, he said, "You little brat, from now on, you're my little brother." "No way." He Tian secretly complained in his heart. His legs turned to jelly, and he almost fell to the ground. "Be your little brother? No matter how I look at it, I feel like a little sheep that has fallen into the hands of a big bad wolf." At this time, He Tian suddenly realized that it did not seem to be a good thing to be the little brother of the demon clan. Old Turtle's laughter made him panic. Seeing that Old Turtle's palm was about to touch his shoulder, He Tian quickly took a step back and said, "I'd better follow old Master Gu, hee." What kind of guy was He Tian? He was sly by nature. At this time, he had already seen that Old Turtle had ill intentions in accepting him as a little brother. How would he dare to agree? Hee. Old Turtle stared at He Tian with a glint in his eyes. He said, "Don't regret it. Back then, the people who cried and begged to be my little brother could line up more than 10 miles away. I'm really sorry. It's good for me to follow old Master Gu. Besides, I'm not an ungrateful person. I'm indebted to old Master Gu," He Tian said. At the same time, he thought to himself, "I'm not a human, so it doesn't matter if I'm ungrateful." Of course, Gu Fei and Old Turtle did not know what this guy was thinking, so they did not feel that it was inappropriate. "You're indebted to him?" Old Turtle looked at Gu Fei with some surprise. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. He then remembered the first time he met He Tian. This guy broke into the demon formation set up by Old Turtle and almost lost his life. It was Gu Fei who saved him. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could only nod. "I see. All right then, I can't force you to be an ungrateful person, right?" Old Turtle said. Although that was what he said, he thought to himself, "You brat, keep pretending. You must have done a lot of backstabbing people." Of course, Old Tortoise was not a good person either. Both of them were experts at backstabbing others. Gu Fei was looking forward to seeing what would happen when they met. "Alright, I came in to tell you that we've crossed the Netherworld River and entered the inner area of the Naraka realm," Old Turtle said to Gu Fei excitedly. "Let's go and take a look." Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. The reason why he took the risk to cross the Netherworld River and enter the depths of the Naraka realm was to retrieve the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. Perhaps after crossing the Netherworld River, he would be able to sense the aura of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. The Netherworld River was boundless and condensed with an endless aura of death. It was a river of death. Such a vast aura of death could isolate all auras on both sides of the Netherworld River. This was without a doubt. All right. Old Turtle also wanted to find the world source of the Naraka realm as soon as possible and refine it. Then, he would turn this legendary hell into a part of his inner world. It had to be said that Old Turtle's control of his inner world had reached the point of perfection. With just a thought, Gu Fei felt the void in front of him distort. Then, he and He Tian appeared on top of a gloomy and terrifying mountain. The aura of death in the depths of the Naraka realm was much stronger than in the outer area. Gu Fei looked around and saw thick, gloomy clouds drifting in the dark sky. Between the mountains, the netherworld fog surged, and from time to time, creepy ghost howls could be heard from the depths of the mountains. I'm back. The soul fire in He Tian's skull pulsed violently. It was obvious that he was very excited. Old Tortoise had just come out of his inner world and caught a glimpse of my Tian's soul fluctuation. He laughed out loud and said, "I didn't expect you to come from the depths of the Hell Dao." Good, very good. Both Old Turtle and Gu Fei were very unfamiliar with this legendary hell. They already had a certain understanding of the outer area, but now they were about to face an unfamiliar world. No one knew what existed in the depths of the Naraka realm and what dangers there were. Perhaps in this world, only the Buddhist Lord, who had almost refined the 6 paths of reincarnation, knew the Naraka realm like the back of his hand. "What do you want?" When He Tian saw Old Turtle looking at him with a burning gaze, he could not help but feel a chill and fear in his heart. He involuntarily took a step back. You seem to have a lot of secrets. Gu Fei also looked at He Tian with an indifferent expression and an icy tone. He only now knew that this ruffian skeleton, He Tian, was actually a guy who came from the depths of the Naraka realm. Old senior, Big Gu, can you not look at me like that? He Tian said embarrassedly. Old Turtle and Gu Fei's gazes were like those of beasts who had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights seeing food. Their eyes lit up and they could not wait to swallow him up. Do you know where the origin of this world is? Old Turtle directly asked what he wanted to know the most. Did he not take the risk to enter the Naraka realm to collect this ownerless world? What? He Tian was taken aback and said hesitantly, why are you looking for the origin of this world? Do you want to refine this world? Chapter 521. He Tian definitely knew about the land of origin of this world. Tell me what you know. Gu Fei also spoke at this time. He could not wait to leave this world of death. He did not care who obtained this world. Erebus knew that he had given himself away in his excitement. Both the old demon and Gu Fei were shrewd fellows, and it would be impossible for him to hide it any longer. If he did not tell them what he knew, he was afraid that the two of them would tear him apart immediately. Don't tell me that you don't know about the land of origin at this time. If it were you, you wouldn't believe such words either. Old Tortoise stared at He Tian and said in a deep voice. Hee. All right. I know where the world origin of this world is, but... He Tian thought for a moment and said something that shocked Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Even though they had already guessed what He Tian was going to say, they still felt that their hearts were beating faster than usual, and it was getting faster and faster. Tell me, where is the world origin? Old Tortoise rushed forward and grabbed He Tian's shoulders and shook him violently. He was so excited that he could not control himself. He Tian's skeleton was immediately rattled by Old Tortoise and almost fell apart. The soul fire in He Tian's skull was also beating violently. Old Tortoise was a super expert who had surpassed the demon god realm. He Tian's cultivation was not even at the king realm of the undead creatures. How could he withstand Old Tortoise's torment? Senior, old senior. Please let go of me first. As He Tian spoke, he heard a crack. Both of his shoulder bones had been cracked by Old Tortoise. Oh my god. He Tian was so depressed that he almost fainted. The yin-yang skeletal body was harder than divine iron and was even harder than the divine bones left behind by immortals. However, it was cracked by the Old Tortoise. One could imagine how strong the Old Tortoise's grip was. This old demon. He Tian was secretly alarmed. The old turtle's strength was too astonishing. It was no wonder that he could contend with the bone larch. Ouch! I'm sorry, I accidentally. Old Tortoise seemed to be shocked and quickly let go. He was a little out of control and could not control the strength of his hand for a moment. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Why am I so unlucky? Erebus looked at his broken shoulder bones and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. If he had to repair the broken bones, then it would take a lot of effort. All right, hurry up and bring us to the world essence. As Gu Fei spoke, he opened his inner world and plucked an immortal divine fruit from the immortal divine fruit tree beside the divine spring of life. He threw it to He Tian as compensation. A black and white light rushed out of He Tian's skull, wrapped around the immortal divine fruit thrown by Gu Fei, and then put it into the skull. Thank you, boss. The divine yin-yang fruit. One is enough for me to upgrade my cultivation by 1 level. He Tian was overjoyed. He did not expect Gu Fei to be so generous. He did not start refining the immortal divine fruit right away because it would take a lot of time to refine the yin-yang essence qi contained in the immortal divine fruit. It was not something that could be done in a short time. If He Tian wanted to refine the immortal divine fruit, the only way was to find a secret place to do closed-door training. This is... The old tortoise was shocked when he saw Gu Fei take out the immortal god fruit. Then, the old tortoise smiled at Gu Fei fawningly and said, Brat, can you give me a fruit like that too? You want the fruit? Gu Fei smiled. To Old Tortoise, Gu Fei's smile was quite mysterious. Yes. Old Tortoise said without hesitation. Only a fool would not want it. If he was not mistaken, that fruit was a legendary thing. Then, let's first bark a few times. Gu Fei said proudly. You brat, you can't bully me like this. Old Tortoise's face turned from white to black, and then from black to green. It was as if he had opened a dyeing workshop. It was very interesting. Ha! Hey Tian could not help but laugh. Humph. Old Tortoise glared at Hey Tian, and Hey Tian did not dare to make a sound. The soul fluctuation coming from the skull immediately quieted down. Alright, can't I make a joke? Gu Fei smiled. He then opened his inner world and took out another immortal divine fruit, throwing it to Old Tortoise. The immortal divine tree growing next to the divine spring of life had many immortal divine fruits, so it was not a big deal to give one to Old Tortoise. Good stuff. Old Tortoise's anger turned to joy. He opened his mouth and swallowed the immortal divine fruit. It tasted average. Do you have more? Old Tortoise asked. Gu Fei could not help but roll his eyes. This fellow was really not satisfied. Did he think that the immortal divine fruit was an ordinary wild fruit? That he could grab a handful at will? No more. Gu Fei said grumpily. I clearly saw that in your inner world. Old Tortoise wanted to continue. If I say there's none, then there's none. Gu Fei interrupted Old Tortoise unhappily. I know. Old Tortoise knew when to stop. At that moment, a wave of yin and yang qi emerged from his abdomen and spread out. The yin and yang essence contained in the immortal divine fruit began to transform. Old Tortoise sat cross-legged on the ground and used his demonic power to refine the yin and yang qi contained in the immortal divine fruit. Gu Fei and He Tian then soared into the sky and checked the surrounding area. Among the mountains, the netherworld fog lingered and yin qi filled the air. From time to time, they could see eerie white bones scattered everywhere. Only some weak dead creatures appeared in the yin qi netherworld fog. There were no strong dead creatures nearby. Gu Fei realized that the aura of death in the Purgatory Realm's inner area was much stronger than that of the outer area. Under such an environment, it was very likely that extremely strong dead creatures could be bred. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. Since Old Tortoise could enter the Purgatory Realm's inner area, Bone Emperor and the others could enter as well. With such a strong aura of death in the Purgatory Realm's inner area, it would be best if one or two dead creatures beyond the Emperor realm suddenly jumped out. The dead creatures in the Purgatory Realm's inner area were definitely stronger than those in the outer area. Gu Fei and He Tian walked around but did not find anything. They returned to the mountain peak where Old Tortoise was and stood guard for him. It had to be said that the immortal divine fruit was the best of the best. One immortal divine fruit allowed Gu Fei to break through to the demigod realm. He wondered what would happen if Old Tortoise consumed an immortal divine fruit. Time passed by. It was hard to tell how many days had passed in the dark world. Gu Fei could only roughly calculate that about a day had passed. Then, a powerful wave of demonic power began to appear on the mountain peak. The yin and yang essence was quickly refined by the Old Tortoise. In the end, a vast demonic power seeped out of Old Tortoise's body and formed a dazzling demonic light. Old Tortoise seemed to be covered in a purple light shield, and the strong light illuminated the world. Rumble, within the light shield, there was a strange sound of turbulent waves. Then, there was the sound of thunder and lightning. Streams of demonic power condensed into purple divine light and circled around Old Tortoise like purple lightning. Gu Fei and He Tian were forced to retreat by the mighty energy fluctuation from Old Tortoise. In the end, they had to rush up to the sky to feel better. The power emitted from Old Tortoise was getting stronger. He was like a volcanic furnace that could erupt at any time. The entire mountain was shaking from the impact of the energy fluctuation from Old Tortoise. Cracks began to appear on the mountain peak. Amazing. Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. Even though they had rushed up to the sky, they still felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The strong pressure from Old Tortoise made them feel suffocated. Boom! In an earth-shattering noise, the entire mountain peak under Old Tortoise finally collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky and rubble filled the air. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The scene was extremely terrifying. The surrounding mountains were all shaking at this moment. Countless boulders rushed high into the sky. From afar, it looked as if countless meteorites were going against the sky and streaking across the vast sky. Gu Fei and He Tian had to retreat to the distance again. The energy fluctuations emanating from Old Tortoise's body were too powerful. This was only the beginning. The nearby mountains shook violently, as if a terrifying tsunami had occurred. The earth was shattering, and the mountains were collapsing. They were instantly turned into nothingness in the terrifying energy storm. Rumble, amidst the loud noise, the collapsed earth rose and fell violently like waves. The surrounding mountains were constantly torn apart by a majestic force. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everything in the surrounding area was destroyed. Hundreds of miles of mountains collapsed rapidly. Countless mountains were crushed one after another. The area within a radius of 500 miles had turned into a desert. Not a single intact stone could be found. In mid-air, Old Tortoise's entire body emitted endless demonic light, like a purple sun that was fixed in place. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the purple sun, shaking the entire world. Monstrous energy fluctuations soared into the sky, and countless stars suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky. It was as if an incomparably huge black sky curtain had been broken by this power. How is this possible? There are stars in this world too. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. It was the first time he had seen the light of stars in the Naraka realm. He Tian said in surprise, "What's so strange about this? This is a world, a world. Of course there will be stars." Oh. When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately came to a realization. The Naraka realm was the heavens and earth refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The stars were a part of the heavens and earth. Perhaps because the death aura in the world of death was too heavy, the dark clouds and fog formed even covered the sky, preventing starlight from shining down. Now that Old Tortoise's power had broken through the barrier of the dark clouds and fog, the starlight of this world could be projected down from the sky. At this moment, the entire Naraka realm seemed to be trembling. Powerful undead creatures sensed that an unimaginable expert had appeared in the inner area of the Naraka realm. After the Old Tortoise consumed the immortal god fruit, he seemed to have made a breakthrough in his cultivation. The boundless demonic light began to recede. The Old Tortoise stood in the void with a heroic spirit that could swallow the mountains and rivers. It was hard to imagine that the cynical Old Tortoise would have such a side. At this moment, Old Tortoise was no longer a ruffian. It was as if he had completely turned into a dead creature. At this moment, Old Tortoise was definitely the kind of peerless figure that could control the world and was the only one of its generation. Chapter 522. The contrast between Old Tortoise's usual frivolous demeanor was just too great. Gu Fei could not accept it for a moment when he saw this scene from afar. New domain name. Old Turtle's long hair fluttered wildly as he let out a long howl toward the sky. The rolling sound waves traveled thousands of miles in an instant. All the undead creatures in the vicinity were terrified and crouched on the ground as if doomsday had arrived. As if a supreme demon had come into being, the aura emitted from Old Turtle's body was like raging waves that deterred all directions and shook one's spiritual soul. Swoosh! While the howl was still echoing in the world, Old Tortoise had already disappeared from its original position. The next moment, Gu Fei felt the void in front of him tremble, and Old Tortoise's figure appeared from the void. Traversing the void, teleportation technique? He Tian, who was standing beside Gu Fei, was shocked to see Old Turtle suddenly appear in front of them. In his previous life's memory, this kind of remarkable ability could only be performed by almighties. Could this old demon's cultivation have reached the realm of almighties? He Tian was bewildered. Let's go. Old Turtle enveloped Gu Fei and He Tian with his supreme demonic power and brought them across the void. Gu Fei only felt the scenery around him change, before he appeared in another place high up in the sky. Dust flew behind him, and rocks shot through the air. Gu Fei realized that they had actually left the turbulent region in an instant. Below them was still a stretch of sand. With a teleportation, they appeared dozens of miles away. "Where are we going?" Gu Fei hurriedly asked when he saw that Old Turtle was about to teleport again. He wanted to know what Old Turtle was going to do next. "Let's kill that annoying old skeleton, Bone Emperor, first." Surprisingly, there was no trace of murderous intent in Old Tortoise's tone. It was as if he was talking about something unimportant. After consuming the immortal divine fruit, Old Turtle's strength had soared and he was confident that he could kill Bone Emperor easily. Gu Fei could not help but be surprised. "You know where the Bone Emperor is?" Bone Emperor had definitely escaped into the inner region of the world of death. However, it was not easy to find Bone Emperor in this world that was full of death. Hee. "Of course I know where Bone Emperor is." Old Turtle grinned and said to Gu Fei. This guy did not take Gu Fei and He Tian seriously for a moment before returning to his cynical nature. As he spoke, Old Tortoise did not keep Gu Fei and He Tian into his inner world. Instead, he brought Gu Fei and He Tian with him and used his teleportation technique to rush into the depths of the Naraka realm. Old Tortoise's cultivation had been elevated to an unknown realm. Every time he teleported, he would cover a distance of 20 to 30 miles, which was far beyond the range of ordinary teleportation. It could be said that this was a terrifying means of traversing the void. He Tian seemed to remember many things. Because of this, he was even more in awe of Old Turtle. He was cautious along the way, and the spirit fire in his skull was surprisingly calm. Old Turtle could probably pinch him to death with one finger now. How would He Tian dare to be presumptuous in front of Old Turtle? Soon, Old Turtle led Gu Fei and He Tian thousands of miles into the inner region of the world of death and arrived outside a large valley that emitted an evil bloody light. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian arrived outside the valley, two powerful energy waves spread from the valley, and they could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting. Old Turtle did not hesitate and rushed into the valley with Gu Fei and He Tian. After entering the valley, Gu Fei was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. How was this a valley? Behind the mountains was a boundless sea of blood that stretched as far as the eye could see. F***ck. This damn place is too strange. How can there be a sea of blood here? How big is this place? It's like a whole new world. Old Ruffian was a little shocked. Old Turtle led Gu Fei and He Tian into the depths of the sea of blood. Ripples began to appear on the originally calm sea of blood. When they were about 10 miles into the sea of blood began to churn. Terrifying energy waves came from the front, stirring up waves of blood. Two figures fought above the surging sea of blood, and it seemed as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. The blood waves rose tens of feet high, and the huge waves were monstrous, as if to sweep the entire world. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Among the blood waves, countless white bones could be vaguely seen. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Could it be that this endless sea of blood was actually formed by the endless amount of blood? If that was the case, how many living beings would have to die? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart trembled. A sea of blood that buried countless living beings. The waves rolled, and the blood-red sea seemed to be boiling. The surface of the sea was turbulent, and big waves came one after another. Although Gu Fei and the others were far away, they still felt threatened. A few drops of blood splashed on Gu Fei's clothes, and a few small holes were instantly corroded, and the skin under the clothes felt a tingling pain. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. The blood water in the blood sea was terrifyingly corrosive. Even his martial body, which had been tempered to be stronger than godly metal, felt pain. If he fell into the sea of blood below, even if he was a demigod warrior, he would be in danger. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud noise, and a figure soared into the sky. He was holding a black rod, wearing ancient armor, and was tall. From head to toe, he exuded a domineering aura that looked down on the world. This person was the outer body avatar that Old Tortoise had refined, the invincible corpse general. Old Tortoise's corpse general avatar rushed into the sky, then held the black rod with both hands, and slammed it down on the figure that was rushing out of the sea of blood. The warrior's yuan qi was surging, and the black rod shook the entire world. It was not a magical power, nor was it a spell. It was just a simple rod, but it displayed great power. Bang! When the black rod smashed down, the air made a shocking explosion. The void was like a calm lake, but now this rod had broken this tranquility. As the void shook violently, there were visible spatial fluctuations like water waves, and then there were dark and ferocious spatial cracks. The heart-palpitating destructive power was completely condensed on the black stick, and even the spatial cracks were spreading out from the black stick. The power of this rod was domineering, like 100,000 mountains pressing down at the same time. The void was collapsing, and the destructive power was vast. Even Gu Fei, whose cultivation had reached the demigod realm, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw the power of the corpse general avatar's rod. It was absolutely difficult for him to withstand this rod. He was afraid that he would be torn to pieces by the mighty destructive power before the rod even reached him. Buzz! There was a vibration that sounded like the long cry of thousands of swords. A purple saber light rushed out of the hand of the figure that had rushed out of the sea of blood and shot out thousands of feet. The terrifying saber light tore through the void, and like a heavenly saber, it cleaved the sky. The figure that had rushed out of the sea of blood emitted boundless soul fluctuations, and the blood waves swept high into the sky. The scene was extremely terrifying. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the entire world shook violently. The corpse general avatar's black rod and the bone emperor's bone saber instantly collided. A black dot instantly expanded from the point of collision, and it was like a bottomless black hole had suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea of blood. That was the collapse of heaven and earth. Terrifying energy erupted and directly shattered the void, causing a spatial hole to appear in a radius of a few hundred feet. The heaven and earth had been shattered, and this was the terrifying power that could shatter the void. Swish! Swish! The corpse general avatar and the bone emperor flew back together. The 1,000-foot saber light shattered in the void, and the bone emperor was like a meteorite as he smashed into the sea of blood. Blood waves surged up thousands of feet high. The corpse general avatar flew back a few miles before he stabilized his body. Then, he dived down again. His long hair was fluttering wildly, and his body was surging with monstrous yuan qi. His aura was powerful and domineering, and he had the spirit to pick up a mountain. Boom! The blood waves surged, and the bone emperor rushed out of the sea of blood again. Boundless blood light and deathly aura shot up into the sky. Among the blood waves, countless skeletons were tumbling. The skeletons at the bottom of the sea of blood had all been brought up by the bone emperor. The corpse general avatar smashed down with his rod again, and the rod force enveloped the entire area. The bone emperor had no way of avoiding it, unless he could break through the force field of the corpse general's battle technique. However, this was absolutely impossible. When a supreme martialist executed a battle technique, it would form a terrifying force field. Even experts of the same level would find it difficult to break through it, unless they had cultivated an inner world. Without any suspense, the bone arch was once again smashed into the sea of blood by the corpse general. This time, the bone arch had learned his lesson. He moved stealthily in the sea of blood. Boom! When he broke out of the sea of blood again, he was already more than 10 miles away. However, the corpse general seemed to have predicted where he would appear. He took a step forward and actually appeared in the sky above the bone emperor first. When Gu Fei rushed out of the sea of blood, the black rod in the corpse general's hand had already smashed down ruthlessly. Roar! The bone emperor roared angrily as he hurriedly raised his blade to meet the blow. Boom! With a bang, the black rod smashed into the purple bone saber. The edge of the purple bone saber actually cracked open. The bone emperor did not have enough strength, and the purple bone blade, which was already cracked, now had even more cracks on it. The cracks were densely packed and intertwined with each other, as though it would break at any moment. This bone blade was considered extraordinary and could be compared to a true treasure. It actually didn't get smashed by the black rod in the corpse general's hand. The bones of a supreme undead creature were simply too hard. After being refined into a bone blade, it could actually go up against a treasure. The black rod in the corpse general's hand was another extreme Dao treasure, the earth-stabilizing divine pillar. It had the supreme power to stabilize the earth's spirit veins, but the corpse general merely used this extreme Dao treasure as a long rod. The Bone Emperor wanted to rush out of the sea of blood, but the corpse general smashed him into the sea of blood again and again. This made the Bone Emperor extremely depressed. Gu Fei, Old Turtle, and He Tian watched the battle from afar. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't have the ability to intervene in a battle of this level. Old Turtle, who had the ability to intervene, watched this scene with interest and wasn't in a hurry to intervene. Chapter 523. Old Tortoise, what are you waiting for? Gu Fei was a little impatient. This sea of blood was boundless and evil to the extreme. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. There was no pop-up window. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said carelessly, "Brat, did you not make a move when you saw me with those eyes of yours?" Old Tortoise said snappily. "What? Don't tell me, you want to." Gu Fei couldn't help but look up and down at Old Tortoise. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. This guy's cultivation was already comparable to an almighty. Could it be that he was still thinking of using underhanded means against the Bone Emperor? A leopard can't change its spots. Damn. Don't look at me like that. Do I need to use my ultimate move to deal with that stinky Bone Emperor? You're looking down on me too much, you brat. Old Tortoise was very displeased. Cough, cough. That's right. You should use your ultimate move less in the future. Pay attention to your image. Gu Fei said as he tried to hold back his laughter. He deliberately emphasized the word ultimate move. Wasn't this Old Tortoise's ultimate move a sneak attack and smashing a brick? This guy seemed to know himself very well. However, I'm very curious. You said that you've already made a move, but aren't you talking to me properly? Where did you make a move? Gu Fei asked doubtfully. Brat, my external incarnation has already fought with that stinky Bone Emperor for 300 rounds. Old Tortoise reminded him. An external incarnation was equivalent to him. That works? Gu Fei was instantly speechless. Why not? If you're so capable, you can also refine an external incarnation. Old Tortoise said proudly. The conversation between Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise frightened He Tian, who was standing behind them. Outer body incarnation. This old demon had actually refined an outer body incarnation. Heavens, what was the origin of this old demon? He Tian couldn't help sighing. Everything that had happened recently had shocked him. He was now certain that these people were outsiders. They definitely weren't from this world. After awakening a portion of his memories, He Tian understood that those who could cultivate an inner world and refine an outer body incarnation were all almighty beings of the ancient times. Humph. You must be joking. I don't cultivate any divine abilities, and I don't practice any techniques, so how could I possibly refine an avatar? Gu Fei said. Old Tortoise looked strangely at Gu Fei and said, I'm really curious. How did you comprehend the Great Path imprint in your body? What a waste. If I were the one who obtained the Great Path imprint. Old Tortoise said with infinite regret. Could it be that warriors can also cultivate the outer body embodiment technique? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. From Old Tortoise's words, it did not seem impossible. Humph. As long as you are strong enough, there is nothing you can't do. As long as your cultivation is strong enough, there are endless possibilities. Old Tortoise said mysteriously. As long as you are strong enough, there are endless possibilities. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was deeply shocked by this sentence. Yes, as long as you were strong enough, there was nothing you couldn't do. Even heaven and earth could be created with supreme powers. What else was impossible? Gu Fei couldn't help but yearn for that omnipotent supreme realm. In front of him, the battle between the corpse general and the boned arch was still ongoing. At this moment, the corpse general with the black rod had already gained the upper hand. He had already sent the boned arch into the blood sea dozens of times. If the boned arch had been a life form with flesh and blood, he would have been so depressed that he would have vomited blood. He wanted to rush out of the blood sea, but the corpse general was like an insurmountable mountain that blocked his path, making it difficult for him to take even half a step forward. Furthermore, the worst thing was that the blood of the blood sea could corrode the bone Thearcha's soul and bone body. As he soaked in the blood, the soul fire in the bone Thearcha's skull gradually dimmed. Undead creatures could be said to be another kind of life form in this world. To undead creatures, the soul fire in their skulls was their source of life and energy. Once the soul fire was extinguished, it meant that the soul of the undead creature would be destroyed. The boned arch roared repeatedly as he tried to rush out of the blood sea with all his might. However, the corpse general wouldn't let him do as he wished and smashed the boned arch into the blood sea again and again. Old Tortoise was playing around, just like a hunter who would toy with his prey until it was half dead before ending its life. This was the mentality of the old tortoise at this moment. However, his interest in playing with his prey was gradually diminishing. After a while, an impatient look appeared on the old tortoise's face. Then, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the boned arch, who was rushing out of the blood sea. Roar! Go to hell! The moment the boned arch saw the old tortoise, he slashed the old tortoise with his blade. A purple blade light slashed at the old tortoise's head like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! The void was sliced apart by this blade, and a thin spatial crack appeared wherever the blade light passed. Humph! The old tortoise sneered as he extended his right hand calmly and used his index and middle fingers to clamp down on the blade light. Then, he exerted some force. The purple bone saber, which was riddled with cracks, was shattered by the bone Thearcha's horrified soul fluctuations. It turned into thousands of fragments that flew in all directions. The boned arch retreated without hesitation. The old tortoise was simply too domineering. He had shattered the bone Thearcha's weapon with just one move. It had to be known that the purple bone saber was the remains of an unparalleled powerhouse. The remains of an unparalleled powerhouse were indestructible and would never decay. After being refined into a purple bone saber, even if it wasn't a treasure-grade weapon, it was at least half a treasure. However, it had been crushed by the old tortoise's 2 fingers. This frightened the boned arch. He simply didn't dare to resist the old tortoise and fled immediately. However, even though the bone emperor had retreated quickly, the old tortoise was even faster. In an instant, the old tortoise had arrived in front of the bone emperor and struck out with a punch that seemed to contain no power at all. It was a casual punch. Bam! Gotcha! It was this casual punch that landed on the bone emperor's chest. Hence, an extraordinary scene appeared from the ordinary punch. The bone emperor's sternum was shattered, and his spine was also shattered. Bone fragments flew everywhere. Such an ordinary punch had actually shattered one of the 3 magnates of the outer region of the Death Continent, an invincible emperor, into 2. The section of bone below the bone Thearcha's chest fell into the sea of blood below and disappeared. As for the section above the chest, it flew backward rapidly. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and He Tian's jaws almost dropped to the ground when they saw this scene. The disparity in strength was too great. The boned arch didn't even have the strength to fight back. It wasn't that the boned arch wasn't strong enough. The boned arch was one of the 3 big shots of the Death Continent and an unparalleled emperor among the creatures of death. His strength definitely surpassed the immortal realm. It was just that the old tortoise was too strong. The old tortoise's corpse general avatar didn't advance. Instead, it retreated to the side. The rest of the time was up to the old tortoise to perform. He took a step forward and caught up with the fleeing boned arch. He extended his right hand and grabbed the top of the bone Thearcha's head with his 5 fingers. Spare me! I'm willing to submit. The bone larch turned pale with fright and hurriedly begged the old tortoise for mercy. He only wanted to save his life. He didn't care about the dignity of an emperor. The old tortoise's 5 fingers stopped in the void. 5 beams of purple demonic light shot out from his fingertips and trapped the upper half of the bone Thearcha's body. Should I kill him or not? The old tortoise muttered to himself. Killing the bone larch was just a matter of a thought. Given the old tortoise's current cultivation, killing an emperor in the Death Continent was a piece of cake. I won't kill him, I won't kill him. I'm willing to serve you as my master. The bone Thearcha's only wish was to survive. He was willing to be the old tortoise's slave and be ordered around by the old tortoise. The old tortoise lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he disappeared into the void and returned to the side of Gu Fei and He Tian in an instant. The bone larch, who had once been unparalleled, was still trapped in his right hand. Old senior, can you give me the bone Thearcha's soul flame? He Tian immediately walked over and tried to curry favor with the old tortoise when he saw that the bone larch had been captured. He Tian, I'm not done with you. The bone larch was enraged when he sensed He Tian's soul fluctuations. If the old tortoise hadn't trapped him, he would have jumped up and fought with He Tian to the death. It seemed like He Tian was coveting the resplendent soul flame within the bone Thearcha's skull. Master, I'm willing to serve you as my master. On account that it wasn't easy for me to cultivate, please don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you and go through fire and water without hesitation. If the bone larch had been a life form with flesh and blood, he would have burst into tears a long time ago. What do you think? The old tortoise completely ignored He Tian and spoke to Gu Fei. Gu Fei rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Then, his eyes swept across the bone Thearcha's skull. He muttered to himself for a moment before saying, we are a little short on manpower. If we can subdue the bone larch for our use, that would not be a bad choice. However, if he suddenly rebelled, I will definitely not rebel. If I rebel, master, let me suffer the pain of soul refinement and have my soul scattered. The bone larch hurriedly pointed to the sky and swore. So ruthless? Mahakala exclaimed in shock. In the world of death, soul refinement could be considered as the most vicious form of punishment. The soul would be captured and suppressed in a certain place. Next, the soul would be burned by the flames of hell, causing the victim to be in a state where they could neither live nor die. Furthermore, this punishment was directly applied to the soul. Hence, the pain would be felt clearly by the soul. It was thousands of times more terrifying than the physical torture. One wouldn't be able to die even if they wanted to. That's right, that's what I thought too. However, in order to prevent this fellow from rebelling, I still have to do something to his soul. A cruel sneer appeared on the old tortoise's face. With that, a purple demonic light shot out from the old tortoise's glabella. A demonic mark condensed in the purple light before transforming into a red light that rushed into the bone Thearcha's skull. This. Gu Fei was very surprised. He had already vaguely guessed what the old tortoise had done to the bone Thearcha's soul. Hee. The old tortoise retracted his right hand that had trapped the bone larch. Then, he maliciously said to the panicking bone larch, I have already planted a soul curse in your soul. Your life or death is in my hands. The bone larch was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and kowtowed to the old tortoise in the void. Greetings, master. From today onwards, I am master's bone slave. Bone slave? That's a refreshing name. Haha. The old tortoise was very happy because the bone larch was not weak. He could be used to deal with the evil little monk and the old monk. Yes. It would be perfect if I could subdue the emperor of the netherworld and the corpse emperor. Tisk. Dream on. Upon seeing the old tortoise's happy expression, Gu Fei could not help but give him a small blow. However, with the old tortoise's current strength, it did not seem impossible for him to subdue the emperor of the netherworld and the corpse emperor. Master, please allow Bone's slave to retrieve the bones that have fallen into the blood sea. The bone larch respectfully asked the old tortoise for instructions. He quickly immersed himself in his new identity. The insufferably arrogant Bone Larch had actually become the old tortoise's bone slave. Gu Fei could not help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. Go. The old tortoise nodded. Upon hearing this, the Bone Larch bowed to the old tortoise and flew toward the place where the lower half of the bones had fallen. At this moment, the corpse general also came to the old tortoise's side. Old tortoise, can you impart your soul curse to me? Gu Fei suddenly asked the old tortoise. Why? Why do you want me to impart this magical power to you? Don't tell me. The old tortoise smirked and glanced at He Tian, who was standing beside Gu Fei. Boss, you won't do this to me, will you? He Tian suddenly shivered and cried. He already knew why Gu Fei asked the old tortoise to impart the soul curse to him. He did not want to become Gu Fei's bone slave. I really can't rest assured if I don't restrain this guy. Gu Fei looked at He Tian expressionlessly and said. Boss, don't. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. If you tell me to stand, I, Old Black, won't dare to squat. I swear. He Tian pleaded. If Gu Fei imprinted the soul curse on him, he would lose all his freedom and become Gu Fei's slave. His life and death would also be in the hands of Gu Fei. Not to mention He Tian, no one would be willing to be someone else's slave unless they had no other choice, like the Bone Larch. However, everyone knew that if He Tian's oath was reliable, even pigs would climb trees. Sigh. It's a pity that I can't help you. You can't learn this magical power. It's a magical power unique to the demon race. The old tortoise looked at He Tian and then at Gu Fei and said helplessly and regretfully. Woohoo! Erebus immediately cried out in joy upon hearing this. Old tortoise, help me imprint the soul curse on this guy. Gu Fei couldn't help but say to the old tortoise when he saw He Tian making a fuss. I'll make you happy. After the cheering He Tian heard Gu Fei's words, he immediately turned into a fossil. He fell from heaven to hell in an instant and experienced 2 heavens of sorrow and joy. However, the old tortoise didn't attack He Tian in the end, allowing He Tian to escape. Very soon, the Bone Larch also found his other half of the bone and barely pieced it back together. It would probably take some time for him to recover to his previous state. Just as the old tortoise, Gu Fei, and the others were about to leave the Blood Sea, they suddenly realized that a blood mist had risen from the Blood Sea. The blood mist shrouded heaven and earth and trapped them in the Blood Sea. __. Chapter 524. Oh no. How could I have forgotten about that guy? He Tian couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he saw the sinister blood mist shrouding the sea of blood. Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others were shocked by He Tian. Gu Fei quickly asked, what's going on? The sinister blood sea seemed to be boiling. Countless bubbles appeared in the blood water below. After the bubbles burst, wisps of blood mist drifted out. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise couldn't help but look at each other. They looked up at the sky and found that even the sky was completely shrouded by the blood mist. It was hazy and surging everywhere. A strong smell of blood rushed into Gu Fei's nose, making him want to vomit. Damn! I didn't expect this old guy to not have fallen and still occupy the nether blood sea. The soul in He Tian's skull throbbed violently. He was thinking quickly. What's going on? Old Tortoise said in a low voice. At this time, he was sure that something was definitely watching them. 2 divine lights as sharp as divine weapons shot out from Old Tortoise's eyes and scanned the surroundings. He was shocked to find that he couldn't see through the blood mist around him. Even the divine sense that he released was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. There was a powerful creature in the sinister blood sea. They seemed to have alarmed this powerful creature. Tell me quickly. Gu Fei was a little anxious. He felt a terrifying power coming from the depths of the blood sea. It was eerie and frightening, making one's heart palpitate. It's the blood fiend ancestor. He Tian quickly answered. He seemed to know how powerful this blood fiend ancestor was and was actually trembling with fear. TSK. Look at your cowardly appearance. You're really a disgrace to our undead clan. Bone Emperor looked at He Tian disdainfully and said coldly. Humph. If you knew how powerful the blood fiend ancestor was, you would have knelt down and begged for mercy. He Tian retorted. He didn't feel a trace of shame. Is that so? As long as this whatever ancestor dares to show himself, I'll tear him apart for you to see. The Bone Emperor said confidently. He had no choice but to become Old Turtle's bone slave, and he was looking for someone to vent his anger on. That's good. It's all up to you. He Tian said gloatingly. Humph. The Bone Emperor sneered and didn't say anything else. Rumble, at this moment, an extremely shocking sound came from the depths of the Blood Sea. It was as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping, and it was also as if tens of thousands of muffled thunder were roaring. The Blood Sea that had calmed down began to set off layers of waves again, and countless bones were rolling in the blood waves. The blood mist in front of them suddenly surged violently and dissipated, revealing a scene that shocked everyone. A red line appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance. The red line seemed to have no end as it crossed the endless blood sea and quickly moved towards Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others. That is. Gu Fei was taken aback. Good heavens. The commotion from his appearance seems a little too big. Old Tortoise crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his pupils shrank. His eyes shone brightly. He could already see what the red line was. It was a super huge wave, a terrifying blood-colored tsunami formed completely from scarlet blood water. Gu Fei suddenly sensed something. The moment the blood-colored tsunami appeared, he seemed to feel a trace of a familiar fluctuation. Rumble, the blood-colored tsunami came very quickly, and the deafening roar caused the entire blood sea to boil completely. The waves surged violently, and the blood waves rolled high into the sky. The blood-colored tsunami was thousands of feet high, and on top of the waves stood a blurry figure. A terrifying and evil powerful aura surged from the front. Swoosh! 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 Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and the others hurriedly rushed into the sky. With a wave of Old Tortoise's hand, the surging blood mist was dispersed. This blood mist couldn't trap Old Tortoise at all. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. At this moment, the Bone Emperor started to feel uneasy. The fellow who was riding on the waves was emitting a terrifying energy wave that set off thousands of feet of blood waves. He entered everyone's line of sight with an unparalleled might. This was definitely a terrifying expert who had surpassed the Emperor realm. Not only did this old guy not die, but his cultivation has also become even more terrifying. He Tian said in surprise. He seemed to know the origin of the blood fiend patriarch. Where did this guy come from? At this moment, Old Tortoise had already put away his cynical expression and became extremely solemn. The other party was a super expert who was on par with him. The Hell Dao was really abnormal. It actually bred such a powerful death creature. Some people say that this blood fiend patriarch is a blood demon born from the blood sea. He is one of the most powerful guys in this death world. He Tian stared at the blood-colored tsunami that was getting closer and closer. His skull emitted a horrified soul fluctuation. Is that so? I want to see how strong the strongest person in this world is. A cold and cruel smile appeared on Old Tortoise's face. After his strength increased, Old Tortoise wanted to find someone to practice with. This blood fiend patriarch had appeared at the right time, allowing him to fight to his heart's content. As they spoke, the 1,000 feet of blood wave had already surged to within 5 miles of them. The terrifying blood fiend chi swept over from the front like a sharp blade. As the blood fiend chi rushed over, Gu Fei felt a faint pain on his skin and was extremely shocked. Humph! Old Tortoise sneered. The other party had made such a big movement just to take him down a notch. In that case, he had to teach this blood fiend patriarch a lesson. Thinking of this, Old Tortoise stretched out his right hand and pressed forward casually. Boom! The entire world shook violently. Then, the 1,000 feet of blood wave under the feet of the bloody figure standing on top of the blood wave suddenly exploded. Blood-colored waves splashed in all directions. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out from the exploding waves. Transparent ripples immediately appeared in the entire void. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. Gu Fei only felt a buzzing sound in his ears. He could no longer hear anything. His vision turned black and his spirit shook. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart. His body swayed and he almost fell from the sky. So powerful. Gu Fei barely managed to stabilize his body. The inner heaven and earth power surged out from the Naiwan Palace between his eyebrows, isolating the terrifying sound wave. He Tian and the Bone Emperor's expressions changed. The soul fire in their skulls seemed to have been hit hard and dimmed a lot. The powerful sound wave actually contained a soul power attack. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the Bone Emperor almost fell into the trap of the Blood Fiend Patriarch. Only Old Tortoise and the Corpse General standing behind him did not suffer any attack. Pung! The waves that exploded instantly turned into a blood mist. A blood-colored figure loomed in the blood mist, emitting an evil and powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. The 1,000 feet of blood wave that swept out from the depths of the blood sea actually calmed down. In an instant, the entire blood sea actually regained its calm. This scene was too strange. Who are you? Why are you behaving atrociously in my territory? If you don't give me a satisfactory analysis, you can stay here and don't leave. The terrifying blood figure's cold voice came from the blood mist. The cold murderous intent made Gu Fei shiver involuntarily. The Blood Fiend Patriarch seemed to be wary of Old Tortoise. Otherwise, he would have killed Gu Fei and the rest immediately and would not have spoken to them at all. All of you, back off. Old Tortoise said to Gu Fei and the rest without turning back. He felt threatened by the Blood Fiend Patriarch. Let's go. Gu Fei did not say much. He immediately led He Tian and the Bone Emperor to retreat into the distance. The Blood Fiend Patriarch did not stop them. His attention was on Old Tortoise and the Corpse General. In particular, the Blood Fiend Patriarch could also sense a power fluctuation from Old Tortoise that was not weaker than his. Old Tortoise, I sense the aura of the mountain and river cauldron on this guy. At this moment, Old Tortoise suddenly received a voice transmission from Gu Fei. Huh? Old Tortoise could not help but be stunned. He hurriedly asked Gu Fei, is the mountain and river cauldron really on him? Why can't I sense it? It's not on him, but this guy has definitely touched the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei analyzed. Alright, I got it. Old Tortoise replied. It was the mountain and river cauldron. A battle with the Blood Fiend Patriarch was probably inevitable. For the mountain and river cauldron, they had to fight. Hee hee. Don't you know very well why I broke into this place? Old Tortoise said to Blood Fiend Patriarch in the blood mist in front of him. When the Blood Fiend Patriarch heard this, he did not immediately reply. Old Tortoise was merely testing the waters. However, when he saw the Blood Fiend Patriarch's reaction, he knew that the mountain and river cauldron must have been hidden by the Blood Fiend Patriarch. Not only had he subdued the Bone Emperor, but he also knew the whereabouts of the mountain and river cauldron. Old Tortoise was very happy and beamed. His luck today was really good. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Blood Fiend Patriarch was secretly shocked. Could it be that this guy knew that he had obtained that item and came to kill him? If that was the case, he would be in trouble. Old Tortoise's smile became even brighter. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Hand over that item. These guys really came for that item. Damn it. Blood Fiend Patriarch was furious. A terrifying wave of energy swept out from the blood mist, and the powerful force shook the entire world. Blood Fiend Patriarch's murderous intent soared into the sky, and his Blood Fiend power surged. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over that item. He had just obtained that item and had not been able to refine it yet. In the distant sky, Gu Fei and the others watched this scene anxiously. I say, Bone slave, why don't you help your master? He Tian said sarcastically. Didn't you say that you wanted to tear that blood fiend patriarch apart? Why don't you dare to go forward? Ha! He Tian was very happy. He finally saw the Bone Emperor being defeated. Chapter 525. The two terrifying experts who had surpassed the Emperor realm confronted each other above the Blood Sea. Two terrifying energy waves spread in all directions, and their powerful auras continued to rise. The Blood Sea below was surging violently, and the blood waves carried countless dried bones into the sky. The entire Blood Sea was boiling, and the blood-colored seawater was surging violently. The two shocking auras collided, offset, and competed. Demonic aura soared into the sky, and the blood mist surged, forcing Gu Fei, He Tian, and the rest to retreat continuously. They only dared to stop and watch when they were 20 to 30 miles away. These two fellows. Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. Was this the true strength of the old turtle? It was really abnormal. It had to be said that even if the old turtle had not recovered to the terrifying cultivation of the demon clan, he was infinitely close to the almighty realm. When He Tian and the Bone Emperor saw this shocking scene, they were also horrified. The old turtle and the blood fiend patriarch were too powerful. They were so powerful that they were comparable to the legendary supreme experts of the world of death. Humph. The blood fiend patriarch can probably kill you with one finger, and you still dare to talk big about tearing him apart? What a joke. Even at this time, He Tian did not forget to attack the Bone Emperor. The Bone Emperor did not reply, but the soul fire in his skull was beating violently. He was furious. This He Tian was really too much. However, although he was angry, he did not dare to attack He Tian. This was because the old turtle had branded a forbidden spell on his soul. As long as the old turtle willed it, the Bone Emperor could instantly obliterate his soul fire and destroy his soul. It was not easy for him to find a chance to survive under the hands of the old turtle. At this time, he did not dare to act rashly. He Tian, your mouth is really poisonous. Gu Fei turned around and glared at He Tian. Boss, I am wronged. I am an undead creature. How can I have a mouth? Unless I, Old Black, am reborn. He Tian used his ruffian tricks again. Be quiet. Gu Fei's face darkened as he said coldly. Then, he looked at the two figures on the sea of blood in the distance. When He Tian saw that Gu Fei was enraged, he didn't dare to provoke the Bone Emperor anymore. He stood obediently behind Gu Fei and didn't dare to make any more moves. Boom! Suddenly, the blood fiend patriarch, who was hidden in the bloody mist, moved. Endless bloody light shot out from the bloody mist, like blood-colored divine swords, breaking through the void and piercing towards Old Turtle. There was nothing more to be said. They could only fight. The loser would lose everything, even their lives. As for the victor, he would obtain what he wanted. This was the law of the world of death. I'm stronger than you, so if you don't give me what I want, I'll snatch it. If you dare to resist, I'll destroy you. This law was simple and direct, but it was incomparably cruel. Only a cruel world could give birth to such a cruel law. Old Turtle didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and spat out a stone turtle shell, which he smashed forward. There was no surging demonic aura, no vast demonic force fluctuations, and no dazzling light of a magic treasure. The stone tortoise shell was like an ordinary stone tortoise shell, but it was rapidly enlarging. When the stone tortoise shell collided with the countless rays of blood light, the stone tortoise shell had become the size of a mountain. Boom! 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 Every time the rays of bloody light collided with the stone turtle shell, there would be a loud bang. Blood-colored splendor shot out, but the stone turtle shell didn't shake at all. The terrifying bloody light couldn't stop the momentum of the stone turtle shell. The destructive blood-colored demonic light continued to crumble. Even the surging bloody mist in front of it was smashed, creating a huge hole. Bam! A figure was directly smashed out of the bloody mist by the stone turtle shell. He flew for several miles before stopping. This. He Tian, who knew the ins and outs of the blood fiend ancestor, almost dropped his jaw. His fleshless jaw was wide open, and the soul fire in his skull was beating violently. He didn't expect that the blood fiend ancestor would be smashed by Old Turtle's shell. "Boss, what Dharma treasure is that?" He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Things were too unexpected. Old Turtle's strength was undoubtedly extremely powerful, but that turtle shell was definitely a precious treasure. "I don't know either," Gu Fei replied. He really didn't know what Dharma treasure the stone turtle shell in Old Turtle's hand was. Could it be a precious treasure too? Even Boss doesn't know? He Tian was very surprised. With the friendship between these two guys, how could Boss not know the origin of this old monster's Dharma treasure? It was really strange. Roar. The blood fiend ancestor roared angrily at the sky. His expression was extremely ugly. The rolling sound waves caused the dark clouds in the sky to explode and drift in all directions. The blood sea below also exploded, and endless waves of blood shot up into the sky. The blood fiend ancestor's roar could be said to have changed the wind and clouds. Heaven and earth also lost color, as if the whole world was about to collapse. Even though Gu Fei and the others had retreated dozens of miles away, they could still feel the terrifying fluctuations of the sound waves. If they were in the past, Gu Fei's cultivation would definitely be shattered by the demonic sound if he was not prepared. Even though he had the cultivation of a demigod, it was impossible for him to resist the blood fiend ancestor's unparalleled demonic might. However, he had already used the inner heaven and earth power to isolate all the aura and fluctuations from the outside world. Even so, he still felt the blood in his body churning, and he was extremely shocked. However, Bone Emperor and He Tian weren't so lucky. They fell from the sky after being roared by the blood fiend ancestor. With a plop, both of them fell into the blood sea below. Voila! He Tian and Bone Emperor immediately rushed out of the blood sea while screaming. They were in an extremely sorry state. The soul fire in their skulls was pulsating violently, emitting intense soul ripples. The bone arch was still fine. His skeletal body contained a vast deathly aura, and the blood fiendish aura in the sea of blood didn't cause him any serious injuries. However, the ruffian skeleton, He Tian, was different. For some reason, he had refined all the deathly aura in his body and started cultivating the yin-yang grand technique again. Therefore, He Tian's yin-yang bone body didn't have any aura of death or evil. His entire bone body was being corroded by the blood-colored seawater until it emitted white smoke. Wah-ah-ah! Boss, save me! He Tian shouted as he rushed towards Gu Fei. The soul fire in his skull had actually dimmed by more than half. How can this be? Gu Fei was also shocked by He Tian's appearance. Boss, quickly open your inner world and let me in! He Tian shouted. The blood fiend Qi on his body was still corroding his soul fire, making him feel like his soul was about to dissipate. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately opened his inner world. He Tian felt like his butt was on fire. Whoosh! He shot into Gu Fei's inner world like an arrow. When Gu Fei opened his inner world, a massive life aura immediately surged out of Gu Fei's inner world. When the Bone Emperor saw He Tian rush into Gu Fei's inner world, he also took advantage of the fact that Gu Fei's inner world hadn't closed to rush in. Gu Fei ignored the Bone Emperor and immediately closed his inner world. In his own inner world, he could control everything. Even the Bone Emperor wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Furthermore, the Bone Emperor wouldn't dare to act recklessly. At this moment, the Blood Fiend Patriarch and the Old Turtle started fighting again. The Blood Fiend Patriarch glared at the Old Turtle like a wolf and punched at the Old Turtle from thousands of feet away. The domineering punch caused the entire world to shake. Blood-colored evil light illuminated the dark world. More than 10 blood waves rushed up from the blood sea below. Under the guidance of the Blood Fiend Patriarch's fist force, these blood waves were like blood-colored demonic dragons as they charged at the Old Turtle. The water of the blood sea contained a massive power of blood fiend qi. It could corrode the vitality of a life form with vigorous vitality like the old turtle. It wouldn't feel good if the blood splashed on the old turtle. The old turtle's body left an afterimage as he rapidly moved thousands of feet away, avoiding the blood fiend patriarch's attack. Although the blood fiend patriarch's punch didn't hit the old turtle, it caused a part of the void to collapse. The entire sea surface sank thousands of feet from the force of his fist. Some places even revealed the bones at the bottom of the sea. Blood wave monstrous. The blood fiend patriarch shouted. The entire blood sea suddenly rose into the sky. Endless blood water rushed into the sky. The monstrous blood waves surged violently and crashed down on the old turtle. Rumble. The old tortoise immediately unleashed its stone turtle shell. The sky shook and the earth quaked. The stone turtle shell as large as a mountain fell from the sky and pressed down. The monstrous waves that were rising against the sky were immediately suppressed. The stone turtle shell really could smash anything. After suppressing the monstrous blood waves, it directly smashed towards the blood fiend patriarch's head. The blood fiend patriarch flipped his hands and a large blood-colored banner that surged with monstrous blood qi immediately appeared in his hands. The blood fiend patriarch held the blood banner and shook it violently. Boom! The world shook and the entire world was shaken by him. The entire blood sea set off monstrous waves. Endless blood fiend qi rushed out of the blood sea and gathered towards the blood banner in the blood fiend patriarch's hands. A terrifying blood-colored tornado condensed and formed around the blood fiend patriarch, wreaking havoc in the world. The mighty energy fluctuations of the large banner actually blocked the stone turtle shell that was smashing down. The blood banner in the blood fiend patriarch's hands had great power. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Even Gu Fei, who was watching the battle from dozens of miles away, was almost shaken into the blood sea. Just as the blood fiend patriarch shook the entire world with the large banner, a pitch-black rod suddenly swept towards the blood fiend patriarch's waist from behind. This rod came so suddenly. When the blood fiend patriarch realized that something was wrong, the black rod had already swept on the blood fiend patriarch's waist. Bam! The blood fiend patriarch was directly swept away by the rod and flew dozens of miles away. Then, with a plop, he smashed into the surging blood sea. At the place where the blood fiend patriarch stood, a tall figure appeared. This person was holding a black, inconspicuous long rod. Book. Even if your comment is just a _____, it will become the author's motivation to create. Please work hard to cheer for the author. Chapter 526. The old turtle was playing dirty again. When his corpse general doppelganger was fighting with the blood fiend ancestor, it had retreated silently. Only now did it suddenly attack the blood fiend ancestor from behind and successfully send him flying with a single blow of the staff. It had to be said that shameless humans were invincible. Shameless demons were invincible in the three realms. Although the old tortoise was a super expert comparable to a powerful figure, he was also an old ruffian. He did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. As long as he could win, he absolutely did not mind using some insidious means. The old tortoise retrieved the stone turtle shell that was smashing down from the sky when the blood fiend patriarch was sent flying by the corpse general's staff. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire sea of blood exploded, and a terrifying figure surrounded by a towering blood aura rushed out from the blood splashing all over the sky. Roar! The blood fiend patriarch was enraged. He had actually been plotted against in his own territory. This made his anger burn to the highest heavens and he almost went berserk. How dare you plot against me? All of you, die. The blood evil ancestor roared madly and waved the blood banner in his hand wildly. Monstrous waves of blood rolled and surged. A terrifying and evil demonic light rushed out from the banner. Under the illumination of the blood evil light, the void was distorted and transparent ripples visible to the naked eye appeared. The endless blood fiend demonic light was like the light of destruction. It covered the sky and shone towards the old tortoise in the sky and the corpse general above the blood sea. A terrifying power of destruction spread between heaven and earth. The corpse general's yuan qi surged violently. The vigorous yuan qi seeped out of his body and formed a layer of yuan qi divine light that blocked the terrifying blood fiend demonic light's illumination. The old tortoise had it even simpler. He opened up his inner world and the power of heaven and earth surged out, obliterating the blood fiend demonic light in the void. The corpse general was incomparably powerful. With the black staff in hand, he took a step that spanned hundreds of feet. As if he had teleported, he charged towards the blood fiend patriarch. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow and his murderous aura soared into the sky. Not knowing if it was because of the extremely powerful evil aura coming from blood fiend ancestor, the strength of the corpse general doppelganger had increased to an incredible level. In an instant, the corpse general appeared in front of the blood fiend patriarch. His powerful strength broke through the endless blood fiend demonic light. The corpse general thrust the black rod forward, aiming for the blood fiend patriarch's head. At the same time, the old turtle grabbed his magical stone turtle shell that could smash anything and attacked the blood evil patriarch. Three figures were moving rapidly above the blood sea like three flashes of lightning. Their speed was so fast that it was hard to see them with the naked eye. Three terrifying experts comparable to almighties engaged in a life and death battle above the blood sea. Terrifying energies were colliding. Heaven and earth were shaking, and the sea of blood was churning violently. The waves of blood were roaring, and it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Gu Fei could not intervene in a battle of this level. What he wanted to do now was to retrieve the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword as soon as possible. These two supreme treasures had been refined by him. Moreover, they were psychic items. Although they had rushed into the depths of the death world, if they were not trapped, they would have flown back on their own. The mountain and river cauldron must have fallen into the hands of the blood fiend patriarch. Gu Fei sensed a faint aura of the mountain and river cauldron from the blood fiend patriarch. It was obvious that the mountain and river cauldron must have been sealed somewhere by the blood evil ancestor's great divine sense. In this world, only existences comparable to almighties could seal a supreme treasure like the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, although the supreme treasure had the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth, if there was no one controlling it, its power would be greatly reduced and it would not be able to exert the power it should have. When Gu Fei thought of this, he stopped watching the battle between the old turtle and the blood fiend patriarch. He flew above the blood sea, avoiding the terrifying battlefield in front of him, and then flew towards the depths of the blood sea. Soon, he was far away from the area where the old turtle and the blood fiend patriarch were fighting. However, very soon, Gu Fei discovered a serious problem. In the blood sea, the color of blood was vast and bloody mist was rising. It was difficult to distinguish the direction at all. Moreover, he did not know where the blood fiend patriarch's lair was. Gu Fei's top priority was to find the blood fiend patriarch's lair because the mountain and river cauldron was likely to be hidden in his lair. However, the blood sea was vast and seemed to have no end. If Gu Fei was alone, he might not be able to find the blood fiend patriarch's lair even if he searched for 100 years in the blood sea. Gu Fei helplessly stopped high in the sky and frowned. Where was the blood fiend patriarch's lair? Gu Fei pondered. He had encountered a tricky problem. He realized that not only could he not find the blood fiend patriarch's lair, he might even get lost in the blood sea. Just when Gu Fei was at his wit's end, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. How could I forget about that guy? Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He directly opened his inner world and found He Tian, who was soaking in the holy spring. Then, he grabbed the guy who was enjoying the water of life washing his bones and soul. Ouch, boss, I haven't recovered yet. Let me soak for a while more. He Tian seemed to be very reluctant to leave the holy spring that was full of life aura. He Tian fell into the blood sea. The blood fiend she contained in the blood sea corroded his bones and soul fire. The holy spring of life contained endless life essence, which happened to be the nemesis of the blood fiend Shi. He Tian was different from the other skeletons. He had successfully shed the death energy on his body. The water of life, for him, was beneficial and harmless. He had only soaked in the water of life in the holy spring of life for less than half an hour. He Tian's yin and yang bone body became crystal clear again, like a divine jade. The soul fire in his skull had also become vigorous. Obviously, the blood fiend Qi on He Tian's body had been completely cleansed by the water of life. Soak more, my ass. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and knocked hard on He Tian's skull. If Gu Fei had known that this guy had entered his inner world to soak in the holy spring of life, would he have let this guy in? He had not even soaked in the holy spring of life, but this guy had snatched it before him. You'd better find the lair of the blood fiend ancestor for me. Otherwise, I will throw you into the blood sea below and let you have a good soak. Gu Fei said in a low voice. What? He Tian was shocked when he heard this. The lair of the blood fiend ancestor? That was the most dangerous place in this blood sea. Hee. Judging from your reaction, you must know where the lair of the blood fiend ancestor is. Gu Fei saw He Ti's expression and knew that he had guessed correctly. Since He Tian knew the origin of the blood fiend ancestor, it was very likely that he knew where the lair of the blood fiend ancestor was. This guy's hands and feet were very dirty. He always coveted other people's treasures. He might have visited the lair of the three magnates in the outer region of the world of death. Otherwise, he would not have stolen the mysterious ancient seal that was comparable to the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword in the corpse king's territory. Boss, I actually don't know anything. He Tian said to Gu Fei in an extremely serious tone. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and then said coldly, it seems that some skeletons are itching and want to take a bath. Seeing that Gu Fei was serious and wasn't joking, Erebus couldn't help but feel nervous. He hastily said, Boss, don't. Erebus frantically waved his bony hands in front of him while retreating. Are you kidding me? If you really threw me into the blood sea below, what would happen? I might not be able to keep my life. He Tian thought. If you don't want to take a bath, quickly take me to the lair of the blood fiend ancestor. Gu Fei glared at He Tian and said sternly. If he did not teach this guy a lesson, he would not be obedient. Got it. Although He Tian was very unwilling to go to the lair of the blood fiend ancestor, he had no choice but to go under Gu Fei's threat. Who asked the other party to have such a strong fist? He Tian identified the direction in the house and then flew in a certain direction. The Netherworld River and the Blood Sea were two of the most dangerous places in the world of death. Ordinary undead creatures that entered these two places would never have the chance to get out. The Blood Sea was also full of danger. Moreover, this Blood Sea seemed to be endless. Once one went deep, it was difficult to identify the correct direction and one could get lost. When his energy was exhausted and he couldn't walk out of this evil Blood Sea, he could only fall into the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea was extremely powerful and could even corrode one's soul. His life and soul would be corroded by the Blood Sea, and he would end up with a miserable fate of having his soul destroyed. He Tian, this ruffian, was indeed a thief skeleton. He seemed to have visited the lair of the blood fiend ancestor and was very familiar with the Blood Sea. He flew above the Blood Sea with Gu Fei. Every once in a while, he would change his direction. After flying above the Blood Sea for 6 hours, suddenly, a shadow appeared on the surface of the sea in front of them. He Tian took Gu Fei and flew directly towards the shadow on the surface of the sea in the distance. What is that? Gu Fei asked. Had they already passed through the Blood Sea? Was the land at the end of the Blood Sea in front of them? That is an island in the center of the Blood Sea. He Tian answered. His soul fluctuation was very weak, so weak that Gu Fei could just catch what he wanted to express. Try to restrain your aura and strength, even the fluctuation of your soul. He Tian said. As they approached the island in front of them, He Tian's speed gradually slowed down. Is there danger on the island? Gu Fei saw that He Tian had become cautious. He dared not be careless. There is a powerful formation and countless Blood Azura clan born from the Blood Sea. If we are discovered by them, we can only run for our lives. He Tian said solemnly. At this moment, a beam of blood light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It cut through the dark sky like a blood-red meteor and shot into the island in front of them. Oh no! He Tian was shocked. He quickly rushed into the blood mist and hid himself. Gu Fei followed closely behind He Tian and hid himself in the blood mist. The blood mist floating above the blood sea also contained blood evil qi, which could corrode lives and souls. However, the blood evil qi in the blood mist was far weaker than the blood evil qi in the sea. He Tian's yin-yang bone body was flowing with yin and yang qi. The blood mist floating around him could not touch his bone body at all. Gu Fei was more direct. The power of heaven and earth surged out from between his eyebrows and blocked all the blood-red evil spirits outside his body. He was much more relaxed than He Tian. After the blood-red light that had suddenly appeared shot into the island ahead, a few figures quickly rushed out from the island. Looking out from the blood mist, one could see that there were 5 aliens with blood-red wings on their backs. They had green faces and fangs, long arms and legs. They were skinny and had blood-red eyes. They looked like evil spirits. That's... Gu Fei was very surprised, because he sensed an incomparably powerful evil aura from the 5 beasts. The fellows that rushed out from the island all had the terrifying strength of the Emperor realm. The dead creatures in the inner region of the world of death were much stronger than those in the outer region. In the Nether Blood Sea, there were not only terrible experts who were comparable to great powers, but also 5 super experts of the Emperor realm. Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked. After the beasts rushed out of the island, they quickly flew in the direction of the bloody light and disappeared into the dusky sky in the blink of an eye. Those are the experts of the Blood Azura clan. The Blood Evil Ancestor is their leader. He Tian analyzed. It seems that the Blood Evil Ancestor is summoning the experts of the Blood Azura clan to help. Gu Fei immediately thought of the battle between the Blood Evil Ancestor and Old Tortoise. Gu Fei and He Tian cautiously approached the island. Although the experts of the Blood Azura clan had all been dispatched, they still did not dare to be careless. Who knew if there were other experts on the island? The closer they got to the island, the more Gu Fei had a feeling in his heart. The feeling became clearer and clearer, as if there was a voice calling out to him from the unseen world. This was the most subtle connection between the soul and the soul. Gu Fei was certain that the mountain and river cauldron was on the island. They approached the island carefully and landed on it. Gu Fei found that there was not a trace of green on the island. The reddish-brown soil was very dry and hard, and there were many white bones everywhere. There was a black fog lingering on the island, making it look gloomy and terrifying. Crack! 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 Suddenly, the crisp sound of bones breaking came from not far away. This sound was made when some dry bones were crushed by hard objects. A silhouette swayed in the distance. It was a shriveled, tall, and skinny man with a green face and fangs. His skin was blood-red in color. He seemed to be patrolling the coast. Azura Island, the lair of the Blood Evil Ancestor. This alien resembled an evil spirit and had a strong blood evil force surging around its body. It was the legendary Blood Azura that was born in the Nether Blood Sea. Gu Fei and He Tian did not want to alarm the Blood Azura clan, so they cautiously walked into the Azura Island. The Blood Azura patrolling the coast did not notice Gu Fei and He Tian. It had to be said that the Azura Island was really vast. Gu Fei and He Tian walked into the island for more than 2 hours, but they had not reached the deepest part of the Azura Island. In the process, Gu Fei and He Tian encountered many Blood Azuras. They dodged, and their speed was unavoidably fast and slow. On the giant island that was surrounded by blood evil qi, there were countless dry bones scattered everywhere. Under He Tian's lead, Gu Fei and He Tian went around many castles on the island that were guarded by experts. They avoided the Blood Azuras and carefully walked into the depths of the Azura Island. This book. Updated in time. Chapter 527. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to venture deeper into the Azura Island by relying on that faint connection. It was only when Gu Fei truly felt the aura of the cauldron of mountain and river that he stopped. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He could sense that the cauldron of mountain and river was nearby. Since he had refined the cauldron of mountain and river, there was a faint connection between him and the cauldron of mountain and river. Gu Fei's cultivation was not strong enough. If he was too far away from the cauldron of mountain and river, he would not be able to feel this mysterious connection. If his cultivation was strong enough, no matter how far away he was from the cauldron of mountain and river, he would be able to summon the cauldron of mountain and river to his side with a single thought. At this point, Gu Fei no longer needed He Tian to lead the way. He rushed forward at high speed. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of him. It was a pitch-black city made entirely of huge stones. It was filled with the aura of death. It was as if an ancient ferocious beast was entrenched on the earth, suffocating all who looked at it. It was obvious that this huge city had stood on the earth for countless years. It exuded an ancient and vicissitudes of life. The aura of the cauldron of mountain and river originated from this huge city. Gu Fei and He Tian did not recklessly enter the huge city. Instead, they carefully observed the movements within the city from the outside. They had to first make sure that there were no experts guarding the city. The sky above the huge city was covered in blood-red demonic clouds. The surroundings of the huge city were very spacious. There were no obstacles for them to hide in. If they wanted to enter the huge city, they would most likely be exposed. This was the center of the Azura Island. If they were discovered by the Blood Azura clan, they would be besieged by them. Gu Fei and He Tian's lives would be in danger. However, it was very strange. The huge city was quiet. There was not a single person from the Blood Azura clan. How could there be no one from the Blood Azura clan in such a huge city? Gu Fei and He Tian felt that something was wrong, but they did not know what it was. Gu Fei and He Tian had been quietly observing outside the city for nearly 2 hours, but they still could not see the shadow of a single Blood Azura clan member. Should we go in? He Tian asked. Nonsense, why not? As long as I can retrieve the mountain and river cauldron, I'm confident that I can escape even if the Blood Azura on the island are alarmed. Gu Fei said coldly, his eyes glinting with killing intent. Gu Fei and Erebus restrained their auras as much as possible, then snuck into the city without making a sound. Everything went smoothly. No one from the Blood Azura clan had discovered them. In fact, no one from the Blood Azura clan could be found in the vicinity of the giant city. The clansmen of the Blood Azura clan seemed to have retreated far away, unwilling to approach the giant city. After entering the huge city, Gu Fei's heart sensed even more strongly. He easily located the aura of the cauldron of mountain and river. There was a vast square in the center of the huge city. An ancient cauldron stood in the middle of the square like a small hill. 48 blood-red banners were placed around the square. Each banner was 10 feet long. The banners exuded a terrifying blood-evil force and were shrouded in bursts of blood-red light. The cauldron of mountain and river. Gu Fei exclaimed in joy when he saw the cauldron in the middle of the square. Gu Fei found that each of the banners was somewhat similar to the one in the hands of the blood-evil ancestor. It seemed that the demonic talismans on the banners were different. Each of the banners exuded a frightening evil aura. It was as if they were the condensation of endless evil power. The 48 banners formed a terrifying formation that sealed off the space. The vast evil power exuded from the banners firmly suppressed the cauldron in the middle of the square. This was why the cauldron of mountain and river could not return to Gu Fei's hands. The cauldron of mountain and river had been suppressed by the blood-evil ancestor's evil formation with great power. Boss, I don't think you can retrieve your heaven-defying ancient treasure. The blood-evil ancestor has really put in a lot of effort to suppress this heaven-defying ancient treasure. He Tian said to Gu Fei as he looked at the formation on the square. What do you see? Gu Fei asked. He would not touch the formation before he had a clear understanding of its power. This formation is called the Blood-Evil Sky Slaughtering Formation. It's the Blood-Evil Ancestor's trump card. He Tian said solemnly as he looked at the evil formation shrouded in blood mist. Humph. How arrogant. He actually wants to slaughter the heavens. However, this so-called sky-slaughtering formation might not be impossible to break. Gu Fei sneered. The chaotic primordial qi nurtured in the mountain and river cauldron could suppress mountains and rivers. It could also smelt all the powers in the world. No one was controlling the mountain and river cauldron, so it would not automatically guide the chaotic primordial qi out. However, the situation was different after he came here. No one can break the blood evil ancestors formation unless a supreme expert comes in person. He Tian said. He seemed to know how powerful this formation was. Is that so? Gu Fei said disdainfully. He wanted to see what was so great about this formation. When Gu Fei thought of this, he sat down with his legs crossed. He then said to He Tian, "Protect me. Watch me break this formation and take back my things." When He Tian heard this, he could not help but stare at Gu Fei. He was also very curious about what method Gu Fei would use to break this formation. He did not say anything and immediately retreated. Gu Fei calmed himself down and then communicated with the cauldron's soul of the mountain and river cauldron with his mind. Since Gu Fei's arrival, the giant cauldron in the center of the square seemed to have sensed his presence and began to vibrate gently. The 48 banners that were inserted around the square immediately released layers of blood mist. The mist shrouded the mountain and river cauldron, trying to suppress the mountain and river cauldron with its powerful blood evil force. For a moment, the whole square was suddenly filled with blood mist. It was as if there was a surging wave of blood mist. The entire giant city was shaking. He Tian had vaguely guessed why there was not a single member of the Blood Azura clan in this giant city. It seemed that the formation in the square had caused the entire city to become empty. When the formation was activated, it formed a terrifying force field that gathered the blood evil force from all directions. If the members of the Blood Azura clan were in the city, they would have their blood evil force forcefully extracted from their bodies. In the best case scenario, they would be crippled. In the worst case scenario, they would lose their lives. Who would dare to stay in the giant city? Gu Fei and the cauldron's soul of the mountain and river cauldron were connected. Under Gu Fei's guidance, the mountain and river cauldron in the center of the square began to shake more and more violently. Rumble, the entire giant city began to shake at the fastest speed. Crack. 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 The ground of the square began to crack. The 48 banners around the square were swaying violently. The terrifying blood evil force was like a raging wave that swept over the square. However, it could no longer suppress the mountain and river cauldron. Soon, a misty, inconspicuous, dust-like gas emanated from the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei had successfully guided the primordial chaos qi out of the cauldron through the formation. This terrifying blood evil formation was condensed with extremely powerful blood evil force. It could block divine sense and seal the heaven and earth. However, there was a trace of spiritual connection between Gu Fei and the mountain and river cauldron. Even if the blood evil formation were to unleash its full power, it would not be able to cut off the connection. Rumble, in the midst of the loud noise, the mountain and river cauldron, which was shrouded in the primordial chaos qi, slowly rose from the ground. The entire void was shaking. The great power formed by the blood evil formation could no longer suppress the mountain and river cauldron. Seeing this scene, He Tian was extremely shocked. He was very clear about the power of the blood evil formation. In the past, the blood evil ancestor had used this formation to refine a terrifying expert of the same level as the blood evil ancestor to death. The mountain and river cauldron slowly rose into the air. Endless blood fog shrouded it. The great power was like 100,000 mountains pressing down on it. However, it could not stop the mountain and river cauldron from rising. The primordial chaos qi above the mountain and river cauldron became thicker and thicker. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly stood up from the ground. "Let's go." Gu Fei only said these two words before he turned and rushed out of the city. He Tian hurriedly followed. He could already see that the formation could not hold on any longer and was on the verge of collapse. Once the formation collapsed, the entire city would be destroyed in an instant. Swoosh! Swoosh! Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out of the city. However, they did not stop. It was not until they were more than 10 miles away from the city that they stopped on a rocky hill. At this moment, boom! There was an earth-shattering noise in the city. Even though Gu Fei and He Tian were far away from the city, they still felt the ground under their feet tremble violently. Then, dust rose into the sky from within the city. An extremely terrifying ripple of energy rippled out, and the entire city was torn apart like a piece of paper, turning into dust. Gu Fei's estimation was correct. The huge city simply could not withstand the devastation of the extremely terrifying energy that erupted when the formation collapsed. In the midst of the dust, a large cauldron rushed out of the collapsed city and flew directly towards the place where Gu Fei and He Tian were. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron tore through the void and shook the heaven and earth. Like a meteorite, it flew towards the rocky hill where Gu Fei was. Before it arrived, a strong pressure had already descended. He Tian could not help but be shocked. Gu Fei had actually broken the formation. However, he immediately remembered something. 48 banners. F***CK, I know why. The Blood Evil Sky Slaughtering Formation is missing a banner. It turned out that the Blood Evil Ancestors' Great Formation was not complete. The complete Blood Evil Great Formation required 49 banners to set up. However, the Great Formation in the huge city only required 48 banners. However, even so, the Blood Evil Sky Slaughtering Formation was not to be underestimated. Just as the mountain and river cauldron was about to fly back to Gu Fei and was about to be retrieved by Gu Fei, a blood-colored figure suddenly rushed over from afar. It was incredibly fast. Boom! The blood-colored figure directly punched the mountain and river cauldron. He wanted to blow the mountain and river cauldron away and prevent Gu Fei from retrieving the mountain and river cauldron. The ferocious power bombarded the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake continuously. However, the person who attacked was also sent flying by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Although the person who suddenly attacked was extremely powerful, he could not stop the mountain and river cauldron from returning. Swoosh! The mountain and river cauldron turned into a blurry chaotic divine light and directly rushed into Gu Fei's left hand. Then, it directly followed Gu Fei's meridians and entered the void of Gu Fei's dantian. This time, the mountain and river cauldron was no longer limited to only being smelted into his left hand. Instead, it entered the void of his dantian and merged with the 5 elements yuan qi. This change was very similar to the situation when a Taoist used his own Dao power to nourish his natal magic weapon. Roar! The blood-colored figure looked up to the sky and roared angrily. His voice shook the sky and a terrifying power surged from his body like a volcanic eruption. Blood light illuminated the dark night sky. I can't believe someone dared to steal something from the Blood Xia clan. How reckless! The blood-colored figure was shrouded in a layer of blood mist. His psyche waves were extremely chilling. One could only vaguely see that this person was tall and thin with a pair of flesh wings growing from his back. The other members of the Blood Azura clan have all left this giant city. Only you are loitering nearby. Humph. You are not a good person either. Before Gu Fei could speak, He Tian had already taken a step forward and said mockingly. Who are you? Where did you come from? How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me, the Azura Emperor? The person seemed to have been seen through by He Tian and became angry out of humiliation. This person was loitering around the giant city. Of course, he was coveting the mountain and river cauldron in the giant city. Does it matter who I am? Gu Fei took 2 steps forward and said coldly. With the mountain and river cauldron in hand, he had become much bolder. The Azura Emperor's voice was extremely gloomy. You are very conceited. But don't be conceited in front of me. People who are too conceited often don't live long. The Azura Emperor had already developed a murderous intent towards Gu Fei and He Tian. He did not conceal his murderous intent at all. Gu Fei and He Tian were secretly shocked and quickly took a few steps back. I have noticed you since you approached the Blood Xia city. You are destined to be unable to escape. If you hand over the heaven-defying ancient treasure, I will consider letting you go. How ridiculous. You will let us go? What a load of lies. Erebus said disdainfully. Did this Shura sovereign think they were fools? Are you really willing to let us go? Just as the Azura Emperor was about to make a fuss, Gu Fei suddenly said such words. Boss, you. He Tian was startled. He. Very good. I, the Azura Emperor, am a man of my words. As long as you hand over the heaven-defying ancient treasure, I will let you leave Azura Island. However, this skeleton must stay. The Azura Emperor, who was about to attack Gu Fei and He Tian, was secretly happy when he heard Gu Fei's words. As long as the heaven-defying ancient treasure is in my hands, I will immediately kill you two ants. I will not leave anyone alive to let that bastard Blood Shah know that the heaven-defying ancient treasure is in my hands. Boss, what's wrong with you? He Tian transmitted his voice to the Azura Emperor. Humph. You will know in a moment. Gu Fei replied. Then, he stretched out his left hand and an ancient cauldron flew out from his palm towards the Azura Emperor. Chapter 528. The Shura sovereign couldn't wait to catch the mountain and river cauldron. As expected, the mountain and river cauldron fell into the Shura sovereign's hands. Ha! Very good. You can all die now. The Shura sovereign laughed heartily. He didn't expect to get his hands on such a heaven-defying ancient treasure so easily. In this world of death, a supreme treasure was known as a heaven-defying ancient treasure. It was the strongest treasure and weapon in this world. Legend had it that those who obtained a heaven-defying ancient treasure would have the opportunity to enter the source of this world. They would be able to break through the shackles of this world and enter another world. Legend was legend after all. There was no evidence to prove its authenticity. However, since ancient times, there were many unimaginably powerful existences in the world of death who entered the source of this world. Then, they never came out again. It was rumored that these supreme experts had already entered another world to pursue even greater power. These legends weren't a secret in the inner regions of the world of death. However, in the outer regions of the world of death, only the undead creatures with cultivation above the Emperor realm knew about these secrets. Haha. I, the Shura sovereign, am now qualified to enter that place. The Shura sovereign was wild with joy. However, he didn't forget to kill Gu Fei and He Tian because of this. This matter was too important. After obtaining this heaven-defying ancient treasure, the Shura sovereign didn't dare to stay on Azura Island any longer. If the blood fiend ancestor returned and saw that the heaven-defying ancient treasure was gone, he would definitely turn the entire Azura Island upside down. Although the Shura sovereign was extremely powerful, even stronger than the undead creatures of the Emperor realm, he had no choice but to submit to the blood fiend ancestor. Are you going to go back on your word? Gu Fei stared at the Shura sovereign in the blood mist and said coldly. Humph. So what if I go back on my word? What can you do to me? The Shura sovereign said disdainfully. Killing you is like killing two ants. Who do you think I am? How can I talk about honor with ants like you? Obediently accept your death. I might be able to make you suffer less. The Shura sovereign was like a high and mighty god looking down on the lowly creatures beneath his feet, incomparably arrogant. Boss, I'm really going to die this time. The soul flame in He Tian's skull pulsated violently, emitting a horrified soul fluctuation. In fact, when Gu Fei handed over the mountain and river cauldron, this guy had already guessed what Gu Fei was going to do. He was just cooperating with Gu Fei to put on a show. However, it had to be said that this ruffian, He Tian, really had a talent for acting. His acting was so realistic that there was not a single flaw. Just then, a few powerful evil auras appeared in the distance. The other blood Shura on the island were alarmed and were rushing towards the giant city. The Shura sovereign didn't say anything else. He extended his blood-red right hand and pressed it down on Gu Fei and He Tian. Pung! A demonic blood-red light appeared in his hand. The powerful force caused ripples in the void around the Shura sovereign's right hand. The Shura sovereign was about to attack and kill Gu Fei, but at this moment, Gu Fei's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. Then, the Shura sovereign felt the mountain and river cauldron in his left hand suddenly sink. A powerful aura that seemed to come from the primitive universe suddenly erupted from the mountain and river cauldron. Not good. The Shura sovereign was shocked. However, before he could react, the mountain and river cauldron in his hands suddenly expanded to the size of a mountain. A powerful force surged out of the mountain and river cauldron and froze the space around it. The mountain and river cauldron displayed the power to suppress all directions. The entire void seemed to solidify and the Shura sovereign was imprisoned in the sky. Roar! The Shura sovereign roared angrily. He desperately urged his strength, wanting to break the imprisonment power and rush out. The entire world trembled under the Shura sovereign's power. Even the mountain and river cauldron shook from the impact of the Shura sovereign's blood-red light. It seemed to be able to break out of the void that was imprisoned by the mountain and river cauldron. Boss, we should take this opportunity to escape. He Tian hurriedly transmitted his voice. The mountain and river cauldron temporarily suppressed the Shura king, but the Shura sovereign's strength was too strong. Even the mountain and river cauldron seemed to be unable to suppress him. What are you afraid of? Watch me suck him into the mountain and river cauldron and refine him. Gu Fei shouted coldly. He then rushed to the side of the mountain and river cauldron and placed his right hand on the body of the mountain and river cauldron. You ant, I will capture your divine soul and use the demonic blood fire to suppress it for 10,000 years. I will make you suffer the pain of refining your divine soul. Only then will I completely kill you. The Shura sovereign was completely furious. He never thought that a weak life like an ant in front of him would dare to plot against him. It was unforgivable. Humph. Gu Fei sneered, that will absolutely not happen, because you won't have the chance. As he said that, Gu Fei roused his yuan qi and poured it into the mountain and river cauldron, stimulating the supreme power of the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently. The giant ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to come to life, emitting extremely powerful soul fluctuations. However, the divine souls of the giant ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron didn't take form. Gu Fei didn't use the power of the ancient beast souls. His goal was to guide the primordial chaos qi, suck the Shura sovereign into the cauldron, and then completely refine him. Rumble! The entire world shook violently under the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The void seemed like it could collapse at any time. The He Tian saw that the situation wasn't right, so he had already escaped far away. After the mountain and river cauldron absorbed nearly 1/3 of Gu Fei's yuan qi, the primordial chaos qi gushed out from the mountain and river cauldron like a primordial dragon. It swept down from the mouth of the cauldron, wrapped around the Shura sovereign, and pulled him into the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently. The mouth of the cauldron was pitch black, and the primordial chaos qi surged. It transformed into a heaven-devouring power, as if it wanted to suck the entire world into the cauldron. The Shura sovereign, who was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by the primordial chaos qi, roared again and again. Pung! 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 The Shura sovereign's power shook the heavens, and his cultivation was unparalleled. The mountain and river cauldron shook again and again. The primitive beast soul on the body of the cauldron also showed signs of rushing out of the cauldron. He wanted to break the mountain and river cauldron and rush out. However, the mountain and river cauldron was the fastest treasure to be accessed by the computer. Even if it was a real supreme almighty, they would not be able to destroy it. The Shura sovereign was only putting up a last-ditch struggle. Gu Fei withdrew his right hand from the body of the cauldron, and then flew up into the sky. He sat cross-legged above the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing the mouth of the cauldron. Endless yuan qi surged from his body, and began to refine the Shura sovereign inside the cauldron. A desperate roar and a blood-curdling scream came from the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron emitted a dazzling divine light, like a burning ancient divine mountain. Within the light, the shadows of countless beasts could be vaguely seen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh, figures flickered nearby. The experts of the Blood Azura clan had finally come near. Soon, the experts of the Blood Azura clan were engaged in a fierce battle with the Hei Tian. Bang! A blood fiend Azura with a pair of wings on his back and a blood-red horn on his head punched Hei Tian and sent him flying. Boom! He crashed into a 1,000-pound boulder, causing dust and rocks to fly everywhere. Wah wah wah! Boss, save me! Hei Tian cried out in panic. The blood fiend Azura with a blood-red horn on his head was incomparably powerful. His strength was actually stronger than Hei Tian's. At this moment, another blood fiend Azura rushed towards Hei Tian. Hei Tian could not help but be moved. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Moreover, the other party was still rushing over from all directions. Boom! Another blood fiend Azura kicked Hei Tian and sent him flying. Fortunately, his yin-yang bone body was incomparably hard. Otherwise, his bones would have been smashed into pieces. When Gu Fei saw that Hei Tian was in danger, he hurriedly opened his inner world and directly threw the Bone Emperor out. The Bone Emperor was originally staying well in Gu Fei's inner world. He originally wanted to wait until the battle outside was over before leaving. However, he was suddenly thrown out by Gu Fei. While he was shocked and angry, he could not help but greet all 18 generations of Gu Fei's ancestors. This Bone Emperor had been subdued by Old Tortoise. After becoming Old Tortoise's bone slave, he already had a bellyful of work to do and could not find a place to vent his anger. It was just the right time to vent his anger on these blood fiend Azuras. Buzz! A terrifying soul fluctuation erupted from the Bone Emperor's skull. The soul fire in the skull was like a sun. It emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Chi 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 chi, vast soul power condensed into millions of soul divine light that pierced through the air. It was like a divine sword that shook the heavens as it shot out in all directions. The blood fiend Azuras that were charging over from all directions were instantly within the range of the Bone Emperor's attack. They looked at the light of destruction that was shooting towards them in fear. Miserable cries, alarmed cries, and furious roars resounded. The Bone Emperor's attack was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, he caused those blood fiend Azuras to panic. Pft! 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 Demonic flowers of blood erupted around the rocky mound. Many blood fiend Azuras had their bodies penetrated by the soul divine light and rolled off the rocky mound. Only a dozen blood fiend Azuras with blood-colored horns on their heads shattered the soul divine light and continued to charge towards the Bone Emperor and Hei Tian. A few single-horned blood fiend Azuras soared into the sky and charged towards Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain and river cauldron. However, even though these blood fiend Azuras were powerful, when they got close to Gu Fei, they were sent flying thousands of feet away by a powerful force and exploded in the void. Those blood fiend Azuras were shattered by the terrifying force of the mountain and river cauldron. They turned into clouds of blood mist and died. When all the blood fiend Azuras saw this, they were all shocked. None of them dared to soar into the sky and charge towards Gu Fei. Although the blood fiend Azura tribe was ferocious and warlike, it didn't mean that they were willing to throw their lives away. The Bone Emperor displayed the powerful battle prowess of the Emperor realm. With a single punch, he blasted a single-horned blood fiend Azura into pieces. With a stomp, he crushed the head of another blood fiend Azura. He was like the reincarnation of a god of death as he rapidly reaped the lives of these blood fiend Azuras. The Bone Emperor went on a killing spree and mercilessly killed all the blood fiend Azuras who dared to charge towards the rocky mound. He could finally vent the anger in his chest. On the other hand, that ruffian Hei Tian retreated after the Bone Emperor made his move. He watched from the side as the Bone Emperor went on a killing spree. At this moment, those powerful single-horned blood fiend Azuras no longer cared about Hei Tian as they all attacked the Bone Emperor. However, the ferocious attack was indeed met with an even more ferocious counterattack. The Bone Emperor's attack was very direct. He continuously tore apart, shattered, and stomped on the blood fiend Azuras who were charging towards him. The stench of blood dyed his body red. He was bathing in the fresh blood of the blood fiend Azuras. On the rocky mound, there was a large amount of flesh and blood scattered. An extremely pungent smell wafted in the air. There was also a bloody mist that had yet to dissipate. The entire rocky mound had become a slaughterhouse. After the last blood fiend Azura was killed by the Bone Emperor, no other blood fiend Azura dared to charge towards the rocky mound. Even the powerful blood fiend Azura wasn't a match for the Bone Emperor. Those hornless blood fiend Azuras didn't dare to send themselves to their deaths. After this short but intense battle, one could tell the level of these blood fiend Azuras. Those hornless blood fiend Azuras were obviously of the weaker level. Those blood fiend Azuras with blood-colored horns were the strongest among these blood fiend Azuras. Over a dozen blood fiend Azuras had the strength of a king in the death world. Unfortunately, they had encountered an emperor who was even stronger than a king. When Gu Fei saw that the blood fiend Azuras were temporarily intimidated by the Bone Emperor, he no longer had any worries and focused all his energy on refining the Azura Emperor. The mountain and river cauldron revolved slowly in the air above the rocky mound. Its entire body emitted a brilliant glow as a terrifying power surged. The despairing roars from within the cauldron became weaker and weaker. In the end, the desolate beast souls on the cauldron still transformed from the cauldron. They rushed into the cauldron and participated in refining the Azura Emperor. After those beast souls rushed into the mountain and river cauldron, their soul power was absorbed. The mountain and river cauldron immediately shone brightly like a blazing sun in the sky, illuminating the world. All the experts on Azura Island who could match the Bone Emperor had been summoned by the Blood Fiend Patriarch. The only one who could deal with the Bone Emperor, the Azura Emperor, had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. Hence, the Blood Fiend Azura tribe was in a tragedy. More and more Blood Fiend Shuras gathered around the rocky hill. However, they could only watch as Gu Fei gradually refined their emperor. The Shura sovereign in the cauldron screamed again and again. In the end, it became completely weak and became silent. At the same time, the mountain and river cauldron also quieted down. Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, shrunk to an inch tall and appeared in his palm. __8. Chapter 529. After Gu Fei refined the Shura sovereign, he was extremely weak. At this moment, the ruffian He Tian came over to fawn over him. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Before He Tian could flatter him, he saw that Gu Fei's face was as pale as a sheet. Gu Fei's body was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Hurry up and carry me. Let's leave this place. Their experts should be back soon," Gu Fei said to He Tian weakly. After refining the Shura sovereign, the energy in his body had almost been drained by the mountain and river cauldron. "Yes, boss." He Tian didn't say much. He carried Gu Fei on his back and rushed out of Azura Island. The Bone Emperor brought up the rear. From time to time, powerful blood fiend Azuras would soar into the sky in an attempt to intercept Gu Fei and the others. However, these blood fiend Azuras who dared to attack were instantly killed by the Bone Emperor. Originally, with the Shura sovereign overseeing Azura Island, there should have been no danger. This was because the Shura sovereign was even stronger than the Emperor, Bone Emperor. Unfortunately, the Shura sovereign was too confident in his own strength. As a result, he didn't care about Gu Fei and He Tian at all. Hence, the insufferably arrogant Shura sovereign met a tragic end. The emperor of the Blood Fiend Azura clan had actually been refined to death by an ant. If news of this got out, the Blood Fiend Azura clan would really lose face. Gu Fei knew that something had happened on Azura Island. As long as the emperor expert summoned by the Blood Fiend Patriarch hadn't been killed by the old turtle, they would rush back immediately. Even the Blood Fiend Patriarch might be able to shake off the old turtle and return to Azura Island. If they didn't leave now, when the true experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan returned, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. With the escort of the emperor expert like the Bone Emperor, He Tian and Gu Fei didn't need to hide at all. They rushed out of the island. Along the way, they passed by some castles guarded by experts. One or two powerful blood fiend Asuras would rush out of the castles to intercept Gu Fei and Gu Fei. Although these single-horned blood fiend Asuras were extremely powerful, they were nothing in front of the Bone Arch. They were mercilessly killed by the Bone Arch in a single exchange. The stench of blood rained down from the sky as dismembered corpses fell from the sky. They were simply sending themselves to their deaths. The one-horned blood fiend Shura was simply not a match for the Bone Emperor. The two of them were simply not on the same level. No matter how many one-horned blood fiend Shura came, they would be killed by the Bone Emperor. Soon, He Tian rushed out of Azura Island with Gu Fei on his back and disappeared above the Blood Sea. Quite a number of blood fiend Azuras chased them out of Azura Island. However, the Blood Sea was shrouded in mist and visibility was very low. It was impossible to determine the direction. Not long after entering the Blood Sea, these blood fiend Azuras lost track of Gu Fei and Gu Fei. Not long after Gu Fei and Gu Fei left, 3 blood-colored beams of light appeared in the distant sky. They tore through the pitch-black void and rushed into Azura Island. As Gu Fei had expected, the experts of the Blood Fiend Azura clan had really returned to Azura Island. Following which, a few angry and sorrowful roars could be heard from the island. It could be said that the Blood Fiend Azura clan had suffered heavy losses this time. Almost all the monarch experts had been killed by the Bone Emperor. Even the Azura sovereign, who was guarding Azura Island, had been refined to death by Gu Fei. The Blood Fiend Azura clan had suffered a great loss. It would probably take them several hundred years to recover. While Azura Island was in a mess, Gu Fei, He Tian, and the Bone Emperor were already thousands of miles away. He Tian was no stranger to the Blood Sea. He carried Gu Fei on his back and brought the Bone Emperor with him as they flew close to the surface of the Blood Sea. There was a blood mist on the surface of the sea, so it was not easy for them to be discovered by the Blood Fiend Azura clan. 10 to 12 hours later, He Tian had actually rushed out of the Blood Sea with Gu Fei on his back and entered a barren mountain. The Blood Sea was not endless. As long as a powerful creature was familiar with the Blood Sea, it would not be trapped by it. Otherwise, wouldn't the Blood Fiend Azura clan be trapped in the Blood Sea? This He Tian had definitely visited the lair of the Blood Fiend Azura clan before. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with this incomparably evil Nether Blood Sea. He Tian was extremely cunning and astute. Otherwise, with so many enemies, he would have been killed many times over. He carried Gu Fei on his back and found a secluded little valley. Then, he opened up a temporary cave abode in the depths of the valley and found a huge rock to block the cave entrance. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the newly opened cave abode. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he finally recovered some energy. Then, he said to the Bone Emperor, "Go find your master and tell him that I am here. I might need to go into seclusion for a period of time." When the Bone Emperor heard this, he did not say anything and left immediately. After the Bone Emperor left, Gu Fei opened up his inner world and entered it with He Tian. This newly opened cave abode became an empty cave abode. Once the owner of the inner world entered it, the inner world would not move. Therefore, if Gu Fei wanted to come out of the inner world, he would only appear in this cave abode. The spatial coordinates for opening and closing the inner world were fixed. There would not be a situation where one would enter the inner world from one place and then come out from another place. At least, given Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could not do this unless he had the cultivation of an almighty. Gu Fei's inner world had already grown to a radius of several dozen miles. The spiritual energy in the inner world was extremely dense, and the life aura was even more exuberant. Lush green grass and bright flowers began to appear on the originally barren land. There were even bees and butterflies fluttering among the flowers. A radius of several dozen miles was insignificant compared to the old turtle's small world, which had a radius of 1,000 miles. Within the radius of several dozen miles, there was a valley filled with spiritual energy and abnormally exuberant vitality. This valley was the source of life in this inner world. The valley was lush and verdant. In the flat central area, there was a place where countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth grew. There was a small pool that was about 1 square foot. Inside the pool, dark green spring water gurgled and overflowed with sparkling brilliance, as if it was formed by the convergence of bejeweled nectar. At this moment, a person was lying in the small pool. It was a weary-looking young man who seemed to have lost a large amount of vitality. This young man was Gu Fei. A skeleton with a black and white bone body was sitting cross-legged beside the pool. Yin and yang qi circulated above the skeleton, and the surrounding life essence was constantly gathering in its skull. This skeleton was cultivating. In order to refine the Shura sovereign, it could be said that Gu Fei had paid a considerable price. His originally exuberant vitality had almost dried up. Now that he was soaking in the pool, Gu Fei's body began to rapidly absorb the vitality essence. It was like a desert that had been suffering from a drought for a long time finally receiving dew. As Gu Fei lay in the pool, he felt that his throat was dry and cracked. He had lost a large amount of vitality, causing his entire body to collapse. He began to drink the divine spring of life. The spring water was very sweet, and it also had bursts of fragrance. It moisturized Gu Fei's throat like bejeweled nectar, leaving an endless aftertaste. This was Gu Fei's first time drinking the divine spring of life. The dried-up vitality gradually regenerated in his body. His flesh and blood slowly recovered, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were slowly nourished by the vitality essence. After drinking a large amount of the divine spring of life, Gu Fei's body was filled with a vast amount of vitality. He lay in the spring water and didn't want to move anymore. He lay there for a full 6 hours. The vitality essence gradually replenished the vitality in his body. He could feel that the vitality in his body was gradually becoming stronger. At this time, Gu Fei moved his arms and legs. His body suddenly emitted a burst of crackling sounds. Soaking in the divine spring of life, Gu Fei felt very comfortable and calm. His flesh and blood were very comfortable. As he soaked in the spring water, a large amount of vitality essence entered his body through his pores. Next to the divine spring of life was a small tree that was half a meter tall. It flickered with green light and looked like it was carved out of jade. There were many magical fruits on the branches of the small tree. Each fruit had yin and yang energy curling around it. The faint fruity fragrance was enough to raise one's spirit. Although the small tree was short, its branches were vigorous and powerful. They snaked and stretched like a horned dragon. This small tree seemed to have existed since the beginning of the world. It gave off a very strange feeling of vicissitudes and vicissitudes. This was the immortal god tree and immortal god fruit, which were rarer and more precious than the longevity grass. In the world of death, the immortal god fruit was also known as the divine yin-yang fruit. Gu Fei did not eat the immortal god fruit again. Even if he did not eat it, he could still recover the vitality that he had used. After an unknown period of time, the vitality in Gu Fei's body flourished again. The power of the 5 elements was boiling, rolling, and surging like waves. This divine spring was too magical. It actually allowed him to completely recover his vitality in such a short time. If he had relied on his own cultivation, it would have taken him a month or 2 to recover. Gu Fei stood up and walked out of the divine spring. He waved his arms vigorously, as if there was an inexhaustible power in his body. Buzz! A beam of light rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian. Within the light was an ancient cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was no longer smelted into his left hand. Instead, Gu Fei kept it in the void of his dantian and nourished it day and night with his own 5 elements yuan qi. Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron that had rushed out of his dantian fell into his hand. The small cauldron that was an inch tall was small and imposing. It gave off a simple and unadorned aura. No one would have thought that such a small cauldron could actually turn a super expert of the blood fiend Azura clan into ashes. The mountain and river cauldron had been taken back, and there was also the purple gold divine sword. Where was the purple gold divine sword now? When Gu Fei thought of this, he could not help but frown. Gu Fei put the mountain and river cauldron back into his dantian and then sat cross-legged next to the divine spring. He continued to circulate his magic and quickly entered a state of cultivation. The surroundings of the heavenly spring was the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire inner world. Gu Fei breathed in and out the spiritual energy, using the endless life essence to temper his body. Wisps of 5 elemental essence were refined from the endless spiritual energy, replenishing his dantian and the 365 acupoints in his body. Gu Fei's 5 elemental essence was increasing bit by bit, but the speed was extremely slow. Who knew how long it would take for him to fill up his dantian and the 365 acupoints? Different from the world of death, Gu Fei's inner world had day and night. A day was the same as the outside world. There were 24 hours in a day. 3 days later, Gu Fei opened his inner world and walked out with He Tian. After they came out of the inner world, they did not see Old Tortoise or Bone Emperor in the cave. In these 3 days, not only did Gu Fei recover to his peak state, but He Tian's cultivation had also improved greatly. There were even signs of him breaking through to the Emperor realm. He Tian used 3 days to refine the divine yin-yang fruit that Gu Fei had given him. The huge yin and yang qi not only tempered his body, but also enhanced his soul power to the Emperor realm. He Tian's strength was already on par with Gu Fei's. Demigods among human cultivators were equivalent to the king realm in the world of death. They were stronger than the Emperor realm, but weaker than the Emperor realm. Gu Fei might not be able to defeat the Emperor stage experts in the world of death, but killing king stage experts was as easy as flipping his hand. Of course, if he caught them by surprise, even Emperor stage experts would have to die at Gu Fei's hands, because he had the mountain and river cauldron. If the power of the supreme treasure was fully unleashed, it would definitely be comparable to a supreme almighty. Although it was difficult for Gu Fei to unleash the full power of the supreme treasure with his current cultivation, it was still possible for him to kill experts of a higher level. The old tortoise hasn't been here before? Gu Fei looked around and found no trace of people. In other words, since he entered the inner world, no one else had entered this cave. Pushing away the big stone that blocked the cave, Gu Fei and He Tian walked out. The sky was still dark, and the dark clouds floating in the sky almost covered the ground. It was eerie and terrifying, without a trace of life. This was the true portrayal of this world. Boss, could it be that the bone slave hasn't found his master, or? He Tian wanted to say something but stopped. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said expressionlessly, "Speak. Would there be an accident when the bone slave's master fought with the blood evil ancestor? Or maybe the bone slave was found by the experts of the blood evil Azura clan, and then?" He Tian analyzed. He Tian had already started to call the Bone King by the name of the bone slave. Humph. The old tortoise is even more cunning than you. What accident could happen to him? Moreover, he has an extremely powerful doppelganger. Perhaps it is as you said, the Bone King really hasn't found his master. Gu Fei said. He Tian seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look. As Gu Fei spoke, he rushed into the sky and flew out of the small valley. He Tian hurriedly rushed into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. Before they could walk out of this desolate mountain range, Gu Fei and He Tian were intercepted by a blood fiend Azura that looked like a demon with a pair of wings on its back, a blood-colored horn on its head, and fangs from the Qing Miao tribe. __. Chapter 530. An Emperor, Realm Expert? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the other party. A terrifying and evil power surged from the other party, making him feel suffocated. The soul fire in He Tian's skull also pulsed violently. Were you the ones who killed that idiot, Shura Sovereign? The horned blood fiend Shura that had intercepted Gu Fei and He Tian said darkly. His blood-red eyes shone with an evil light as he swept his gaze over Gu Fei and He Tian. Humph. Why ask if you already know? Gu Fei sneered. He was secretly on guard. The mountain and river cauldron in his dantian could rush out at any time and attack the other party with all his might. Boss, what do we do? He Tian transmitted to Gu Fei. This ruffian couldn't help but feel nervous in the face of an Emperor, realm elite. You charge forward and fight him. Then I'll find a chance to suck this guy into the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei transmitted. Boss, no way. Aren't you trying to harm me? He Tian cried. Although his cultivation had increased, he hadn't reached the point where he could fight an emperor realm elite alone. Humph. Don't even think about escaping. I'm not an idiot like Shura Sovereign, the horned blood fiend Shura said coldly. He seemed to have sensed Gu Fei and He Tian transmitting. This guy wasn't as strong as Shura Sovereign, but he was arrogant. He looked down on Shura Sovereign and called him an idiot. You seem to be very arrogant. You should know that even Shura Sovereign died at our hands. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise. Gu Fei said harshly. Otherwise what? The horned blood fiend Shura said disdainfully. He didn't care about Gu Fei's threat at all. Otherwise, we'll reluctantly send you to see the Shura Sovereign. He Tian's skull emitted a soul power fluctuation. Ha! The horned blood fiend Shura laughed in extreme anger. This is the funniest joke I, Crimson Demon, have ever heard. Very good, since you let me hear such a funny joke, as repayment, I will let you die more comfortably. With that, the single-horned blood fiend Azura Scarlet Demon spread its fingers. Chi! 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 His slender fingers, which looked like a layer of blood-colored skin wrapped around his bones, suddenly shot out 5 beams of blood-colored demonic light that enveloped Gu Fei and He Tian. Roar! He Tian let out an enraged roar. Dazzling yin and yang divine light radiated from all over his body, and 2 beams of divine light, one black and one white, shot out from his eye sockets at the same time to meet the oncoming blood-red devilish light. Pooh! Pooh! With 2 soft sounds, the blood-red devilish light broke through the 2 beams of yin and yang divine light that shot out from He Tian's eye sockets. Its momentum did not diminish, and it continued to pierce through He Tian's skull. There was a great disparity between the strong. He Tian hurriedly left behind an afterimage on the spot. He used a mystical footwork technique and dodged to the side. Once he used this mystical footwork technique, Daoist rhymes flowed under He Tian's feet. At the same time, the 3 beams of blood-red devilish light that shot towards Gu Fei were also dodged by Gu Fei. He used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the offensive battle technique of 8 steps 8 kills. With 1 step, it was as if he had teleported. He instantly appeared in the sky above the Crimson Demon, and then stomped down on the Crimson Demon. Boom! The space under Gu Fei's feet seemed to suddenly collapse. The entire space was trembling, and an extremely terrifying and ferocious power spread under his feet, shattering everything. Child's play. The Crimson Demon did not dodge at all. Instead, he threw a punch upwards, and a glaring blood-red light exploded from his fist, illuminating the entire heaven and earth in a crimson-red color. Bam! The fist and the leg collided, and a muffled sound that could cause one to vomit blood was heard. This was a head-on clash between 2 powerful forces. There were no fancy tricks involved, and it was a clash of pure strength. A part of the void was spread out from the point where the 2 extremely powerful forces collided, and the powerful force that was released tore the void apart. Gu Fei was sent flying into the sky by a powerful force. The first step of the 8 steps 8 kills was dispelled by the powerful force of the Crimson Demon just like that. The Crimson Demon did not have it easy either. He was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei, and with a boom, he was smashed into the mountain below, and a cloud of dust was kicked up. Gu Fei was not an ordinary demigod. Instead, he had attained the cultivation of a demigod through his martial arts. The toughness of his physical body had reached a terrifying level. After his physical body had undergone another transformation, Gu Fei was no longer afraid of any weapons, magic treasures, or weapons. His physical body was able to resist them, and he could even shatter them with a single punch. Although the Crimson Demon was an Emperor stage cultivator, the toughness of his physical body was definitely no match for Gu Fei's. The consequence of underestimating Gu Fei was that he had been stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei. The Crimson Demon had suffered a loss, and he was enraged. He let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. Boundless blood mist burst out from his body, enveloping the heaven and earth as he charged towards Gu Fei. Azura's extermination. The crimson demon bellowed furiously, and the boundless blood mist seemed to have transformed into a towering blood wave, which surged towards Gu Fei. The entire sky was shaken by this extremely powerful force. Within the boundless blood light, countless blood-colored demons could be vaguely seen, and they let out heart-palpitating demonic howls. "I'll fight it out with you." Gu Fei also let out a furious roar, and his long hair danced in the wind. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and he dove down from the sky like a meteorite. As his hand seals changed, a five-colored light wheel that emitted boundless five elements yuan qi appeared in front of Gu Fei. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the five elements light wheel. "Boss!" He Tian exclaimed. From Gu Fei's stance, it seemed like he really wanted to fight it out with the Crimson Demon. He used a mystical footwork technique and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, intending to lend a hand. However, He Tian's rescue seemed to be a little too late. "You're courting death." The Crimson Demon saw that Gu Fei seemed to have gone mad, and was desperately stirring the yuan qi in his body to fight it out with him. This was exactly what he wanted. However, just as the blood-colored wave of destruction was about to collide with Gu Fei's five elements light wheel, the five elements light wheel, which was emitting a terrifying energy wave, instantly collapsed. At the same time, a brilliant light suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. Boom! An energy wave that caused the world to lose its color erupted like a volcano. A simple and unadorned cauldron instantly grew to the size of a mountain. The mouth of the cauldron was like a bottomless black hole, and it produced a terrifying energy that could devour the heavens and earth. It instantly enveloped the Crimson Demon and sucked him into the cauldron. The cauldron spewed out primordial chaos energy, sealing the mouth of the cauldron and suppressing the Crimson Demon. Chapter 531. "Ha! Boss, good job." He Tian rushed over and laughed. An emperor had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. This meant that the disgusting scarlet demon would only have one fate, to be refined by the mountain and river cauldron and have his soul destroyed. He Tian came to Gu Fei's side and secretly let out a sigh of relief. "I was lucky." Gu Fei was still shocked. If he had made the slightest mistake, it would have been hard to predict what would have happened to him. If he were to face an emperor, cultivator head-on, Gu Fei knew that he had no chance of winning. Even with the mountain and river cauldron, he would only be able to protect himself. It goes without saying that although the Scarlet Demon was weaker than the Shura Sovereign, he was still a terrifying cultivator. Luckily, the Scarlet Demon was too arrogant. Otherwise, he would not have been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. Gu Fei waved his hand and the mountain-sized mountain and river cauldron shrunk rapidly and flew back into his hand. The 1-inch tall cauldron floated above his palm and a misty primordial chaos chi sealed the mouth of the cauldron. No matter how hard the Scarlet Demon tried, he could not escape from the cauldron. "Despicable bastard, I will tear you apart." The Scarlet Demon's furious roar came from the cauldron. One could see flashes of blood-red light coming from the cauldron. F***CK. He's still so arrogant even when he's about to die. "Boss, refine him to death." He Tian was displeased when he heard the words. This guy really doesn't know his place. Bang! Boom! Clang! The mountain and river cauldron let out a series of clashing sounds as it shook from the Scarlet Demon's attacks. The Scarlet Demon was too strong. Even among the emperor cultivators, he was definitely an expert. Refine him to death? Gu Fei also wanted to do so, but now was not the time. That day when he refined the Azura Sovereign, he had nearly died from exhaustion and his yuan qi had almost been sucked dry by the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei really did not want to experience that feeling of extreme exhaustion right after he had just recovered his yuan qi. That feeling was truly unpleasant. Roar! What's the point of plotting against me? Let me out if you have the ability to. Scarlet Demon's sorrowful and indignant roar came from the mountain and river cauldron again. Seeing that he couldn't break the cauldron, he couldn't help panicking. He had heard from some clansmen that those fellows had used this cauldron to refine the Azura sovereign to death. At this moment, Crimson Demon was so regretful that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. He should have killed those two guys right from the start. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Haha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. In return for letting me hear such a funny joke, I'll have my boss refine you to death. Don't be polite. Hei Tian actually imitated Crimson Demon's tone and said the same words that Crimson Demon had said. Roar. Crimson Demon flew into a rage. He wanted nothing more than to turn Hei Tian into dregs. This Hei Tian was too hateful. However, no matter how powerful he was, he could only be ruthless inside the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos chi sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Even if the real cauldron was sealed inside the mountain and river cauldron, it would be very difficult for it to break the seal and rush out. Alright, why should we lower ourselves to the same level as this guy? Let's get down to business. Gu Fei said indifferently. He then put the mountain and river cauldron back into his dantian. After hearing Gu Fei's words from inside the mountain and river cauldron, Crimson Demon almost fainted from anger. In his opinion, Gu Fei's words were even more ruthless than Hei Tian's. Boss, why don't you immediately refine this hateful guy? Leaving him alive will always be a source of trouble. Hei Tian suggested. Gu Fei glanced at Hei Tian and said calmly, do you really think that guy still has a chance to come out of the mountain and river cauldron? This. Hei Tian was a little unconvinced. In his opinion, enemies should be ruthlessly destroyed. If they were kept alive, it would take more effort to guard against them. If they were killed, there would be no more worries. Unless I let him out myself, he's dead meat. Gu Fei said. Gu Fei thought to himself, as long as he's strong enough, even if he's a powerful cultivator, I can still put him into the cauldron and refine him. Hearing this, Hei Tian did not say anything else. After that, Gu Fei and Hei Tian walked out of the barren mountain. Under Hei Tian's lead, Gu Fei arrived at an area outside the world of death that was under the control of another force. The city of Divine Kings was a huge city in the inner region of the world of death. The pitch-black walls were tens of feet tall and the city gates could accommodate 7 or 8 carriages entering at the same time. Of course, there were no carriages in the world of death. When Gu Fei and Hei Tian arrived outside the city of Divine Kings, another day had passed. The creatures in the world of death did not seem to have any concept of time. This was because the entire world was shrouded in Yin Qi and the underworld fog. It was impossible to distinguish between day and night. Only outsiders like Gu Fei would have a concept of time. They could roughly estimate how long a day had passed. Outside the city of Divine Kings, Gu Fei was shocked to see a young man with flesh and blood. His vitality was as vigorous as a flood dragon. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen a normal life form in the world of death. The young man entered the city in a flash. Gu Fei was shocked. Could it be that the legends about the sacred race in the outer region of the world of death were true? Was there really a life form like him in the inner region of the world of death? The sacred race in the outer region is not the sacred race here, but the divine race. The city of Divine Kings in front of us is a huge city under the control of the divine race. Hei Tian analyzed. Preposterous. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Gu Fei recovered from his shock. He couldn't help but feel displeased. His complexion was a little unsightly. You didn't ask. How can you blame me? Hei Tian said innocently. You. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel angry. Hei Tian was a ruffian. Sometimes, he really couldn't help but want to beat him up. This guy was really infuriating sometimes. Looks like I'll have to study old tortoise's divine ability to tamper with the soul. Gu Fei said angrily. This. Boss, I'm really innocent. I'll tell boss everything in the future, okay? Hei Tian suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If Gu Fei really wanted to plant a forbidden spell on his soul, it would be too tragic. Hei Tian was absolutely unwilling to let others control his life and death. Humph. That will depend on how you behave in the future. Otherwise. Gu Fei threatened. Got it, got it. He Tian quickly replied. At this time, he could agree to anything. Even if Gu Fei asked him to jump into a cesspool, he wouldn't hesitate. Will there be any problems if we go in? Gu Fei asked. He wanted to enter the giant city in front of him to take a look. Maybe he could find some information. He Tian thought for a moment and then said, there shouldn't be any problems, but the god race isn't a race with a large number of clansmen. Therefore, if you meet someone from the god race, I'm afraid that they will recognize your identity as an outsider. It's fine as long as we don't meet someone from the god race. Gu Fei said. He thought it would be a problem, but it was just a problem that wasn't a problem. This He Tian was really timid. However, it was also because of this that he was still alive and kicking even though he had countless enemies. Gu Fei didn't have any misgivings. He and He Tian directly walked towards the giant city in front of them. This city was obviously very old. It was as big as the giant city that Gu Fei and the others had seen on Azura Island. The city walls were made of black boulders and were filled with the vicissitudes of time. The city gate wasn't like the human world outside. There were no guards guarding the city gate. However, the layout of the giant city was exactly the same as the city of human society. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't encounter any obstruction as they entered the giant city. According to He Tian, there were very few people who dared to cause trouble in a city under the control of the god race. Although there weren't many clansmen of the god race, each of them had a formidable strength that made people tremble. Although their numbers were small, they were much stronger than the blood fiend Azura clan in the netherworld Blood Sea. Gu Fei discovered that there were a lot of undead creatures in the city. There were undead creatures similar to He Tian, evil corpses with corpse energy lingering around them, and even some powerful souls appearing in the city. In general, these undead creatures that appeared in this giant city weren't too weak. The soul light of some undead creatures wasn't weaker than the king realm. However, a yin-yang skeleton like Erebus was one of a kind. Not only was his yin-yang skeleton body different from other undead creatures, but his aura was also completely different from other undead creatures. Gu Fei could clearly feel the eagerness in the eyes of the surrounding skeletons when they looked at He Tian. It was as if they were looking at a delicious delicacy. Those powerful skeletons seemed to be very interested in He Tian. If it weren't for some misgivings, these skeletons would have already attacked He Tian. The appearance of a skeleton without a trace of death aura in the city really attracted the attention of the undead creatures in the city. Some powerful creatures even directly stared at He Tian. However, these undead creatures didn't dare to act rashly because this was a city under the control of the god race. No one dared to provoke the god race. Beside He Tian stood a god race youth. As a result, all the people who stared at He Tian didn't dare to make a move. These undead creatures didn't think that Gu Fei wasn't a member of the god race. It seems like you're very popular, Gu Fei said to He Tian with a smile. Damn. These guys. Looking at the undead creatures around him that couldn't wait to eat him, He Tian was so depressed that he almost fainted. It seemed like he had made a big mistake. Just as more and more undead creatures gathered around Gu Fei and He Tian, the undead creatures in front of them suddenly gave way. A blue-clothed youth appeared in Gu Fei's line of sight. These undead creatures definitely didn't give way to Gu Fei and He Tian, but to this blue-clothed youth. Chapter 532. My young master invites the two of you. The azure-clothed youth was only 14 or 15 years old. He had white teeth and red lips. He was incomparably handsome and elegant. There seemed to be a Dao charm circulating around his body. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. He actually couldn't see through this youth's depth. Apart from his outstanding temperament, this youth actually didn't have any energy fluctuations on him. He seemed to be an ordinary person. However, to be able to appear in a huge city full of undead creatures, how could he be an ordinary person? Who are you? And who is your young master? Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. This was because he knew that this youth in front of him should be from the divine race. In the outer regions of the world of death, the divine race was also known as the holy race. In the outer regions of the world of death, the divine race was a legendary existence. Gu Fei learned from He Tian that even in the inner regions of the world of death, the divine race was also a transcendent race. They possessed a powerful force that caused all the races in the inner regions of the world of death to be afraid of. Although there weren't many clansmen of the divine race, no power dared to rashly provoke them. There was an ancient legend in the inner regions of the world of death. The divine race was the supreme race that protected this world. They were more ancient than any other race in the continent of death. Come with me and you'll know. The azure-clothed youth's pitch-black eyes wandered between Gu Fei and He Tian. Although his face was expressionless, his eyes revealed a trace of surprise that was difficult to conceal. "Boss, we've been targeted by the divine race." He Tian transmitted a message to Gu Fei. "Do I need you to tell me that?" Gu Fei replied to He Tian in a bad mood. The other party had already come knocking on his door. This He Tian's head had really been kicked by a donkey. "Please lead the way," Gu Fei said to the youth. Since the other party had invited him politely, he wouldn't be able to refuse. Thus, he might as well go and take a look. With the cauldron of mountain and river in hand, Gu Fei's courage grew. Unless a powerful being made a move, no one would be able to truly threaten Gu Fei. The green-robed young man didn't say much and led the way. The undead creatures around them were pushed to the side. No one dared to stop them. This was because the owner of the City of Divine Kings was a member of the divine tribe. Gu Fei and He Tian followed the green-robed young man through a street and arrived in front of a restaurant. They then entered the restaurant. Yes, in the world of death, Gu Fei saw a restaurant that only existed in the human world. Gu Fei was very surprised that there would be a restaurant in a huge city. Most of the creatures in the undead world did not need to eat or drink because most of them did not need to eat. The restaurant wasn't big, but the layout and decorations were very ancient. It was very different from the restaurants in the human world. Moreover, when they entered the restaurant, Gu Fei didn't see the shopkeeper or the waiter. The restaurant seemed to be just a decoration. There were no customers inside, and the hall was empty. There were only a few dusty tables and chairs in the hall. The green-robed young man led Gu Fei and He Tian to the second floor. When Gu Fei stepped on the second floor, an extremely sharp gaze swept towards him. It was like lightning, instantly illuminating the entire second floor, making it hard for people to look directly at it. However, those two rays of light flashed and disappeared into the eyes of a young man. In a corner of the second floor by the window, there was a young man who was also wearing green clothes. The moment Gu Fei stepped on the second floor, the young man glanced at Gu Fei and then continued to drink by himself. On the table in front of the young man, there were 2 sets of chopsticks and a few dishes. There was also a crystal-clear white jade wine pot that emitted a faint fragrance of wine. The green-robed young man quickly came to the young man's side and said, "Young master, the person you want to see is here." The green-robed young man nodded, and the young man retreated behind the green-robed young man. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian also came to the young man. Gu Fei didn't say anything and sat directly opposite the young man. He reached out to grab the wine pot on the table and poured himself a cup. The wine that was poured out of the wine pot was actually green in color. It had a kind of viscous state, like the nectar of jade. It exuded a kind of comfortable feeling that made people feel refreshed. The green wine in the cup seemed to be flashing with spiritual light, exuding a strong aura of life. This could simply be called an immortal wine. This kind of wine was very extraordinary, and it was very beneficial to cultivators. Gu Fei picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He only felt that the wine was like cold ice water flowing from the mouth to the throat, through the esophagus, and then into the stomach. The spiritual energy contained in the wine spread out, as if there were countless cold thin lines moving up and down his body. It was so comfortable that Gu Fei almost moaned. "Good wine," Gu Fei praised. This was the best wine he had ever drunk. He Tian stood behind Gu Fei and silently watched all this. The soul fire in the skull flickered. He didn't know why the young man in front of him wanted to see Gu Fei and himself. He Tian was a little uneasy. He knew very well that the god race was synonymous with power in the depths of the world of death. Gu Fei didn't care so much and poured himself another cup. Since he had the opportunity to drink such a good wine, if he didn't drink a few more cups, he would be letting himself down. "You're from the outside, right?" Suddenly, the young man opposite to Gu Fei said. Cough cough. When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately spat out the wine in his mouth. He was really frightened by the young man's words. How does he know that I'm not from this world? Gu Fei's thoughts turned rapidly, but on the surface, he didn't show it, pretending to be puzzled. "What are you talking about? How come I don't understand?" Gu Fei put down the wine cup in his hand, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and said indifferently. Not only Gu Fei, but even He Tian, who was behind Gu Fei, was so frightened that he almost jumped up. The soul fire in his skull fiercely flickered a few times. The young man looked deeply at Gu Fei, then grabbed the wine pot in front of Gu Fei. As he filled the empty wine cup in front of him, he said slowly, "In front of me, you don't have to pretend." When Gu Fei heard this, he was shocked again. This person in front of him was too scary. With just a few simple words, it seemed like he had seen through Gu Fei inside and out. "Who are you?" Gu Fei could no longer maintain his calm. His biggest secret had been seen through by the other party, which made Gu Fei very uneasy. "Who am I?" The young man lowered his head and thought for a moment. "I also don't know who I am. Is my root in this hell realm, or is it outside? Or is it in the legendary heaven realm? It's been too long, so long that the ruthless passage of time has erased the traces left behind. It's impossible to find it." Hiss. After hearing the young man's words, Gu Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this young man was an old monster who had lived for more than 100,000 years? If this was true, then the person in front of him was probably the legendary Supreme Almighty. "You know about the Hell Realm?" Gu Fei asked tentatively. The undead creatures of this world didn't know about this, but this young man seemed to know about it. "How could I not know about the Hell Realm refined by the Buddha Lord? My clan has been trapped in this damn place for who knows how many years," the young man said indifferently. It didn't seem like he was talking about the big secret that made Gu Fei and He Tian dumbfounded. Even though he was already mentally prepared, Gu Fei was still shocked by the young man's words. "Can you tell me your name?" Gu Fei saw that the young man didn't seem to have any malicious intentions towards them, so he asked. If he could make friends with someone from the god race, he might have some unexpected gains. "My name is Saintly." The young man didn't hide anything. "My name is Gu Fei, nice to meet you," said Gu Fei. He was trying to calm the shock and excitement in his heart, but his voice was still trembling. The young man looked at Gu Fei and said, "You're very interesting, kid. I'm very curious how you entered the Hell Realm. As far as I know, even with an extreme weapon, it's difficult to break the seal of the Hell Realm and the barrier between the Hell Realm and the outside world. I'm not the only one who entered this world." Gu Fei did not directly answer Saint Li's question, but instead said such a thing. "I see." Saint Li seemed to understand. Gu Fei's cultivation wasn't a secret in his eyes. With his cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to enter the Hell Realm. In fact, Saint Li was hiding one thing, and that was that entering the Hell Realm from the outside was far easier than exiting the Hell Realm. The Hell Realm was such a world. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. And Gu Fei definitely wouldn't tell his secret to someone he just met. He didn't intend to let Saint Li know that he had the mountain and river cauldron. One mustn't have the heart to harm others, but one mustn't be without the heart to guard against others. Just as Gu Fei and the young man were chatting happily, there was a sound from the stairs, and a golden skeleton appeared at the top of the stairs. The young man in green who was standing behind the young man hurriedly walked over. Gu Fei and He Tian also looked at the top of the stairs. This golden skeleton had golden bones that glowed with golden light. Even the soul fire in the skull was golden. An emperor, realm expert? Sensing the powerful soul waves emanating from the golden skeleton's skull, Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. Were experts so worthless in the inner regions of the world of death? Were Emperor, realm experts everywhere? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. After crossing the reincarnation bridge and entering the depths of the Hell realm, he'd seen no less than 8 or 9 Emperor, realm experts. It should be known that in the entire